conquering America. Starting as a boxing champion, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, the final grand prize. In the lobby of Nokia Theatre, Taylor, wearing a red dress with golden curls, walked in from the aisle. Her long legs were still walking very fast. If you didn't look at her slightly round face and slightly rainbow waist, you couldn't tell that she was pregnant. Next to her was Selena, whose first album sold well, and several single MVs were also very exciting. She received 2 nominations in this year's MTV. In the end, Link wanted to walk the red carpet with her, but she stood him up halfway. Selena followed Taylor, holding her hand and constantly shouting, "Slow down, watch your belly." Seeing Taylor coming, Link stood up and prepared to greet her, but the people around him moved faster than him. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Taylor, asking questions about everything, as if asking about her well-being, and more people were watching the excitement. From the beginning of September to now, the news of Taylor's pregnancy has been extremely popular. The reason is simple. Taylor is the queen of country music, the best-selling album in the American music scene last year, and one of the most popular singers in the current music scene. Her pregnancy itself is big news. The person who made her pregnant was considered to be another superstar, Link in the grave. One superstar day later, the two fell in love and then broke up. Almost half a year later, they were revealed to have a child. The story is more exciting than Hollywood movies. There is no reason for people who are keen on eating melons to let go of this big melon. These stars in the circle are also seen by the melon-eating crowd. When Taylor came to the scene, they ate melons one by one, resulting in Link, the male protagonist, not even having a chance to get Taylor. "Please make way, don't gather here, Taylor needs fresh air," Selena shouted crisply. The onlookers at the scene gradually dispersed, and Link and Taylor met each other under the line in the aisle. They were separated by a seating area more than 10 meters away, looking at each other from a distance. Swish. The front row of the audience suddenly became quiet. Lady Gaga and others sat quietly in their seats, looking at each other with interest, which was equivalent to watching a live stage play. "Hi, Taylor, how are you doing recently?" Link walked over and greeted. "Why is Link asking that? Don't they usually call each other?" Selena said that Taylor blocked all of Link's contact information, and she became a messenger. Millie Cyrus covered her mouth and said, "I thought it would be like this after they broke up. It's too hard to be friends with Link. He's so charming. If you continue to be friends with him, he will trick you into bed sooner or later. It's better not to break up." Katy Perry said, "Hi." Taylor blinked his blue eyes, glanced at him, and said with Selena beside him, "Where are our seats? Link, where are our seats?" Selena supported Taylor and winked at him. "Here." Link pointed to the seat next to him. Taylor said thank you, adjusted the seat with his skirt, and Link was also in the seat next to him. This seat was arranged by the organizer of MTV. Last year, when he and Taylor Rush were together, MTV sat them separately. Now that they have broken up, they are sitting side by side. This arrangement is indeed conducive to a significant increase in ratings in the evening. Taylor and Selena were the last few guests to enter the venue. Not long after they took their seats, the MTV Video Awards ceremony began. Justin Bieber was the opening performer of the evening. Lana Del Rey, Mars, Selena, Drake and other singers who performed well on the stage also sang their popular songs on the stage. "How are you doing recently?" Link looked at the performance on the stage with a faint look. "I gained 16 pounds and my waist became 5 inches thicker. What do you think of me?" Taylor snorted. "This is my fault. I know it's too late to say sorry now, but I still hope to have a chance to make it up to you. Compensate? I'm 21 years old this year, and I'm in the rising period of my career. I was just pregnant and had a baby, but because of you, everything changed. You almost ruined me, and now you tell me to make it up to me. How to make it up? With hard cash? I'm not surprised." Taylor clenched her white fist and glanced at him angrily. Being surrounded in front, Link did not give her a hug. He spread his hands and said, "I'm sorry. It's mainly because I love you too much and don't want to break up, so I did that." Love me? Do you think I would believe it? If you loved me, you wouldn't mess around outside. If you loved me, you wouldn't hurt me in such a despicable way. If you really loved me, you would decisively let go. You don't love me. There is only one purpose for you to do this. You don't want to lose. You are a competitive person, always have been, whether in boxing or music. You have never lost, nor do you want to lose, and the same is true in love. You hope to always be the winner. So when I refused to forgive you and insisted on leaving you, you felt frustrated and irritated. So you used such despicable means to deal with me, trying to turn defeat into victory, right? I'm indeed competitive and don't like to lose, but when I was in Shu, I never thought about winning or losing. Just like when we were lively and noisy, playing rock paper scissors, doing housework, playing tennis and volleyball, and you always won. And you're always better than me in songwriting. I never care about these things, and I'm not always competitive. At least in your case, I have no intention of winning you. Humph, I admit that you often beat me in sports, but doing housework, after losing in rock paper scissors is definitely not the case. It's because your fingers are clumsy, and you can't beat me at all. How about a competition? Link stretched out his fingers. Taylor looked at him, clenched his snow white fist and said, "Don't try to change the subject. You may not care about winning or losing in such small games, but you will never ignore winning or losing in boxing, music and love. In order to win the game, you can even resort to some despicable means. Am I right?" Link shook his head and said, "Dear, don't think of me like this. I tried my best to make you pregnant, because I love you. After you found out you were pregnant, you decided to keep the child, because you still love me. So the child is the fruit of our love, not the product of a conspiracy, right? Anyway, the child is innocent. I don't want you to pass on your resentment towards me to the child." Taylor took a deep breath. "Is this your plan? When I give birth to the child, can you lock me up with the child? No, after giving birth to the child, you are willing to raise him and keep him. It's impossible to hire me. I will try to be a good father. Don't even think about it. This is my child. Why should I hire you? I said I can let you see the child. I said it." Taylor snorted until Bruno Mars and the performance team left the stage. The scene burst into warm applause. Taylor also clapped his hands and slapped his lips lightly. "No one wins forever, and you are the same." It's a pity that the applause around was too enthusiastic, and Link didn't hear this sentence clearly. After several opening programs, the MTV Awards ceremony officially began. The first award was for Best New Artist of the Year, and there were 5 nominees: Kesha, Lana Del Rey, Mars, Jason Derulo, and Justin Bieber. In the end, Justin Bieber won the Best New Artist award for his hit song Baby, and released the song on stage. The second award was for Best Female Video. Although the nominees for the award included Katy Perry, Taylor Swift, Kesha, and Beyoncé, in the end, it was no match for Lady Gaga's Bad Romance. This was also the first award Lady Gaga won. Link and Wiz Khalifa's See You Again, released in August last year, was also nominated for the award. But the final winner was Eminem's Not Scared, a very hardcore rap song, and one of the main singles of Eminem's new album Resurgence, which won the singles chart championship. The next 6 technical awards, including Best Cinematography, Best Director, Best Editing, Best Special Effects, and Most Breakthrough Film Belt, were all missed by Link, while Lady Gaga won 3 out of 6, and was the first to win 4 astronaut trophies. "Hey, Link, you probably don't have anything today. Do you want me to give you one?" Lady Gaga, wearing a scary fresh meat dress with a few astronaut fighter planes on it, smiled. Link did not refuse, and reached out to take one, saying that he would give it to fans for a lottery. Last year, there were too many lotteries, and all the gold belts and gold medals were given away, resulting in nothing to give away this year. Lady Gaga didn't mind when she heard that he took it for a lottery, but she generously gave him another one. Link said that if he won the award in the early stage, he would give it back to her. Lady Gaga and Katy Perry said that he had little chance of winning the award. The reason was that during the final award judging stage of MTV, he happened to be bullied online, attracting all negative comments about him in the media, calling him a scumbag and an irresponsible man. The judges of the MTV Awards are mostly adults with families and children. Influenced by public opinion, they should vote for others. The following 2 awards also confirmed this statement. The 10th award was the Best Male Video Award. Before the award ceremony, the media believed that Link would be the winner of the award because his nominated song Legends Never Die is the only single record with sales of more than 10 million copies in the United States this year. The concept and theme of this song are very positive and inspiring, and it writes about Americans' favorite horseback riding, as well as Link's performance level, the quality of the song MV and the number of views. It ranks first among the singles released this year. The only ones better than this song are See You Again and Lady Gaga's Bad Romance, but these 2 songs were released last year and are ultimately incomparable. The winner of the Best Male Singer is Eminem's Not Afraid. Eminem was a little surprised to hear that he won the award. He stood up and bumped fists with Link before going on stage. You don't like to lose. Why did you lose this time? Taylor clapped his hands with some smile on his lips. Are you happy to see me lose? A little bit. If you are happy, my loss is also worth it. Humph, that's because you can't win because of laughing. Taylor said, I always win in everything, but in your heart, I'm a person who only knows how to lose and win, isn't it? Taylor tilted his head and looked at his profile. I played boxing matches for myself before. After joining the boxing gym, everyone in the gym was very happy every time I won a match. After I became a professional boxer, the boxing fans who supported me would be happy to see me win the game. After I joined the music industry, the owners of the music company and all the fans who supported me, including you, would be happy to see me win. I also hope that all the people who support me will be happy because I win, so I will work harder, train, create, and strive to continue to win. But I didn't expect that one day, my desire to win would become the reason for you to hate me. Lynn said helplessly. Don't make yourself sound so wronged. No matter who you tried to make happy before, you took advantage of me before I regained consciousness, so, for me, you made me pregnant. You are definitely the only one who is happy about this. Taylor said in a low voice. The child should be happy too. After he is born, he will giggle non-stop. Shut up. Don't use the child's words. Taylor said while touching her belly. While comforting each other, there was a guardian in the audience who matched all the postures and did not move. Link shook and said. On the stage, Eminem and Rihanna, who dyed her hair red, sang their popular song Love the Way You Lie. Taylor said she liked this song and that all scumbags should listen to it. After the Best Male Singer, the Best Rock Video, Best Group, Best Dance Video, and Best Pop Video were presented on the spot. Link had 4 nominations and none of them, while Lady Gaga had 4 nominations and 2 of them. Among the 4 nominations, the MV for the rock song Legends Never Die and the MV for the pop song Girls Like You were highly praised online before the awards ceremony, but the MTV judges still did not give him the nomination. At this time, people close to him looked at him with helplessness and strangeness. Are you happy that I didn't win the award? Yes, so what? Smile for me. Of course Taylor didn't smile and rolled his eyes at him. Okay, stop joking. I plan to stop attending any music award ceremonies from next time. Will you be happier? Are you serious? Taylor asked with a frown. Yes, you will come to the award ceremony and I will take care of the children and we will watch you on TV. Don't even think about it. I won't let you take care of the children. Taylor sighed softly, stroking his belly and leaning against Selena's side. The award ceremony was about to end, and Beyonce, the big winner of the last MTV Awards, came on stage to present the last award, Video of the Year. There are 5 music videos nominated for this award. Lady Gaga's Bad Romance, Florence plus the Machine's Dog Days Are Over, 30 Seconds to Mars Kings and Queens, Little Bobby Bobby's Airplanes, and Link's Legends Never Die. The winner of the best video of the year is Beyoncé looked at the sudden designation card and smiled charmingly. Scumbag. Oh, sorry, Mr. Link Baker's Legends Never Die. The people at the scene suddenly burst into laughter. People patted the bear, whistled, and laughed, thinking that Beyoncé's public call Link Man was really cool, and didn't give Link any face at all. Link shook his head and hugged Taylor, Selena, Lana Del Rey, and walked up to the podium from the crowd. After he went on stage, Beyoncé hugged him in public, before handing the trophy to Link. Holding the shiny astronaut trophy, he walked to the microphone. Before he started to speak, the audience burst into applause and cheers. Many acquaintances stood up and applauded. He raised the trophy and bowed to thank everyone. "Thank you." After the applause died down, Link took the microphone and said, "Seeing so many friends applauding, I feel that I'm still far away from being abandoned by everyone." Everyone laughed. Before he made fun of himself, he knew that the Hollywood Reporter commented that he had been abandoned by everyone. "In this year, I have experienced a lot of things. I don't know if I have an enviable love relationship, but because I didn't cherish it, I accidentally lost her past. I used to have many honors and was a very decent idol, but because of my indulgence, I gradually became a scumbag in Beyonce's mouth. I don't know if I predicted that I would win 11 trophies at the previous MTV Awards, but now I only got one. Miss Gaga, is it because you are too awesome?" Link looked at Lady Gaga in the audience and asked. Lady Gaga covered her mouth and laughed, answering questions one after another. Everyone couldn't help laughing. I don't know if everyone thought he was confessing. It sounded quite sad, but then he changed the topic and talked about winning trophies. He said he predicted that he could win 11 trophies. It was obviously a joke. "Thank you. Thank you to the MTV judges for giving me this important award." Before leaving the stage, Taylor and Selena said that the judges were right not to give me the award. "They are all good people with high moral character. They would not give me the award. Now you give me this award, which is not only a recognition of Legends Never Die, but also a recognition of my personal character. You think I'm a good man, right?" "Thank you. I think so too. Ha." Everyone laughed, and some people complained that he was thick-skinned. I would also like to thank Greem, David Kahn, Ali, Mars, and all the staff of Link Music Studio. When we received the invitation from the Super Bowl organizer, it was Christmas Eve, and there was only 1 month before the Super Bowl. In order to complete the song in advance, all of us spent the new year in the music studio. This trophy also belongs to you. I would also like to thank all the fans who support me, as well as my family and friends. It is also your unswerving support that makes me better. I will continue to work hard to write more beautiful songs. Legends will never die. Bang. Bang. The audience burst into warm applause, and many people stood up and applauded and cheered. Strange. Isn't Link a scumbag? Why do so many people like him? Actor Jesse Eisenberg, of course he is handsome enough, talented enough, and worth more than 1 billion. How can a woman not like a man like him? Actor Andrew Garfield said enviously. That's right. If you are an Olympic champion, there will be 10 women who like you. If you are a world boxing champion, there will be 100 women who want to marry you. If you are a world superstar, at least 1,000 women are willing to bear children for you. If you are worth more than $1 billion at the age of 21, at least 10,000 women will fall for you. And Link has all of these. Actor Chris Pine praised. He is really a great guy. Shortly after leaving, Link took the performance platform to the stage again and sang Legends Never Die enthusiastically, bringing the atmosphere to a wonderful place. Legends never die. Legends never die. When the world is calling you, the world is calling you. You can hear them screaming your name. You can hear them calling your name. Legends never die. Chapter 377 End and Beginning. The 27th MTV Video Awards ceremony ended. Lady Gaga won 7 out of 13 nominations, becoming the biggest winner of this year's MTV Awards. Link won 1 out of 11 nominations, and although he won the most prestigious Video of the Year award, he was still considered the biggest sucker of this year's awards ceremony, because before the awards ceremony, the media predicted that he would win at least 4 awards, equal to Lady Gaga, but he didn't. Eminem won the Best Male Video Award and the Best Rap Video Award for his inspirational song Not Afraid, and was also the second biggest winner of MTV. Bieber won the Best New Artist Award, and Lana Del Rey won the Best Art Direction Award for her MV Youth is Beautiful. Afterwards, the media summarized the 3 biggest highlights of the MTV Awards. The first was that Lady Gaga changed into 8 dresses and 8 kinds of makeup on the stage, each one more exaggerated than the last. The second is that the MTV organizer arranged Link and Taylor, a former couple, together. The on-site director often placed the camera in opposite positions that day. The total duration was 12 minutes. He was the person who received the most shots among all the guests who did not perform on stage. The third is the situation of the winners that night. Lady Gaga won 7 out of 13 nominations, and Link, who was not sure whether he was dragged to compete with her, won 1 out of 11 nominations. Lady Gaga won with an overwhelming advantage. But many fans spoke up for Link afterwards. The songs he was nominated for this time, including Legends Never Die, See You Again, Girls Like You and All of Me, are all popular songs, and the quality of the MVs is also extremely high, especially the first two, which can be called divine songs. In the end, he only won one award, which is also considered an award for protecting heritage. Fans generally believe that the news of Link's zombie crime some time ago affected the evaluation of him by the MTV jury members. This also caused a discussion among professional music media. When selecting music awards, should we use professional standards to judge the quality of pop songs, or should we include posters about the singer's character in the judging process? If the singer has good character, it is more accurate to use professional eyes to judge, but professionalism is not easy to determine, and there are also some social problems. And adding posters about the singer's character can only show the singer's status at this stage, which is easy to cause false and wrongful convictions. After Rolling Stone magazine put this issue out, it caused a lot of discussion in the music industry. There were people who supported both sides, and no one could give the best solution. Link ignored these arguments, or he didn't have time to pay attention. After the MTV Awards, he returned to Korea to hold a concert. He had opened 6 venues in Korea before, and there were 2 venues left, but the tickets were selling very well. After each concert ticket sale, Universal would temporarily propose to add 2 more venues and several internal sales venues, leaving 4 venues. In the end, he thought that this afternoon, the rumors about him and Jung Ji-hyun would cool down, or be distracted by other entertainment news. But as soon as his plane landed at Seoul Airport, the Korean public opinion circle was like gasoline ignited by a spark, and it burned with a bang. The media continued to hype up his scandal with Jung Ji-hyun, and by the way, hyped up his relationship with other female stars. This is Mr. Link Baek, the #1 playboy in the London entertainment circle, who returned to Korea today to complete his concert tour. Seoul Broadcasting Company SBS temporarily added a title to the entertainment news of the day. There are also large media such as MBC, KBS, and Peninsula Daily that reported the relevant news. This also led to him being surrounded by a group of Korean media reporters as soon as he got off the plane. When he held a concert later, he could always see the paparazzi on the scene. There were too many paparazzi on the scene, and it was not clear that he and Jung Ji-hyun had contacted on the phone, and the plan to have dinner together during the concert could not be implemented. Without dating Jung Ji-hyun, he temporarily focused his main energy on the concert scene. He held 4 concerts in cities such as Seoul, Busan, and Daegu. During the concert in Seoul, the guest singers included Girls' Generation, Tierra, and 2AM. The closing band was the original Korean song Troublemaker sung by him and Girls' Generation leader Kim Tae-in, which aroused a warm response at the scene. In the Korean media, in addition to Kim Tae-in, his rumored girlfriend was left behind, and even the other 8 members of Girls' Generation were not spared. Dong Ailbo claimed that a delivery man with a figure very similar to Link entered the Girls' Generation dormitory building that night and did not leave all night. This is of course false news. Although Link went to their dormitory at the invitation of Kim Tae-in and Jessica Jung, he only waited for half an hour and left. He did not stay out all night. During the concert in Korea, he also made 2 investments. The first one was an investment in Big Hit Entertainment. The company's personnel review was in 2005. The president is the well-known music producer and composer Bang Si-hyuk. The company is mainly engaged in music production, album distribution, performing arts management, publicity, planning, training and other related activities. Currently, only the earliest debuted boy group 2AM and the newly formed trainee group BTS are left. It is only a second-tier music company in the Korean music scene, far behind SM Entertainment, JYP Entertainment, and IG Entertainment. After talking with President Bang Si-hyuk, he invested $2 million in cash, about 2.7 billion won, and obtained 41% of Big Hit's shares. At the same time, He promised to use the channel of linking music in the future to promote Big Hit's boy group to the US market. Second, after Jun Ji-hyun terminated her contract with Sidus HQ, she was going to set up a comic company to be responsible for her personal relationship affairs. Link found Jun Ji-hyun to discuss and prepare to cooperate with her. In the end, he invested $3 million and got 49% of the shares of the new company, as well as Jun Ji-hyun's performing contract in the United States. Jun Ji-hyun also became a foreign artist under the Port Bay Terminal Company. Jun Ji-hyun's company also became J & Baker Entertainment. J is Jun Ji-hyun's last name Jun, and Baker is Link's last name. Because of this name, the Korean media generally believed that Jun Ji-hyun became his real girlfriend. The Asia Daily found that the playboy fell under the skirt of Anna the Tree. This is not the case. Jun Ji-hyun is a relatively independent woman. The most intimate action between them at this stage is just holding hands. After the end of the world tour in South Korea, he flew to Japan to continue his concert. Due to the downward trend of Japan's economic situation in recent years, the serious solidification of social classes, the 6 major financial groups strictly control all profitable industries, and the influence of outsiders who want to make more money here than in the United States, there are no good investment projects. After he arrived in Japan, he concentrated on holding concerts. When he had time, he went to the Baker Villa in Tokyo's Minato district to chat, walk, and have sex with Nozomi Sasaki. This villa is a top luxury house that he spent $8 million to buy. Not far away is Tokyo Bay, Roppongi, Tokyo Tower, and the American Embassy. It is also the most famous wealthy area in Japan. People living in Prague are either rich or noble, and the security situation is also first class. Link also won this property with his status as an international celebrity. After living together, Mr. Tadarayasu reached a contract with Nozomi Sasaki through his connections and returned it, and also sent 500,000 yuan as compensation. After discussion, Link and Nozomi Sasaki jointly invested 1.2 million to acquire a brand underwear company, the high-end underwear brand of Nozomi Sasaki, and sent her to Brazil. Occasionally, Yui Aragaki came over to talk about music and cook Japanese cuisine. Although he is very low-key, the rumors about him in the Japanese media have never stopped. First, it was reported that he was in love with Nozomi Sasaki, the new national goddess of Japan, and said that the two had lived together, and neither of them came forward to clarify this. After the news was exposed, Japanese netizens were very angry. Some people went to the Tokyo subway station to protest with signs, calling on everyone to boycott Link's concert. Some people made homemade Molotov cocktails and tried to blow up the commercial vehicle he was riding in during Link's performance. But later, the Japanese media reported that national daughter-in-law Yui Aragaki was also in close contact with Link, and it was confirmed by Yui Aragaki's ex-boyfriend Ryona Shikido. Ryona Shikido claimed that in August, Yui Aragaki was sent to China by the company to teach Link Japanese. The two fell in love with each other. Yui Aragaki broke up with him shortly after she came back, claiming that they were living together. Japanese netizens were even more angry when they heard the news. First, the national goddess was slept with, and then the national daughter was slept with. Link Baker was too much. Angry male netizens set up a website and strongly demanded the cancellation of all Link's concerts in Japan. But this matter was denied by Yui's company Johnny's. First, Ryona Shikido and Yui Aragaki are just ordinary colleagues. There is no relationship, and there is no breakup. Second, Yui Aragaki and Link are partners, and she is also a guest performer at Link's Tokyo concert. Because of the work relationship, there is some contact between each other, but it is just a work relationship. John has said that the two sides have jointly created a new song Good Time and recently created another song Listen, which will be performed at Link's Tokyo Dome men's concert. Third, Yui Aragaki and Nozomi Sasaki are close friends. Yui went to Nozomi Sasaki's villa at her invitation, not to date Link. Japanese fans were skeptical about the threats from Johnny's office. Yui came out to explain exclusively, saying that she was a good friend of Link and a fan of Link. She liked his songs very much. She went to see Link, mainly to help him master Tibetan to create new songs together. There was no other relationship. Everyone saw Yui's innocent photo and really believed her words. but fans were worried and left a message on her Twitter, hoping that she would stay away from Link after the concert, saying that the guy was a playboy. But YUI replied below that Link was a person with good character, not a playboy, and praised Link for his talent, humor, and being a first-class good person. Fans were very anxious to see her innocence, and left a message to tell her that Link had more than a dozen girlfriends in the United States and around the world. He was called the #1 scumbag in Hollywood by American magazines such as Vanity Fair, and was definitely not a good man. YUI-chan wanted to defend Link, but her manager stopped her and told her not to argue with fans. The defense ended in vain. Link had 16 concerts in Japan, held in cities such as Tokyo, Yokohama, Osaka, Nagoya, and Kobe, with more than 30,000 spectators at each show. At the Tokyo Dome, the number of spectators reached 65,000. A total of more than 800,000 tickets were sold for the 16 concerts, and the revenue from this item alone exceeded 40 million. During the concert, Good Time and Listen sung by Link and YUI-chan ranked first on the Oricon chart after their release, with first week sales of 450,000 and 620,000 copies respectively. During the Japanese tour, his 3 albums sold 1.32 million copies for the first time, and the album once again reached the top of the Oricon chart in weekly sales after more than 3 months. With his handsome looks, strong and sexy body, superb stage performance skills and beautiful voice, Link has created a Link fever throughout Japan, attracting countless Japanese people to admire and love him. He was also selected as the #1 Charming Man of the Year by magazines such as Women's and Nikkei Sports. In early October, the Asian leg of the world tour ended. The Asian tour lasted for nearly 3 months, landing in 37 cities, holding 48 concerts, and selling a total of 2.67 million tickets, becoming the overseas singer who sold the most tickets in Asia in the past decade. MJ ranked first. During this period, the sales of his 3 albums in Asia doubled, with sales of about 4.2 million copies, which was a remarkable achievement. It is estimated that Link's net income from this Asian tour will be around 120 million, and the sources of income include ticket expenses, album rescue, single rescue, concert video rescue, advertising endorsements, photo albums, etc. Large media such as the New York Times, the Washington Post and Los Angeles Times also praised his trip to Asia with exquisite and gorgeous words. He conquered the hearts of countless fans in Asia with his beautiful songs, superb singing skills, strong stage performance, outstanding creative and learning abilities, and strong personal charm, and said that this was the beginning of his becoming a world-class superstar. People magazine, Newsweek, Vanity Fair, GQ and other publications used his photo as the cover in the early stage, saying that he had ushered in a new life after surviving the black tide of public opinion in September. In August and September, the international music and fashion circles of course also had some tabloids secretly circulating that his trip to Asia was a girl-chasing trip, and some female stars who had only worked with him once or met him once, including Girls' Generation, Terra, Sun Yanzi, Liang Jingyu, Jalin Tse, Princess Wang and other Asian female singers were said to be his rumored girlfriends, which led to a surge in the number of his rumored girlfriends, from dozens to dozens, and even hundreds. Link didn't care much about this accusation. After the cyberbullying in early September, netizens suddenly got fed up and lost interest in his gossips. They no longer paid attention to how many rumored girlfriends he had, but were more concerned about when his album would be released, when the next boxing match would be held, and when the next new movie would be released. Without the trouble of gossip, Link could concentrate on training in the boxing gym, preparing for the boxing match at the end of the year, and have more time and energy to prepare for the role of Captain America. Link, this is your boxing match schedule for next year. Take a look. If there is no problem, I will start to discuss with Anna and arrange the specific time. Assistant Simon handed over a document. It's only October. Why are you arranging the match for next year? In the boxing ring, Link took off his gloves and asked, "It's mainly because you are too busy." Anna said that you will have a lot of work next year and almost no time to rest. She asked us to make a plan for the boxing match in advance. Please pay attention to arrange your schedule in advance to avoid time conflicts. Simon shrugged and smiled. Every time I see you guys have packed my schedule, I don't have any expectations for the next thing. Link opened the folder and looked at it. There are 5 boxing matches next year, and the first 2 are super middleweight champion defense matches. In order to improve the viewing of super middleweight matches, starting next year, the 4 major boxing organizations WBA, WBC, IBF, WBO will hold a boxing challenger competition in advance, and the top 2 will be qualified to challenge Link. After all, it is only 1 quota, but in order to give more people a chance, the quota has become 2. In terms of level, it is tentatively scheduled for 3 matches. The first match is against WBA lightweight champion Birat Shumanov. Birat is a Kazakh. He debuted in 2007. His current professional record is 9 wins, 1 loss and 6 KOs in 10 matches. He also became the world champion of light heavyweight boxing with the least number of matches, which is 9 matches. He is nicknamed Kazakhstan Dark Horse. He is quite strong and has the most sturdy fighting style. Last year, he won the WBA lightweight gold belt from Spanish boxing champion Campiro and successfully defended the title once in March. The disadvantage is that he is not well known. Even Mario is not as famous as him in Atlanta, the American boxing world. The opponent accepted his challenge at this time and wanted to gain the fame and appearance fee by defeating him as a superstar. The plan for the second and third games is undecided. If he wins Birat, he will be arranged to directly challenge the boxing champions of the remaining 3 organizations. WBC boxing champion Bernard Hopkins, IBF boxing champion Chad Dawson, and WBO boxing champion Nathan Cleverly. If the 3 boxing champions are still unwilling to fight, they will obtain the challenger qualification through the boxing champion challenge. After having a challenger, the boxing champion of the organization has only 2 choices. One is to fight, and the other is to automatically give up the gold lord. These 5 games are the next plan. There are just some problems in the arrangement of the game site. Simon said that, since he became popular in Asia, enterprises and travel companies in China, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, New Zealand, Australia, Thailand and other places have been vying to win the right to host his games. Now the basic offer has exceeded 20 million per game after tax. Link thought for a while and said that there are many people in China and the market potential is great, so we can consider that side first. Simon nodded and wrote it down. Link asked about Dynasty Sports Company again. In July, Dynasty Promotion successfully raised the first round of financing, and the market value increased from 120 million to 200 million. A new agency was established, and the company name was changed from Dynasty Promotion to Dynasty Sports. In view of Link's contribution to the company, his shares remained unchanged after the financing, 30%, and he is still the second largest shareholder of the company. At present, the company has launched 4 professional boxers and 6 sports athletes, including badminton, tennis, ice hockey and other niche sports. When signing athletes, Link also opposed to recommending several boxers for the company. But the last one he recommended, Joe Smith, had 12 professional games after joining the main event company, with 7 wins, 4 losses and 1 draw, which was a far cry from the boxing king Joe Smith in his memory. Later, he realized that a boxer became a boxing champion not by signing him, but by arranging him to play according to the original dance. It shows that a boxer's establishment to become a boxing champion requires the help of professional coaches and assistants, the promotion of agents and publicity companies, and the boxer's on-the-spot performance in the boxing ring. If the coach, sparring partner and agent are changed, the former boxing champion may become a second-rate boxer. After seeing the record of Joe Smith, he did not plan to continue recommending newcomers, lest he do bad things with good intentions. Link, you have never competed in the Professional Wrestling League. They want to invite you to be the award presenter on the spot. You don't have to compete. The appearance fee is about 3 million. Simon's folder was taken back. WWE. If you invite me to participate in a wrestling match, I'm a little interested, Link said. Link nodded and accepted Simon's advice. He was not worried about injury, mainly because the WWE series was relatively long, and he had no time to participate for the time being. However, it was okay to participate in the award presenter once, and earn some pocket money by the way. After Simon left, he continued to train in the boxing ring. Mario came over halfway, but just looked at him in surprise, and did not come to harass him like before. Since the media broke the news in September that he was worth more than 1 billion, the people around him, including Mario, Dino, Simon, etc., tied themselves up when they cared about him, and they didn't talk as casually as before, which made him feel very boring. Although he is now a billionaire, his circle is still the same as before, and it has not been upgraded. If the people in the original circle ignore him, he will really be alone. He waved at Mario and called him to come over for a fight. Mario hesitated and handed it over, put on the gloves, and walked to the ring. Jack-o'-lantern, Mario's big belly collapsed a little, but the overall weight didn't seem to be weakened much, and the strength didn't increase much. He could still only take 1 or 2 of his critical hits. In order to help him regain his confidence, Link picked up some punches again, and practiced with him for more than one. Bang, bang bang bang! Exclamation mark. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 Hollywood Tycoon. Legends never die, legends never die. When the world is calling you, the world is calling you. You can hear them screaming your name. Broadway, 1717 Street Bar. The box is bright and colorful. Link sits cross-legged on the sofa in the middle. There is a broken piece of water on the table, and on the stage not far away, Dino and Mario grab a microphone and scream hard. Although the lyrics are correct, there is no tune, especially both parties are singing very devotedly, twisting their hips while singing. It is simply ghosts crying and wolves howling, demons dancing wildly. Link covered his forehead and accepted their invitation instead. At the end, Dino asked him if he wanted to go clubbing, his eyes full of expectation. Link thought that he had nothing to do in the afternoon and could arrange it freely. In addition, after becoming famous and rich, he hoped to get further and further away from his previous circle. This is not a good phenomenon. Considering this, he followed Dino and others to this smoky place. After arriving, Dino called for dancers in revealing clothes and said they would treat him well. Link did not accept it. After knowing that Little Einstein and Puff Daddy were going to use women to seduce him, he no longer accepted letting strangers and women get close to him to prevent being blackmailed. Dino and Mario teased him a few words and forced him. Then Dino and a few boxers went to drink, sing, and dance, starting a lively nightlife. Link sat on the sofa alone and finished drinking water. The surrounding environment was very noisy, but his heart gradually calmed down. In the past few months, he was busy with concerts, dealing with the media, training and other work. He had not enjoyed this kind of peace for a long time. It felt good. Link, do you want to come up and sing a song? Mario shouted. Link waved his hand. He had been singing for 2 months in a row, singing dozens of songs over and over again for hundreds of times. Even those who love music will have a period of fatigue. Now he has no interest in picking up the microphone. Don't call him. Link now needs 1 million points to sing a song. How can he sing here easily? Dino teased. If I knew singing could make money earlier, I would have studied music from the beginning. Mario shrugged his shoulders and said with a face full of flesh. Link smiled. Ding ling ling. The phone on the desk rang twice and then stopped. He picked it up and saw that it was Jennifer Lawrence's number. He didn't know whether the other party had something to talk to him about or dialed the number. Just as he was about to call, Jennifer sent a message asking him if he was busy. She was coming to New York today to audition for a movie. Link said he was not busy, attached the address of the bar, and asked if she wanted to come. In less than 10 minutes, Jennifer Lawrence appeared in the bar box. She was wearing a camel-colored sling, sneakers, and long golden hair draped over her shoulders. Her shoulders were also fleshy, her cheeks were a little baby fat, rosy, and smooth. Her chest was bulging, and her buttocks were perky. Her appearance was not delicate, and her figure was not hot. In Hollywood, where there are so many beauties, she was only considered upper middle level. If she didn't pay attention to her dress occasionally, she would fall to the level of a village girl. In fact, Her highlight is this kind of simplicity and naturalness, without any affectation. Compared with those exquisite vases, she was originally a pottery. What movie are you auditioning for? After Jennifer sat down, Link poured her a glass of white wine. Silver Linings of Life, a new movie directed by David Russell. You have worked with him before. Jennifer said. With this movie, Jennifer became the first post-90s actress in Oscar history, and the second youngest actress in Oscar history. It is a very good movie. Because the movie is good, at the premiere of The Fighter, he told director Russell to notify him if there is a new movie, whether it is the male lead or The Investment. Director Russell nodded repeatedly at that time, but the crew had already entered the casting stage and did not notify him. How was the audition result? It went smoothly at the beginning. Director Russell was very satisfied with my performance. But not long after the audition, the production team called me and told me that I did not pass the audition. I called Director Russell to inquire about the situation. Director Russell said that this was the decision of Harvey Weinstein, who is the general producer of this movie. Harvey? Yes. Before joining Taiwan Bay Company, people from Weinstein Pictures came to me and said that there was a role that was suitable for me. After I passed the audition, Harvey Weinstein opened a hotel room number and asked me to go over to discuss the role. I refused, which angered him, and he would interfere with my audition again. Jennifer Lawrence said. Link frowned as he listened. In the entertainment industry, unspoken rules are very common. Almost since the rise of the film industry, there have been unspoken rules. It is also common for the upper echelons of film companies to use unspoken rules on actors and for actors to get roles by relying on their bodies. It is said that in several major production companies in Hollywood, producers with resources would be embarrassed to tell their peers or say that they are also producers if they don't have unspoken rules on a few actresses and actors. Almost all Hollywood actors and actresses who have some looks have encountered this. Because actors in the entertainment industry line up, and no actor is like this. This has also provided soil for the survival of unspoken rules. Those who do not accept unspoken rules, unless they are at the bottom, basically have no chance to get ahead. After the millennium, with the prevalence of the feminist movement, the cost of unspoken rules increased. Also because the operating mechanism of the Hollywood film industry is more solid, there are mature operating processes from project establishment to casting, shooting, and publicity, but everyone has their own responsibilities. The executives and producers of the 7 major film companies are just workers. Their task is to help shareholders make money. If they fail to make money, they will be replaced. The power in their hands has been greatly reduced. They can no longer do whatever they want as before and give roles to whoever they like. And the film industry unites to supervise and fight against various sub-roles to protect the rights and interests of actors. It has also led to a decrease in media reports on unspoken rules, and the unspoken rules have become more rigorous and the means more civilized. But it does not exist. Currently, Hollywood's unspoken rules are most serious in independent production companies. Independent production companies are relatively small compared to the 7 major film studios such as Warner, Disney, Paramount, 20th Century Fox, and Sony. Film company. It has a unique operating model and creative philosophy, and is more free in film production and promotion. It can build cooperation with capable filmmakers instead of relying on professionals from large production companies. It also has higher autonomy in film content creation, does not overly focus on possession, does not cater to the market and the audience, and does not need to be responsible for capital, because the president of a film company is usually the company's largest shareholder, just like Link's Manhattan Pictures. In simple terms, independent films pay more attention to artistry and have higher autonomy and innovation. This autonomy also leads to the president of an independent production company having great power. For example, for a movie invested by Manhattan Beach Pictures, Link can make the final decision on who to use as the director and the heroine, which also provides soil for the survival of unspoken rules. In the field of humanitarian independent production, Weinstein, the film industry, is considered to be the leader of the industry. The founder Harvey Weinstein also has a high influence in the film industry with his strong production and distribution capabilities. He is therefore listed by the media as the savior of modern movies, the producer of Oscar winners, and an Oscar winner. At the previous Academy Awards, Harvey and God were both winners. When he gave his acceptance speech, he was thanked and ranked second. There are countless actors and directors who have worked with him. Among them are Gwyneth Paltrow, Nicole Kidman, Renee Zellweger, Russell Crowe, Ben Affleck, Matt Damon, Quentin Tarantino, director Steven Soderbergh, Kate Winslet, Kate Blanchett, Meryl Streep, Angelina Jolie and others, all of whom are male gods and goddesses. He has successfully launched many classic films, including Pulp Fiction, Good Will Hunting, The English Patient, Gangs of New York, Infernal Affairs, Chicago, Kill Bill, Shakespeare in Love, The Lord of the Rings, Sex, Lies, and Videotape, Cold Mountain, Cinema Paradiso, etc., all of which are works with great influence worldwide. Many actors and movies can win Oscars, and they are inseparable from Harvey's cooperation. In the list of the 100 most powerful people in Hollywood, released by The Hollywood Reporter, Harvey has been the most powerful person in Hollywood for 8 consecutive years, ranking in the top 10 all year round. In addition, he is also the spokesperson and finance envoy of Hollywood's Donkey Party, and is very close to the Clintons. Currently, Obama's eldest daughter is interning at Weinstein Films. He is also a resident, and has a strong background and network resources in the media. This also led to Harvey's dominance in Hollywood. Since the 1990s, he has been sued for sexual assault and sexual harassment many times, but because he has strong network resources in the media and judicial departments, he is still safe and sound. Link had read similar reports. Harvey Weinstein liked to make appointments with foreign trade, or go to the model's room to discuss work, and then ask the other party to provide intimate services such as massage, implying that he would give important roles. Those who accepted would be given opportunities, and those who did not accept would have bad opportunities. This is how Harvey used unspoken rules. Even if it was exposed, he could make the other party voluntarily, instead of using coercive means, which also brought great difficulties to judicial investigations. Link accidentally heard Jennifer Lawrence talk about this matter. He did not expect Jennifer to reject Harvey. After Harvey's fall, Meryl Streep, Gwyneth Paltrow, and Jennifer Lawrence were considered to be representatives of welly girls, known as big, medium and small welly queens. All three relied on Harvey's operation to win the Oscar for Best Actress, when they should not have won the award. For example, Gwyneth Paltrow was called Water Queen after winning the award. Although Meryl and Jennifer were both eligible for the award, they did not win the award through normal means, and were criticized a lot afterwards. Jennifer is also believed to have believed in Harvey's fame, but now she has rejected Harvey, which is a very interesting thing. Link thought that it should be his appearance that gave her a better choice. Compared with Harvey, although he does not have such great power in the film industry, he is young, handsome, rich, has good character, and is in the rising period of his career. He has greater potential, and is more reliable than Harvey. Facing Harvey's olive branch, Jennifer can make such a choice, which also shows that she is a smart girl. Link also remembered another thing. Not long ago, he encountered a network black tide, and was besieged by millions of netizens. In order to divert the attention of the masses, the Link propaganda department had joined forces with many media to vigorously publicize Harvey's case against sexual harassment. I don't know that this case is only the size of a tofu block in the New York Times, saying that Harvey's sexual harassment of female subordinates has been settled out of court, and it has not attracted much attention. After being used as a shield by Link, this news was magnified dozens of times and attracted the attention of many people. It is said that Harvey spent millions of myths to settle it. With Harvey's connections in the media and decades of experience in the entertainment industry, he would not be able to tell that Link Music was not using him as a shield. Wouldn't Harvey hold a grudge against him for this incident and vent his anger on Sandy Bay and the artists launched by the company, causing Jennifer to lose the role? Link thought it was possible. Ding-ling-ling. While they were chatting, Jennifer Lawrence's phone rang. Jennifer took a look, her face changed slightly, and said in a low voice that it was Harvey Weinstein, asking if he wanted to answer it. Link called Dino and Mario. He asked Jennifer if it was convenient for her to turn on the speaker of her phone and listen to Harvey talking together. Jennifer nodded, picked up the phone, turned on the speaker, and said, "Hello, Mr. Weinstein. Jennifer, it's very quiet there. Yes, Mr. Weinstein, I'm at the bar. What can I do for you? Director Russell told me that you have great acting skills and are very suitable for dinner at Tiffany's. Bradley Cooper also told me that you are the most suitable candidate and they all hope to cooperate with you. I told them that this is my movie. Who can act and who can't? Everything is up to me. Jennifer, are you listening? Weinstein's voice became even rougher, like smoke dying out, and he either spit out smoke or fire when he opened his mouth. Link hugged Jennifer and said in her ear, chatting casually with Harvey, Mr. Weinstein, I heard from Director Russell that everything is up to you, including the actors. Yes, this is my movie. Of course I said it. Jennifer, I know you are an excellent actor among the new generation of Americans, and the only one I like. I think you have a great chance of winning an Oscar, but the premise is that you need to be smarter. On the phone, Weinstein said in a tone of pointing out the truth. Mr. Weinstein, what can I do to win an Oscar? Haha, this is a good question, Jennifer. I heard you said you switched from IMG to Palm Bay Harbor Company. You are a real fool. Link Beck is just a playboy. He knows nothing and has no connections. He came to Hollywood Film Company just to pick up girls. He can't help you at all. I bet that Tandai will not survive in Hollywood for 3 years. After 3 years, he will leave Hollywood with a loss of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Will he? I heard that the Gossip More Than Heard plan produced by Tandai has sold 70 million in North America and 160 million worldwide. The investment cost is only 8 million. Tandai Pictures can make at least 40 million on this project. Humph. That's his shit luck. He got a big selling movie. He can't be so lucky forever. No one in Hollywood can be so lucky. His next movie will definitely lose a lot of money. This is what I said. If not, you wait and see. Is that so? I'm a new actor and don't know much about these things. Jennifer glanced at Link and Link laughed unintentionally. And I heard that he wants to win the Oscar for Best Actor? Haha, this is ridiculous. Just because he is a singer and a boxer and his acting skills are terrible, he also wants to win an Oscar. This is simply a huge joke. Those people at the Academy of Oscars must be crazy to give him the Oscar statuette. I can guarantee that someone like him will never win an Oscar in his lifetime. Link's face darkened when he heard this. Although Harvey was right, as a singer, boxer, and world superstar, it would be difficult for him to be recognized by the Academy of Oscars. But he accepted that Harvey said that his acting was poor. Harvey was a movie wholesaler. What did he know about performance? Jennifer blinked at him and asked if he wanted to continue listening. Link nodded with a sullen face. On the phone, Harvey called him a scumbag, a playboy, who didn't understand movies, liked the hype of the whole world, and was a flashy person. He said that Jennifer's decision to switch to his marriage company was definitely a very bad and stupid decision. This decision is likely to ruin her career and make her miss the Oscar for Best Actress. Will you regret it if you don't get an Oscar? Link asked softly, holding the girl in his arms. I don't know if I can get it, but it feels great to be together. Jennifer shrugged and said, Jennifer, I'll give you one last chance. Leave Link Baker, and I'll give you the role of Tiffany, and I'll also help with the Oscar statuette. I have the ability to do so. If you choose to continue to follow Link, that's a pity. What's a pity? Link picked up the phone and said with a smile, Mr. Harvey Weinstein, what you said just now was so domineering, like a lion. But I heard from several women who were violated by you that you have no balls and need to be injected with drugs every time to become a man. I'm very curious. You are not even a man, so why do you challenge me and snatch women from me? Are you worthy? Link Baker? Harvey Weinstein's roar mixed with anger came from the phone. It's me, Mr. Weinstein. I don't know what makes you hostile to me, but I don't care. It just means I don't like you that much either. Link Beck. Harvey Weinstein gritted his teeth and said, you dare to say I'm not a man? I swear, you will pay the price for what you just said, for sure. Really? Harvey Weinstein, not long ago, a media friend of mine moved a piece of information from me, which recorded that, since the 1980s, you have violated or harassed women in the name of work, and there are also confessions from 10 victims. What do you think will happen after I expose this information? Nonsense. Do you think I will believe it? Julia Ormond, Ashley Judd, Rose McGowan, do you need me to say more? Link sneered. They are all voluntary. I don't believe you have their confessions. What does it matter whether you believe it or not? I'm not Jesus. Link hung up the phone decisively. Link, did Weinstein really violate more than dozens of women? Jennifer asked in surprise. More than this. Too bad. How can there be such a bad person in the world? Jennifer frowned, and an unknown color appeared on her rosy cheeks. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang again. Jennifer glanced at him, and was about to hang up, but Link waved his hand and took it. Good afternoon, Mr. Weinstein. What can I do for you? Link, why are you investigating me? What do you want? I got it by accident, and I'm taking it as an interesting story. I don't want to do anything. Give me the information, then I can help you get the Oscar statuette. You should know that in your situation, the Academy of Sciences will not vote for you. Only I can help you get the Oscar. No need. I'm an Olympic champion, a world boxing champion, a world superstar, a billionaire. What's the big Oscar statuette? Do you think I care about the Oscar? I publicly won the Oscar, just to give the media a material, to make fun of me. Why do you all take it seriously? Link put his arm around Jennifer and smiled faintly. So what do you want? Link, I know you. I've known you for a long time. We are the same kind of people. We both like beautiful women. Let's discuss something. Jennifer said that the movie Silver Linings Playbook is good. I want it. I want to transfer the budget and the entire project to Beach Films for investment. What? You want that movie? That's right. It's the price you pay for harassing my girlfriend. I didn't harass her. Okay, Link, Weinstein Films has invested more than $30 million in this project. How much are you willing to pay for the entire project? I only want the script adaptation rights. The market price is $30,000. $30,000? Damn it, what the hell, are you kidding? You only give $30,000 for a $30 million project? Do you think you can easily blackmail me with that? Link, you are too young. With my connections, I bet that, even if you expose all the data, you can't do anything to me. Really? I just made more than $100 million from playing games this year and the locals have nowhere to spend it. Otherwise, let's gamble with $100 million to see whether you have more connections or I have more money. Harvey Weinstein is a Hollywood tycoon and a gold medal film producer, but he is also related to a billionaire. After the collapse of Walt Disney Pictures in 2005, he and his brother Bob Weinstein left Miramax Pictures and established Weinstein Pictures. Without the protection of Disney Pictures, Weinstein Pictures is stretched in both resources and funds. In addition, the box office of several movies invested in last year was lower than expected, resulting in a shortage of funds for Weinstein Pictures. According to The Hollywood Reporter, in order to shoot new film projects such as The King's Speech, Piranha 3D, and Light Up America, Weinstein Pictures had to use the copyrights of 200 films as the protagonists last year, and borrowed $200 million from asset management companies and insurance companies. Link knew that the other party was short of money, so he pretended to be young and frivolous, rich and powerful, and saw that the other party did not dare to compare. Link, you are a very good young man. I admire you very much, and we both like beautiful women. This is our common point. I think we have the opportunity to become friends, not opponents. You just said you like Silver Linings Playbook. Haha, it happens that I like this movie too. How about cooperating once? The production cost of this movie is $40 million. We each contribute $20 million and jointly produce it. The profits will also be half of each. We are all friends. How about making a fortune together? And the heroine, Miss Jennifer Lawrence, is very suitable. As long as you agree, I will arrange her to join the group immediately. Harvey Weinstein said with a smile. Miss Jennifer Lawrence looked at him in surprise. Link raised his lips and laughed. Harvey, you are right. We are all friends. Cooperation is beneficial to both sides, and fighting is harmful to both sides. I understand this truth, but I'm young, and don't know how to make movies. I know nothing about movie promotion. I heard that many billionaires don't know the rules of the film industry. They go to Hollywood with checks, but are cheated by the film companies who make false accounts, falsely report costs, steal, and cheat them out of everything. Harvey, you are a gold medal producer and a Hollywood tycoon. I will cooperate with you. You won't cheat me, right? Haha, Link, you are really joking. We are friends. How can I cheat you? It's absolutely impossible. How about we talk face to face when we have time? Harvey laughed. Link thought about it and agreed. He also opposed getting rid of Harvey, the bad guy, now in making Palm Beach Pictures the leader in the field of independent production in Hollywood, but it was important to talk about it. First of all, the Donkey Party is in power at present, and Harvey has a political advantage. Even if he can find a way to collect evidence of Harvey's crimes, he is not 100% sure to send him to jail. This is not the right time. Secondly, Harvey has been working in Hollywood for more than 30 years and has extensive connections. He has sought connections with the 7 major film companies, the largest company CAA, and the officials of California and New York. It is almost impossible for a newcomer in the industry to defeat the enemy in a short time. This is not the right place. Third, it is not the right people. Many first and second tier actors in the current film industry have worked with him. Those movie stars and directors who were promoted by him are still the backbone of the American film industry. This is Harvey's foundation in Hollywood. If you go to the ring with Harvey, you will face the risk of being isolated by the entire circle. In addition, Harvey is currently very powerful in Hollywood. Those victims have concerns in their hearts and dare not stand up and report him openly. The reports of a few victims alone will not have much impact on Harvey. Based on these 3 points, Link believes that it is not a good time to break up with the other party for the time being, and it is not a good choice to cooperate with him. It is rumored that Harvey and his brother Bob are not good people. One is cruel and licentious, and the other is sinister and corrupt. Cooperating with them is like seeking the skin of a tiger. Link, are you going to co-produce this movie with Harvey? Jennifer asked. Silver Linings Playbook is of good quality and is Jennifer's last work. The sales performance should not be bad. It would be a pity to miss it. As for whether Harvey would cheat you, that is certain. But a strong person like Manhattan Harvey must be confronted head on and countered in order to get the best out of the situation. Ding ling ling. Less than 3 minutes after he and Harvey finished their call, director David Russell called to tell Jennifer that she passed the audition. Link, should I take this role? Harvey looks scary. Jennifer said nervously, holding the phone. Don't worry, I'm here. Link patted her on the back. Jennifer looked up at him, smiled slightly, hooked her hand around his neck, and offered her red lips. What should I do without your intelligence? My mouth is not as sweet as yours. I'm good together, and you attract me, but you kick me out. You are sometimes passionate and sometimes cold, which makes me dizzy. I'm not kidding. I can't hold you down on the stage. When Dino was singing with the microphone, Mario patted him and pointed at Link's position. He also pursed his lips and made a kissing gesture. Dino looked up at his thick lips. He is a big star. Mario looked at the other party who was still kissing and was full of envy. This is a skill. You can't envy it. If I had known earlier, I would have traded stocks. If I had hundreds of millions of people, I could also pick up female stars. Mario grabbed the keyboard, opened it and shouted loudly, "Legends never die, legends never die, when the world is calling you." Chapter 379 Bob's Struggle. Bang. In front of the office of the president of Weinstein International Pictures on Hollywood Boulevard in Los Angeles, Bob Weinstein reached out his hand and was about to knock on the door when he heard the sound of glassware being smashed from inside the room. He withdrew his hand and waited for 4 or 5 minutes before the room returned to calm. Dang dang dang. He reached out and knocked on the door. "Get in." The people in the room roared loudly, like an angry lion. When Bob Weinstein opened the door, he saw glass fragments all over the floor. Even Harvey's favorite crystal statue of a naked woman was smashed into pieces. Harvey himself was sitting in an office chair with cold eyes and ferocious flesh. He breathed heavily, and his big belly and short and thick double chin would swell up at the same time with his breathing, like a bullfrog in the swamp. Bob himself also had a big belly and a double chin, but he thought he was a little more handsome than brother Lynn Harvey. "What's wrong with Harvey?" Bob used his foot to cut through the glass fragments on the ground and took 2 steps forward. "Link Beck. Damn Link Beck." Harvey slammed the table and yelled hysterically. "Link, how did he offend you?" He knew Link a very dazzling person who had made great achievements in the boxing and music circles. It was said that he had come to Hollywood to develop and even connected a film company. As for Link's approach, Bob could only say that he was too naive and too idealistic. He thought that if he did well in other fields, he would also do well in Hollywood. This was impossible. The water in Hollywood was more fiery than the boxing and music circles. For example, 2 years ago, David Ellison, the eldest son of Oracle president Larry Ellison, had $50 million to invest in Hollywood movies. The first movie, Inception, cost $60 million to produce and sold $17.83 million worldwide, losing all the $50 million and becoming a joke in the circle. Billionaire Larry Ellison couldn't stand it anymore, so he found Paramount Pictures boss Ray Stone and arranged for David Ellison to go to Paramount to learn how to make movie scripts before investing in movies. So in Hollywood, money alone is useless. Many people think that Link will be the next Hollywood comedy after David Ellison. Although his first movie The Scandal Project was a big hit, no one believes that he will continue to be lucky. Hearing his brother Bob's question, Harvey's face was gloomy, and he talked about what made him angry with Link. Before calling Jennifer, he thought that with his status, he only needed a few words to make the new actress Jennifer obey. He had used this trick on many goods, and it worked every time. But it didn't work with Jennifer. Not only did it fail, but Link heard all the big words he said, and the words he mocked Link. It was too infuriating. Jennifer was too disappointing. He just called Jennifer. On the one hand, he was optimistic about her. She was 20 years old this year, but she showed good acting skills. She was a very potential character and worth exploring. Secondly, he also wanted to use this incident to take revenge on Link. Everyone knows that Link is the most charming man in the world and is very attractive to women. As long as he can hug his gossip and Jennifer and appear in public, he can make Link lose face and let the master know that Link is handsome, strong, and powerful, but in Hollywood, he is the only king. He did not succeed, but was threatened by Link, the bastard, and forced to transfer the film rights to him. Harvey was very angry. He had been in Hollywood for more than 30 years and had become the most powerful figure in Hollywood from an unknown person. No one dared to disobey him for many years. Today, he was confronted by a 21-year-old young man. It was really hateful. What did you say? Does Link have evidence of your sexual assault on several laborers? Is it true? Bob asked suddenly. I'm not sure, but it feels true. Because Link scolded him for having no balls and needed to be injected with drugs to become a man. Only people who have a close relationship with him would know such things. And the 3 girls mentioned by Link were indeed raped by him. In addition, Link is a billionaire, the son-in-law of the Thompson family, and has friendships with Amanda Hearst, the eldest daughter of the Hearst newspaper group, and media tycoon Murdoch. With his strength and connections, if anyone is determined to search for relevant evidence, he will definitely find it. This is what Harvey is worried about. Harvey, I told you a long time ago that if you want women, you can go to prostitutes and don't mess around in the company. This is the 21st century, not the 1950s and 1960s. Your way of doing things is very dangerous, but you didn't listen. What about now? Bob shouted with his neck puffed up. Shut up. I'm Harvey Weinstein, the modern savior, the most powerful producer in the world. Many good movies on the market now are produced by me. My contribution to the film industry is unparalleled. What's wrong with playing with a few Americans? Harvey roared even louder. Bob shook his head helplessly. Harvey was blown up by the modern media in Hollywood. Although he made great contributions to the development of the film, he was not a top figure. In addition to him, Jerry Bruckheimer, David Heyman, Kathleen Kennedy, Scott Rudin and others are also top producers. In terms of movie box office performance alone, Harvey is not even in the top 10 among producers. He is just a little better than them in competing for the Oscars. He is known as the Oscar winner-making machine, which has made Harvey more and more complacent. Harvey, now that Link has your black material in his hands, what are you going to do? He is not Aisha Argento, Rose McGowan and other women without foundation. It is difficult to get rid of him. Bob asked. Harvey sat in the office chair and took a deep breath. His neck and skin swelled up again, and the flesh on his face trembled slightly. Keep him steady first. I've already promised to have Jennifer Lawrence, the heroine of Silver Linings Playbook, come to sing, and I've also promised him to co-invest in this movie. I have enough confidence that he won't get angry for the time being. What's next? Tear it up. The evidence is in his hands. What happens if he uses those things to threaten you? Are you destined to be the next role or the next movie produced by him? This is absolutely not okay. Bob is also a shareholder of Weinstein Pictures. He is very dissatisfied with Harvey's practice of easily swapping roles and projects with others without discussion. Harvey's actions are obviously damaging the interests of the company, and secondly his interests. Even if they are brothers, they must be clear about their interests. Damn it, I got this movie. Don't talk to me in that tone. Harvey described with dissatisfaction. Silver Linings Playbook was made at a cocktail party. He met director David Russell and asked him if he had any new works. David Russell talked about the situation of the new vision. He thought it sounded good and asked for cooperation. Director Russell was still a little nervous at the time. He immediately threw out the bait and said that he could help compete for the Oscar. Director Russell immediately agreed. This is his Manhattan Hollywood filmmaker's trick. In the film industry, all cast and crew members have an unusual obsession with the little golden man. It seems that after the appearance of the little golden man, they will be a little higher than many of their peers. In order to get the little golden man, they are willing to sacrifice their personality and body, and even lose their moral bottom line. If others use the little golden man to fish, those actors and directors might hesitate, but he is different. The films he participated in the production and distribution of have won more than 300 Oscar nominations and more than 70 Little Golden Men, which is unprecedented in film history. When he used the little golden man to fish that time, almost no one could resist his temptation. Except for that bastard Link. Okay, Manhattan Link bastard, what do you have? Bob asked. Go tell Bruce Cohen to increase the budget of this movie, double the original budget. Link wants to cooperate, so just hand over the money. After he pays, I will let him know how deep the water is in Hollywood and the consequences of offending me. Harvey's eyes were angry, the flesh at the corners of his eyes twitched constantly, and a cruel light flashed in his gray eyes. Is this feasible? Although Link is a newcomer, the people in the Palm Beach industry are not. They participated in the production of the scandal. They know how to calculate the cost, and how to calculate the ownership. In fact, he is involved in the cost pit, and is heavily involved in the case. He also has your dirty laundry in his hands. Before he hands it over, will you anger him by doing this? Bob took out a cigarette, and tapped it on the desk. Harvey frowned when he heard what he said. Bob was right. Link didn't understand movies, but there must be someone around him who did, so he could choose a dark horse in the crowd of movies, and invest millions to make millions. For an expert like Manhattan, the method of raising costs and cooking the books would not work. If there was a problem in the middle and Link knew about it, what if Dan chose to tear his face and expose the black material? Harvey was not worried about those mixed black materials. As long as Washington was still there was no need to worry about being cleaned up. But after those black materials were exposed, it would inevitably cause a certain degree of damage to his own image, affecting the production and release of the company's films. Now Weinstein Pictures has a lot of debts, unknown funds, and huge loans. If the release of the movie is affected and the funds are recovered a few months later, it may cause a break in the capital chain. In more serious cases, it may even cause the company to go bankrupt. You can't tear your face with Link yet. Bob, you have a flexible mind. What good ideas do you have when you grow up, Link? Harvey looked at his brother who had a hooked nose and always liked to squint. Bob lit a cigarette, squinted his eyes, and took a puff and said, Link is a billionaire. He makes tens of millions from a boxing match, and 100 or 200 million from a concert tour. He has a lot of money left, and our company just happens to be short of money for development. For us, Link may be a good partner. After completing the cooperation with him, we have become a community of interests. We prosper together and suffer together. Exposing your black material is going against the US dollar. Will he do this again? Cooperate with him? Is he worthy of it when he knows nothing? Harvey said disdainfully. He has money and knows nothing. This is a completely good thing for us. Think about it. You want to cooperate with someone who knows a lot and let him give us instructions on our movies? Bob held the cigarette holder tightly. Harvey pinched his chin and thought about it. It made sense. He stretched out his hand and asked his brother to continue. I heard that Link is lustful. After the cooperation is reached, you can find an opportunity and arrange 2 exits to contact him, drag him into the water, and get his black material by the way. In this way, you don't have to worry about being threatened by him, and you can even control him in turn. Bob pinched the cigarette butt and smiled coldly. Harvey couldn't help but nodded when he heard his brother's clever plan. It is indeed better to do this than to break up with Link. Besides, Link is lustful and wants to get his black material, so it won't be troublesome to talk. As long as he can get Link's black material. Harvey smiled coldly. When he saw Harvey agreed to his suggestion, Bob was relieved. At present, the company's development is not smooth, and it is facing internal and external troubles. If it faces a rich and famous billionaire like Link, it will be a miserable victory if it can win equally. Now that the enemy has become a friend, it is definitely a good thing for the company to have one more powerful partner. As long as Link agrees to cooperate, the 2 sides will reach a common interest group, and the black material in his hands will no longer be a threat. He also secretly cheered for the idea he came up with. Dong dong dong. A woman in clothes came to the door of the office. It was Harvey's female assistant with a syringe in her hand. Bob took a light glance, shook his head, got up and said goodbye. Chapter 380. Captain America is filming. When Link and Jennifer were making love in bed, Harvey called. He asked when he would come to Los Angeles so that they could chat face to face. Harvey also praised him for being young, handsome, and romantic, and the best he had ever seen, and said that he couldn't wait to talk to him face to face. Hearing Harvey's enthusiasm, Link felt a chill from his coccyx to his brainstem, and couldn't help shivering on Jennifer. Harvey was not a good person. Although his tone was somewhat relaxed before the call, the anger and hatred mixed in his words could still be seen through the phone. In this call, Harvey's tone became very normal, and he couldn't wait to talk to him about cooperation. This change made him alert. The other party was so eager to meet. Could it be that he had already dug a pit and set up a trap, waiting for him to jump in? So should he go to Los Angeles to talk to Harvey about cooperation? If he went, he might fall into the pit. If he didn't go, he would scare Harvey and miss a chance to make money. Link put his arm around Jennifer's waist, thought about it carefully, and decided to go to Los Angeles. Although Harvey was a bad guy, he liked to take advantage of actresses, feared victims, was suspected of workplace bullying, etc. But after his fall, apart from these problems, he hoped that there would be no other serious crimes. In terms of danger, he was not as dangerous as Little Evangelist, Puff Daddy, and others. It would be nice to go to Los Angeles to talk to the other party. He said he would go next weekend. Recently, in addition to practicing boxing in New York, he was also filming Captain America. Captain America Steve Rogers is from Brooklyn, New York. He lived here before he was selected for the American team. He has more than 20 scenes in the pyramid and has filmed 7 or 8 scenes so far. The crew will move to Los Angeles next week. After hanging up the phone, Link leaned against the head of the bed and gently combed Jennifer's messy long hair with his hands. After intense exercise, her fair skin was pink, and the blush near the apples of her face was as if she had just come out of a sauna. Even the original freckles were covered by the blush and disappeared. The face seemed to be more beautiful after plastic surgery. This is indeed the case. Jennifer is a girl who is not delicate but very attractive. And her figure has the wildness, vitality, and sensuality unique to American Western girls. It is a different feeling from Taylor, Marion Cotillard, Emma Watson, and Nozomi Sasaki. Ding ling ling. While looking at the girl sleeping in his arms, the phone rang again. It was Evika's call, asking where he was and why he didn't come back at night. Link said he was sleeping in the Yorkville apartment and asked her what was wrong. Evika asked him which woman he was fooling around with. Link said Jennifer Lawrence and told her that Jennifer came to New York for an audition today. Evika snorted and said to deduct 5 points. Link protested. First, she said that she didn't expect such a thing in front of him, so it was unreasonable to deduct points. Secondly, he was a normal man with normal physiological needs. Her girlfriend would never have sex with him, so he could only eat outside. How could she be deducted points for such a thing? Evika said that the scoring power was in her hands, and she had the final say in giving and deducting points. Link felt helpless and prepared to find a time to hide her anti-wolf spray and then teach her a lesson so that she could directly add up the points. Evika said that her brother Edward Thompson had a birthday tomorrow and held a birthday party at home and asked him if he wanted to attend. Link asked if there would be extra points. Evika said no. Link said he would attend and asked about the time of the party, what gifts to prepare, etc. They talked about some work things. Lana's second album Born to and I were in production and asked him if he had any suitable songs. Charlie Puth successfully entered the second round of American Idol, and there were also works linked to the music publicity department. Scooter is now the director of the publicity department, and he also has to manage SB Entertainment. It is difficult for him to take care of both ends, and many tasks are not done properly. Evika suggested changing a publicity director, allowing Scooter to concentrate on running SB Entertainment, and to put Charlie Puth and Ariana Grande's operational positions in SB Entertainment. Link said, SB Entertainment is also an asset of Link Music. SB is growing and developing, while increasing the market value and influence of Link Music. Scooter plays a greater role in SB Entertainment than in Link Music. After chatting for more than half an hour, Link hung up the phone and fell asleep with the girl beside him. The next day, he got up at 6 o'clock on schedule, washed and changed clothes as usual, and went for a morning run outside Central Park. Since Dada was filming a play in the Rio crew and was not in New York recently, he wore headphones and ran alone in the golden morning sun. When he got home, Jennifer had already gotten up and was training in the gym. She was wearing a sports vest and stretch pants and was working out her arms and waist on the stretcher. Jennifer said her forearms were a little thick and her lower abdomen had some muscles, so she wanted to be slimmer. Link said it was better this way. A fleshy lower abdomen was sexier than a thin one, and she was 170 centimeters tall and had strong and slender legs. This was also the difference between her and the four exquisite young actresses Emma Roberts and Amanda Seyfried. She was a powerful actress, not a youth idol. Looking at Jennifer who was exercising, he thought of the movie The Hunger Games that made her famous all over the world. Jennifer became an Oscar winner for Silver Linings Playbook, and the Hunger Games trilogy made her one of the top beauties in Hollywood, with a salary of more than $20 million. The money Jennifer earned was equivalent to the money earned by Sandy Bay and the company. Link thought he should say hello to Kaylin and see which film company owned the copyright of the Cease movie. After breakfast, Jennifer went to Russell's studio in New York to discuss the role. Link drove her there and then went to Brooklyn to continue his performance in Captain America. At the beginning of the movie, Captain America Steve Rogers was a thin, frail young man who applied for part-time jobs many times, but was eliminated because of his poor health and was often bullied by others. When shooting this part of the scene, because Link was tall and strong, he could not achieve the thin effect, even if he lost weight. In order to solve this problem, the crew wanted to use CG special effects technology to change his body shape at the beginning, but after repeated attempts, they found that the effect was not good. They could only find two thin stand-ins for him, and then use editing technology to splice his performance with the stand-in's performance together. This also led to the slow progress of the crew in the early stage, and only 2 scenes could be shot every day. Link was on the crew for nearly 10 days, and only shot 8 scenes. Scene 9, 3 takes, 1 shot, start shooting. Captain America crew, on a long street in the Brooklyn film studio. Link sat in a wartime car, looking out the window at the alley, and said to Agent Peggy Carter beside him, "I don't understand why a pretty girl like you would join the army." "Oh, no, I mean a lady, an agent, not a girl. You are beautiful, but..." Ms. Peggy Carter, who was wearing a military uniform, turned and looked at him. "You shouldn't chat up girls at all, right? Do you know that this is what I said to the girls?" Link looked down at his fingers, depressed and a little inferior, and said, "Girls won't agree to dance with a man who will step on their feet. You should try." Miss Carter said, "No, every time I think about asking a girl to dance, I feel terrible." In the past few years, I have been waiting. Waiting for what? For people in the past. Link said depressedly. TSK. Keep this one, and the next one. Link, speak softer. In Steve's eyes, Agent Carter is a goddess. He will feel inferior and sensitive when facing Ms. Carter. Your voice is too loud, and it will destroy that feeling. Director Joe Johnston shouted, while watching the footage just shot. Okay. Link nodded and returned to the car to perform. Director Johnston held his chin and continued to watch his and Haley Atwell's performance. Link's performance just now was pretty good, but before working with Link, he specifically called director Woody Allen to ask about how he would work with Link. Director Woody Allen gnashed his teeth and told him that Link was an olive fruit type of actor. When filming with him, he had to be severely exploited and hit. The harder he was suppressed, the better he would act. Once he relaxed, he would become a third-rate actor. Therefore, when working with him, he must not let him have an easy time. After listening to this, Director Johnston seemed to have realized something and felt that filming with Link would be very difficult. Because each director has a different style. Some have a good temper, some have a bad temper, some will scold the actors on the set when they encounter something unpleasant, and some like to play cold violence on the set. Director Johnston considers himself a person with a better temper. It is also a very challenging job for him to suppress a superstar on the crew every day. Before filming, he consulted several directors who are known for their violent tempers. Ask them how to criticize each other more harshly without hurting each other's self-esteem. Some directors said this, and some said that directors with good relationships directly cursed and said that he was mocking them. Director Johnston did extra preparations before filming, but after filming, he found that the previous preparations were useless. Because Link's performance is much more mature than in The Fighter, some simple scenes only need to be shot once to pass, and he is not worse than several veteran actors in the same crew, so there is no need to completely suppress him. Director Johnston was both relieved and a little disappointed. But in order to prevent Link from losing spirits, he was stricter with Link during filming, and he would comment on a few words after each filming to put some pressure on Link. After working together for a few scenes, he found that this method is really good. Without stopping the suppression, Link's performance is also stable and rising, and occasionally there will be small bursts. In addition, during the filming, he also found that Link's inner drama is more delicate and more explosive than the action drama. This also surprised him a little. Is the inner drama of a world boxing champion even better? Director Johnston shook his head, watching the performance of Link and the beautiful Haley Atwell, and suddenly remembered something. He found his assistant Doug Coleman, and told him to keep an eye on Link, and not let him get too close to Haley. He also informed the two that they hoped to keep their distance before the filming was completed. In this movie, Captain America and Agent Carter are the kind of couple who want each other, but can't get it. Not letting Link and Haley go to bed during the filming can maintain that kind of feeling. Director Johnston was worried that it would be a bit strange when filming the emotional scenes. TSK. Save it. Next scene. After the filming, Link changed out of his afternoon uniform and prepared to chat with Miss Haley, who was acting opposite him, about tomorrow's scenes, but they were pulled away by their respective agents after just a few words. Ms. Anna told him that it was the sound of Director Johnston's flute, and that he should stay away from the heroine during filming, not to have any scandals, so that they could better help them complete the next scenes. Link felt helpless when he heard it. He just had a strong desire and couldn't meet a scumbag who flirted with everyone. Director Johnston's arrangements were a lot of surplus. At the same time, he also saw the shadow of director Woody Allen in this matter. He called Director Allen and asked about the production of Midnight in Paris and when it would be released. The director's answer was very simple, just saying that it was still early, and asked him to wait. Link asked how his performance was and whether he had a chance to win an Oscar. If so, he would ask Harvey Weinstein to help with public relations. Director Allen said he was dreaming. Peter O'Toole had won the Best Actor award 8 times but never won. In his case, he would need to be nominated at least 18 times before he had a chance to win the award, so he asked him not to worry. Chapter 381 Brother-in-Law Party. After leaving the crew, Link drove back to the Woolworth Building apartment to change clothes and took Evoca to the rich villa area on the west side of Central Park, where his uncle Edward Thompson lived. Thompson is Evoca's eldest brother, 3 years old this year, and is the vice president of the Thompson Group real estate company. He is an ordinary rich second generation. Link had met him at the party at the Thompson family's old house, and they were no strangers after meeting. "Hi, Edward. Happy birthday." Link handed over the birthday gift selected by Evoca and said, "Haha, thank you. Link, it's great that you can come. We must have a few more drinks." Edward Thompson stretched out his arm and gave him a warm greeting. Link smiled lightly and patted his shoulder. Seeing Tiffany coming over, Link asked her what she was doing recently and why she didn't go to Evoca's place to play. Tiffany glanced at Evoca next to her, rolled her eyes, and said that she was still a student and had to go to class every day, so how could she have time to go there every day to play? She also said that, even if she wanted to go, no one would accept her, referring to Evoca. With a snort, she said that, after becoming an internet celebrity, she kept her phone in her hand all over the world, taking photos everywhere, and failed 3 subjects in the semester exam. In order to prevent her from continuing to mess around like this, her computer was confiscated, and her social media accounts were strictly monitored, with a maximum of 1 message per day, until she went to college. Link, please judge for yourself. Do you think Eva is right to do this? Has it violated my human rights? Tiffany pouted, with dissatisfaction written on her round face. Link glanced at Evoca's cold face and smiled. Your sister is also doing this for your own good. Forget it, just pretend I didn't ask. Tiffany waved her hand and said, I heard from Selena that you are even stricter with her, nagging her to go to bed early and get up early to exercise and to read books and study. You also listed a long book for her. What's more, you went to China for a tour last month and brought back 100 SAT simulation questions for her to do. Selena said that she is now blinded by reading books and wants to vomit from doing test papers. Oh, poor Selena. Mock test papers? It sounds good. Are there any such test papers on Amazon? I will buy 100 of them and let Tiffany do them. Evoca asked with interest. Tiffany's face changed, and Link nodded cruelly with a frown on his round face, saying that there are some. Tiffany glared at him and walked away angrily. Link smiled softly and pulled Evoca into the party. The people at the party today were all young people, many of whom were acquaintances, including Kunis Jr., Peter Peltz, David Zuckerman, Luther Detch, Josie Epstein, Georgia Bloomberg, Amanda Hearst sisters, Hilton sisters, etc. Many familiar encounters. Most of them are second generation rich, third generation rich, and fourth generation rich. Only Link is rich. First generation's ROAI supports Stan. How come I don't know that he is also your friend? Evoca asked in a light voice. Haha, we drank together a few times. Epstein Jr. is a very interesting guy. Edward laughed. I have to say that your taste in making friends is still very poor. There is no decent person. Evoca looked at Edward coldly, and the corner of her eye twitched, and she looked at Link and gave him a bitter smile. Link put his arm around Evoca's waist and said that today is Edward's birthday, so don't say such words that ruin the atmosphere. Evoca glanced at him and didn't say anything else. Edward breathed a sigh of relief, winked at Link gratefully, pointed at an old man next to Kunis and said, Eva, I'm not without progress. Look who that person is. Link and Eva looked over and saw a young man in a red suit standing opposite Kunis, about 26 or 27 years old, with brown gold hair that had been changed into a handsome short hair. Although there were wealthy second generations like Kunis and David Zuckerman, as well as a few second generation officials in New York, the young man in red also questioned the C position and was followed by a group of people. David Ellison, the eldest son of Oracle president Larry Ellison, who ranked 6th on the Forbes Global Rich list with a net worth of $28 billion in early 2010. Haha, that's right. I met him at an underwear, high-end fashion show party. He is now the president of Skydance Pictures. He has earned hundreds of millions of dollars without relying on his family. He is a very outstanding guy. We can chat. Hey, Link, Mr. Link Baker, it's nice to see you here. My name is David Ellison, and I'm your fan. While chatting, David Ellison in the crowd suddenly glanced at Zhang, then stepped out of the crowd and stretched out his hands to Link, with a bit of excitement on his face. "Hey, David, I've heard about you." Link stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party. David Ellison held his hand with both hands, pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Didn't I hear that I lost 50 million in my first movie and was a loser?" Link smiled lightly. He had heard rumors about this. Rumor has it that David Ellison particularly likes air combat films such as The Last Airbender and Pearl Harbor, so he invested in The Last Airbender as his first film, which lost 40 to 50 million yuan. It is also one of the film projects with the most serious losses in recent years. The other party took the initiative to bring up embarrassing things during the chat, which also shows that he is a relatively straightforward person. "No, I've seen the promotional video of True Grit. I heard that it is your new work. The quality of the promotional video is very good," Link said. True Grit is a Western adventure film jointly produced by Paramount Pictures and Skydance Productions. It is expected to be released in December. It is co-directed by the famous Hollywood director Coen Brothers. The general producer is Scott Rudin, one of the top 10 gold medal producers in Hollywood. David Ellison serves as executive producer. The male lead is Jeff Bridges, who won the Oscar for Best Actor at the beginning of the year, and the male second is Matt Damon. From production to director to the leading actors, they are all powerful. You don't need to watch this movie to know that David Ellison can experience such a crew, which makes many people envious. Haha, thank you. I was only responsible for a small part of this movie. Even if the movie sells well, my contribution will not be very exquisite. Speaking of movies, your company's Scandal project is a real success. It invested 8 million and occupies more than 160 million worldwide, which is almost a 20-fold return. Link, how did you do it? When I first invested in a movie, I didn't know anything. The first one lost more than 50 million. You made more than 50 million in the first one. It's amazing. David Ellison held Link's hand tightly and took a lunch break without even noticing that the taro soup next to him was pushed aside. Evika smiled with her red lips, walked towards Georgia Bloomberg Chocolate, and chatted with David Ellison's sister Megan Ellison. Seeing David Ellison's enthusiasm and his popularity, Link couldn't show it off. He just modestly said that he was only responsible for investment, and the company's producers were responsible for other things. His contribution to the film was limited. David Ellison didn't think so, saying that Link was not only the producer of the film, but also the supporting actor. If he hadn't starred in it, there wouldn't be so many. This is also the view of professional magazines such as Complete Movie and Variety. During the release period, it was specifically mentioned that he made the film headlines several times through various hypes, which also helped the box office of the film a lot. In addition to talking about movies, David Ellison is also his boxing fan and music fan, and many of his games are like constant treasures. He said that he watched his games with Larry Ellison at home. Every time he watched, his father would explain the tactics and skills used by Link in the game, saying that his father also liked his boxing very much. When he heard David Ellison talk about those boxing matches, Link was sure that the other party was really his boxing fan. If it wasn't for the boxing fans, they couldn't remember those things at all. Think about the other party's son, a billionaire. If he didn't really like it, he wouldn't remember those things on purpose. Seeing that the other party was a real boxing fan, Link's attitude became more enthusiastic. He offered a glass of champagne and invited the other party to sit down and chat. Peter Pelt and Epstein Jr., who were far away, looked at the other party who was chatting enthusiastically, with unhappy expressions below. Before David Ellison came, they greeted him warmly and took the initiative to talk about many interesting things. But David Ellison's attitude was very cold, without even a smile, and his posture looked very cold. I don't know if everyone thinks he won't laugh or care, but after Link came, he was like a fanatical fan seeing his idol, holding him in various ways, licking him in various ways, and the smile on his face was obviously broken. Peter Peltz was very disdainful. Does the son of a billionaire need to hold Link in this way when he sees him? He is not afraid of losing his father's face. When little Kunis saw Link coming, the host was very enthusiastic to him, especially the relatives of the Thompson family, who directly regarded him as a Brazilian and Evika's husband. This made him very angry. He had enjoyed this treatment briefly before, but after Link appeared, everything changed and he became an outsider. You guys said you wanted to teach him a lesson. Why haven't you done anything for half a year? Little Cunis asked in a low voice with champagne, but the smile on his face was still warm and elegant. We have taken action. We were the ones who caused the online black wave a while ago. You know how serious the situation was at that time. Link was almost defeated by us, but unfortunately, Tesla went public and he became a billionaire. He was a wealth legend. In addition, he was young and romantic. Those fans not only stopped hating him, but also worshipped him more, and were more loyal to him. This bastard was too lucky. David Zuckerman said helplessly. Little E.T. Stan continued. Puff Daddy and I also arranged for several young girls to approach him, but he hoped that he would not be interested in those girls who were not famous. His awakening was also very successful. We tried several times but nothing worked. Little Cunis was very unhappy to hear this. He glanced at Link, who was talking and laughing in the crowd, and was regarded as the focus, and shouted in a low voice, "Is there any goo at all?" Peter Peltz and Little E.T. Stan frowned and thought about it. Someone mentioned that Link liked to speculate in stocks, so maybe they could introduce a few stocks for him to invest in and fail. As long as he lost his money, his halo would be much less. Luther Detch suggested to lure him into taking drugs. An avo-rich like Link who succeeded at a very young age must be very empty in spirit, so drugs could be used to control him. Little Epstein said that Link had no interest in ordinary girls, so maybe they could find a female star to approach him, let him make a mistake, and then try to get hold of him. Little Cunis nodded and asked them to arrange it as soon as possible. He didn't want to see Link for a moment. Chapter 382, Night Attacker. At his uncle's birthday party, in addition to David Ellison, he also met several second and third generation members of the Hearst and Bloomberg families. There were also Amanda Hearst's brothers and sisters, Georgia Bloomberg's brothers and descendants, Hilton family members, and Mars family direct descendants. Several members of the Hearst family currently hold important positions in the Hearst newspaper group. The Hearst Group's contracted media include more than 10 daily and weekly newspapers such as the New York News, San Francisco Taxman, The American, and the Chicago Examiner, more than 300 magazines such as Harper's Bazaar Esquire, Marie Claire, and Elle, as well as valuation and internet companies such as A+E Networks, ESPN, and Netscape. The Bloomberg family is both rich and noble in New York. The family assets are worth billions of dollars, and they also have great influence in politics. For example, Georgia's father served as a member of New York City Hall 3 times. The third generation is also working hard in politics and business. From the previous gathering at the Thompson family, these people were not very enthusiastic about him and were not even interested in saying hello. This time, many people came up to greet him, chat with him, and leave their contact information. They were much more enthusiastic about him and seemed to accept him as a member of the upper class. Link knew that it was caused by his rising value, but he didn't care about it, and he wouldn't act like you ignored me in the past, but now you can't reach me. As long as someone came up to greet him, he would patiently chat for a few words, talking about politics and economy, movies, and music. At this time, Evika would stand quietly beside him, with a decent smile on her cold face. The two stayed at Edward's party for more than 2 hours and drove away in the evening. How was the chat with David Ellison just now? Evika asked while driving the car. Not bad. He likes movies and wants to make a career in Hollywood. Seeing that I did a good job in investing in movies, he said he wanted to establish a partnership with Palm Beach Pictures, and I agreed. Link leaned on the passenger seat. He had just drunk a few beers and his head was a little dizzy. You had a good chat with Megan Ellison. Do you want to pick her up? Evika looked indifferently. Megan Ellison is David's sister. She is 24 years old this year and is also preparing to do it. Link remembered that she was more successful than David in this regard. The movies she invested in, such as The Assassination of Bin Laden, The Grand Master and The Master, have achieved good revenue results and reputation. When Megan took the initiative to find him to talk, he also showed enough patience and enthusiasm, hoping to have a chance to work together, but in Evika's eyes, his enthusiasm was considered a blow to Megan. Megan looks very neutral and has a strong personality. I only like silly and sweet women now, and I have no interest in strong and independent women like you. Link. Evika raised the corners of her lips. The brother and sister are very interested in you. Yes, men admire my boxing power. Women like my singing and appearance. I'm popular with both men and women. Link said proudly. Really? Evika looked indifferently. Link thought of course, but suddenly he felt a sense of failure when he thought of the fact that he had known her for almost 2 years and had not yet made her fall. He looked at Eva, who was wearing a light colored skirt and had a rounded figure, and said he could give it a try. Link stretched out his hand, but decided to wait and find a suitable time to make his move. The car was boring, so he took the initiative to bring up the feud with Weinstein, saying that the other party might retaliate against him and set traps on the new film project. In order to prevent accidents, he planned to invest with David Ellison to share the risk. Eva thought this was a good idea and said that Weinstein had deep roots in Hollywood and active connections in the political arena and asked him to be careful. At the same time, she also told him not to worry too much, that the birth issue could be dealt with, and that the Thompson family also had some connections in the political arena. Hearing her calm and composed tone, Link suddenly felt like hugging a big thick leg, which was quite nice, and he didn't feel embarrassed at all. When the car arrived at the Woolworth building, he remembered that Jennifer Lawrence was still at home in Yorkville. Jennifer was here for a business trip. As his boyfriend, he should spend more time with her during these 3 days. Evika apologized and said that she would go back to Yorkville tonight. Evika rejected his suggestion and asked for Jennifer's phone number, inviting Jennifer to stay at Woolworth Building Prague. It was said that there were many empty rooms in the apartment. Link was a little dumbfounded. His real girlfriend invited in of gossip to live at home? This was not a good thing. Jennifer was a strong girl and would not agree to such a funny invitation. But the result was beyond his surprise. Evika got out of the car and made a phone call. She didn't know what happened. She got back in the car and told him that Jennifer Lawrence agreed. She had arranged for her assistant to pick her up and she would arrive later. When going upstairs, Evika ordered a table of food from the hotel downstairs and had a seafood dinner in the apartment tonight. Link also called Jennifer and asked her if she really wanted to come. If she didn't want to come, she didn't have to force it. Jennifer said that, as long as Evika didn't mind her presence, she wouldn't mind either. Link put down the phone and asked what Evika had said to Jennifer and why she agreed. Evika said lightly that women understand what women want and need better than men. Link asked what they need. Evika said men. Ding. The elevator door opened and the two returned to the apartment. As soon as they walked into the lobby, Link heard a ding-dong piano sound and a sad and low female voice singing Dancing with Your Ghost. Sky screamed at the sky, screamed at the world, looked around and cried, "Baby, why did you leave me? Baby, why did you leave me? I'm still your girl. I'm still your girl. I couldn't sleep all night. I told myself that I was fine and lied to myself that everything was fine. Baby, you're just harder to see than most." This song was sad and beautiful, ethereal, and lonely. It was very suffocating to see a ghost singing in the desolate Versailles palace. Link listened to it and found it better than his own singing and more appealing than the original version. Walking into Hall 3, a woman with long curly hair sat in front of a Steinway piano, playing and singing. Her hair was thick and long, cascading down like a waterfall, only covering her delicate white shoulders. She was also wearing cool clothes, a white bra and silk shorts, and her hip size was not much different from Evika's. When did Lana come? Link looked at Evika beside him. She arrived at noon. When you came, she was sleeping in the bedroom. Evika took off her shoes and said, "Her singing is too negative, close to depression. You are her best friend and leader, but you didn't expect to help her? Only men can help her with this kind of thing. Do you want to try?" Evika urged. Link shook his head and reported that he had heard something about Lana. Lana had a boyfriend who was a speeding gang when she was 18 or 19 years old. She had a sudden accident on a motorcycle and her head was cut off by the wheel. Afterwards, she received a year of psychological counseling. At the age of 22, she finally came out of the emotional haze of the previous year and found a singer boyfriend who shared the same ideals. Within a year, her second boyfriend died in a disaster. She witnessed it with her own eyes at the scene, which made her psychologically even darker. As a result, she was very sensitive to words such as boyfriend and car, and even afraid of them. The successive blows caused her to be depressed, and the songs she sang, and the music she wrote also felt like mourning songs. In her second album Born to and Die, except for 2 songs by Link, the other 12 songs were all written by her, and one was more mournful. In addition to this song Dancing with Your Ghost, she played this album at the funeral without changing the song from beginning to end. "Hey, Lana, can you order a song?" Link shouted. Lana looked at him, gently fanned her long lips, and smiled. "What song do you want to listen to? How about Here With You?" This is one of the main songs of his third album. Due to the cheerful melody and positive lyrics, it has many similarities with the lyrics of Young and Beautiful, and is also considered to be a cheerful version of this song. Link hoped that this song would affect Lana's mood. Okay. Lana adjusted herself and continued to play and sing To All My Friends, To All My Friends. The night is a young night, the music is loud and the song is melodious. They are playing our songs, they are indulging in our songs. I don't belong to anywhere else. Link listened to it once, panting and dark-faced. A good happy song, sung from Lana's mouth, still had the breath of mournful song. Evoca smiled slightly and reminded him that Jennifer Lawrence had arrived. Link and Evoca met Jennifer at the elevator. The 2 women met, and Evoca took the initiative to greet Jennifer. Jennifer also smiled, and Elizabeth responded, looking at Link. Awkward. The awkward one was Link. When the other party walked side by side in front, he had no idea where he should stand. Whether it was in front or behind, he wanted to be a little redundant. It was not bad to walk in the middle and pull one in each hand, but the atmosphere was not in place, just like going upstairs without steps, and it was easy to bow your head if you rushed up. When the 3 of them came to the hall, Lana was a little surprised to see Jennifer, and when she looked at Link again, she had a smile full of evil humor. When Link came to his senses, he thought it was a good idea to invite Jennifer. After Jennifer came, the ordered seafood dinner was also delivered to the table by the waiters. The 4 of them sat at the long dining table. Link sat at the main seat, and Evoca, Jennifer and Lana sat on both sides. During the meal, the 3 women chatted about movies, music, and fashion. Link had no chance to interrupt. Once when they talked about movies, he interrupted, and the 3 women stopped talking and listened to him alone. Link didn't have his own head of the family and was suddenly pushed to this position, which was a bit difficult to adapt to. In order to avoid embarrassment, he didn't speak again after that and ate seafood quietly, thinking that Jennifer and Evoca were there and something might happen in the evening, so he ate more abalone, oysters and geoduck. When he went to bed at night, everything was different from what he thought. Evoca and Lana could not sleep with him, and Jennifer did not plan to sleep with him, so he had to sleep alone tonight. This situation reminded him of the words of his ancestors: 1 monk carries water to eat, 2 monks carry water to eat, and 3 monks have no water to eat. Link was the bald monk who had no water to eat. Seeing the 3 people go back to their rooms, Link could only stimulate the surging anger around him and sleep. It was only in the middle of the night. He dreamed that his legs were cascading into a cold and wet swamp, endlessly lifting his legs, but sinking deeper and deeper. He looked over clearly, but found that there was a woman in his arms. Thick long curly hair, with a cold fragrance. Curvy and plump. A little inferior to Evoca's, but more mature than Jennifer. He was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, the other party kissed him. Whispered in his ear, "I'm sorry, I really like you." With shy sobs, Link retracted his hand and completely fell into the bottomless swamp in his dream. When he woke up the next day, his arms were empty, and he was still alone in the bed. The swamp seemed to exist only in his dreams last night. The next day, he finished his running training and filming as usual. Jennifer dealt with her work in Prague and returned to Los Angeles to continue filming X-Men 4. The only change was that Link was more careful when driving. Because on his way to the crew, a black man suddenly rushed out of the alley and startled him. When he stopped to avoid him, he was hit by the car behind him. The front of the car hit the fire hydrant on the side of the road, and the car and himself were sprayed with water. When the car crashed, he couldn't help but think of the swamp with abundant rainfall in his heart, and felt that the woman last night was a bit mysterious. Link, look here, the filming has started, cheer up. Captain America crew, Zuang okay. Link rubbed his face and said. Scene 14. 2 shots. 2 times. Action. Captain America continues to shoot, and American Steve Smith finally joins the army with the help of Dr. Erskine to participate in the donation super soldier program. After using the super soldier formula, his body has undergone amazing changes, becoming tall and strong, with top-notch physical fitness, speed, reaction, and performance. Steve, how do you feel? Dr. Erskine asked in the laboratory. Link was lying in the experimental cabin and smiled. It feels okay. This is penicillin. Dr. Erskine patted him on the shoulder, and the staff announced the start of the experiment. Link looked at Agent Carter's back, and a firm look flashed in his blue eyes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. The staff took the syringe and started to inject, and the syringe in the cabin was pushed forward at the same time. Link suddenly opened his eyes wide, bit his teeth hard, and groaned from his mouth. The lights in the laboratory began to light up. Keep this one, and do another one. Link, you are about to transform. Put in more effort. I believe you can do better. Director Joe Johnston shouted. Okay. Link lay on the bed, took a deep breath, and cheered himself up to continue the performance. Chapter 383 Meeting with Harvey. In the original Captain America comics, Captain America became a super soldier after being injected with plasma. But some people who become stronger through injections will be associated with drug use, causing some adverse social effects. So in this movie, Captain America needs to undergo physical training first, and then complete anesthesia hunting and transformation through oral drug injections, plasma, and the absorption of lifeline. In the illustration, the shining Vita ray is made into a painful thing. The stronger the energy of the ray, the less pain it causes. Ordinary people can't bear it at all, so when shooting, Link needs to make a painful roar. Turn it off. Turn it off quickly. In the studio laboratory, Agent Carter heard Steve shouting in pain in the experimental cabin. Turn back, Mr. Stark, turn back, turn it off. Dr. Erkins shouted. Howard Stark, Iron Man's father, held the control valve and prepared to reduce the intensity of the Vita ray. No. Don't turn it off. I can hold on. In the experimental cabin, Link shouted with gritted teeth. Stark continued to rotate the energy valve and adjusted the Vita light intensity to 100%. Boom. A series of explosions occurred in the laboratory, and even the light in the experimental cabin became dim, and a puff of white smoke came out. Just when the owner thought the experiment had failed, the cabin door opened, and Link was lying in the experimental cabin with his upper body naked, and all the objects that had been taken away from him were swollen. The solid pectoral muscles, 8 abdominal muscles, delicate deltoids and shoulder muscles, like awakened pythons, all lurked under the skin, and when his body moved, the skin was cut and began to slide, giving it sexy. Link's body is really strong. The real Captain America probably looks like this. The crew members looked at Link's figure with envy, and the woman's eyes created heat. Director Johnston nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. When selecting actors at the beginning, shaping was also an important consideration. Among all the auditioning actors, Link's cut piece was not the largest one, but it was the most important one. The symmetrical, walking lines were the most beautiful, and the appearance was the most emotional. But for better visual effects, before the shooting, he specifically told Link to add some more of the cut things. Afterwards, Link gained more than 10 pounds, and now it looks very good. Not bad, Link, how do you feel? Agent Carter rushed over and asked. Just as she said the cute word, she slapped her eyebrows and found an awkward smile. Cut. One more time. Steve, how do you feel? Agent Carter looked at his strong and sensual twitching, his eyes burning, and stretched out his fingers to touch the 2 hot pectoral muscles, but stopped again. Grown taller, Link stood up straight, panting. It's too high. Agent Carter took out a piece of clothing and handed it to him. The crew of Cut and Next filmed in New York for more than 10 days and came to Universal Studios in Los Angeles to shoot in late October. Link followed the crew and talked to Harvey about cooperation. The place where he and Harvey Weinstein met was in an Italian cafe on Hollywood Boulevard. In addition to delicious Italian coffee, there are also various desserts: tiramisu cheesecake, golden bread, pigeon cake, Italian cake custard cup, etc., which taste very good. When Lincoln Broadbent, the production director of Beach Pictures, came to the coffee shop, Harvey had already arrived and was chatting with director David Russell in the booth. Seeing him coming, he looked at him for a few times. His eyes were cold and deep, but this state lasted less than a second. Harvey suddenly laughed, stretched out his arms, and shouted to Link, "Link, you look better in person than in the photo." Link smiled lightly and said thank you, only to see the other party stretch out his hands with a big belly, as if he wanted to hug him. He quickly stretched out his hand and grabbed the other party's wrist and shook it, saying that he liked the movies he made very much, praising him as the leader and godfather of modern movies, and also praised the other party a few words. Harvey laughed out loud, praised him for his youth and potential, and told him about his date. The atmosphere when the two met was more harmonious than Link expected, which made him come earlier. Harvey was not a good person. He was rude and cunning, did not follow the rules, and had no bottom line. He was notorious in the film industry. He often used almost fraudulent methods at international film festivals to obtain a large number of film sources, and then distributed them in North America, after editing to make money. Among the filmmakers who were deceived, a large number of them were from China. A Chinese director named Feng once publicly scolded him, saying that after Harvey saw a movie at a film festival, he would offer a very high price to buy the North American copyright, such as 10 million grammar, and pay a deposit of 200,000 grammar. Other film producers saw that Harvey's bid was high and withdrew from the competition. Without competitors, Harvey started to play dirty and trouble the transaction time. After the filmmakers urged him several times, he began to bargain, from the 10 million agreed at the beginning to 1 million, and even one more, and helped with the public relations of the Oscar Expo as bait. The filmmakers wanted to find no suitable distributors, and were eager to cash in the films in their hands, so they had to bite their teeth, and agree to it, bearing huge economic losses. Harvey cunningly deceived so much, but greeted him with a smile. Link couldn't be very careful to handle the next conversation. After Link sat down, he told the cooperation producer Broadbent that Bent was a gold medal producer that Link had dug from Warner Pictures at a high price. He was 50 years old this year. He entered the production field in the early 1990s and participated in the production of more than 40 films. His representative works include Becoming Jane Austen, The Killer Has No Holiday, Windkill, etc. The other party is also one of the producers of the Scandal Project and serves as the production director at Beach Pictures. The filming of the film is in progress. Link was chatting with director David Russell, who seemed to be unaware of the conflict between him and Harvey. After meeting, he explained to him why he had not found him to work with. The creative lead for Silver Linings Playbook was provided by Bradley Cooper, who thought it was good and approached him to ask for cooperation. Bradley Cooper is a famous actor who has starred several TV series with good ratings, including Sex and the City 2 and Alias 1, 2, and 3. In 2009, he became a first-line movie star with The Hangover and also worked with Link in Valentine's Day. Link nodded to show his understanding. He was not very interested in the leading actor in this movie. He had 4 or 5 movies on hand, and he was completely busy and did not want to add more burden to himself. In addition, as his net worth rises, he plans to take only 2 better plays every year after finishing these movies next year and spend the rest of his time training, managing music, investing in movies, or making other investments so as to strive to earn more capital in these years. Broad, it's settled. I believe this will be a very pleasant cooperation. Harvey, with a big belly, stretched out his hand and shook hands with Bent producer. Yes, we are also looking forward to Chachu's cooperation. Bent producer smiled. Link, how about it? Any other opinions? Harvey pouted his toad mouth, looked at Link, and said meaningfully. Link shook his head and said that he didn't understand movies, just paid the money, and asked him, Bent producer, and Russell director to take care of the rest, hoping to make more money through this movie. Harvey laughed and said that it was a must and pulled him to the side, whispering when he could return the information to him. Link chased Harvey's greasy face and tried to say that the information had been restored. Even if someone exposed it in the future, it would not be a problem with his thesis. After all, his information was taken from others and was not collected intentionally. In the end, he thought Harvey would change his face on the spot and ask to end the cooperation, but he didn't. Harvey just narrowed his eyes and said with a smile that it didn't matter, that Link's insignificant data was more important to him than this cooperation. Seeing the other party's attitude, Link felt even worse. Chapter 384, Heart to Heart with Taylor. The meeting with Harvey lasted about half an hour. From the meeting to their separation, the atmosphere was better than Link had imagined, which made him even more confused about Harvey's intentions. He could only tell producer Bent that he must be careful when calculating the cost of the film. He also mentioned that he and Harvey were a little dirty and their relationship was not as harmonious as it seemed. Bent said he understood. After 3 days of statistics and preliminary work, the budget of the Silver Linings Playbook was about $22 million, which was nearly half of the $40 million Harvey had said at the beginning. In addition, the company co-produced the film and invested about $11 million each. The film was the funeral of Weinstein Films, and it dominated the initiative, so Weinstein Films could get 5% more in North American acquisitions and overseas acquisitions. After Link finished discussing with Catherine, producer Bent, producer Herrick and others, he had no opinion, but in order to share the risk, he took the initiative to contact David Ellison and asked him if he was interested in the project. After discussing with David Ellison, Link split the $11 million investment contribution into two parts, Palm Beach Pictures 60% and Skydance 40%. Both parties invested together and shared the ownership and risks afterwards. Since this part of the activity was an internal transaction of Atlanta Pictures and had nothing to do with Weinstein Pictures, no matter how many parts he divided the investment into, it would not affect the operation of the entire project, so the cooperation was completed smoothly. After finalizing the training for Silver Linings Playbook, Link also completed a job that allowed him to shoot movies in the crew with peace of mind. Boxing. After coming to Los Angeles, he visited Taylor at the Beverly Hills Villa many times. He was turned away the first few times. Later, he met Taylor after Mrs. and Rhea went to persuade him. After meeting, Taylor did not give him a good face, often with his back to him, and said nothing. Link did not care. When he had time, he would chat with Taylor in the yard full of flowers and talk about his recent work. He also mentioned that he had recently written a new song, Say Something, and planned to put it in the fourth album, and asked her if she wanted to listen to it. Taylor hummed softly, lowered her head, and looked at the magazine, ignoring him. Link smiled, sat on the balcony with his guitar, and sang by himself. This is a song released by the Great World Band in 2014. It became popular because of the attention paid to the songs of Queen Christina Aguilera. It was listed in the top 10 of the US Billboard and topped the charts in the UK, Belgium, Canada and other countries. It is a very nice sad song and was later covered in Chinese by singer Zhang Xiaohan. Say I give up, don't you plan to keep me? I'm on the road to parting with you. I will be the one. If you want me to insist, I will be the one who waved your hand. The truth is that no matter where you are, I will follow you and insist. I will always follow you and say something to you. I'm giving up. Don't you plan to keep me? The road you are parting with. And I feel so small. I'm getting smaller and smaller in your world. It is beyond my imagination. I'm surrounded by your coldness and determination. I don't know anything, and I'm at a loss. Hearing Link's melancholy, low and sad singing, Taylor began to look up at him, blinking his curved lips again and again, and his expression became more and more surprised. After the surprise, his face was a little annoyed, and his snow-white fists were clenched tightly again. The songs written by this bastard are so affectionate in every capital. He wants to be a great lover, but he can't achieve it. He cheats on his wife, and has girlfriends everywhere. He is recognized as a scumbag by the world. It is absolutely terrible for him to sing this. But he sings so well, affectionate, devoted, and infectious. Taylor feels powerless and powerless, just like facing a murderer, but he can't get him up. Link sang it again and again, looked at Taylor and smiled. How do you feel, General? Taylor continued to look down at the magazine. This song is suitable for duets. I can't express myself enough if I sing it alone. Are you interested in working together? If we sing the song together, the effect will definitely be very good. If you don't want to come, don't disturb me while I'm reading. Taylor brushed the long hair beside her ear and said. Link shrugged and didn't force her. He sat on the balcony covered with sunshine, put his feet on the iron railing, and tilted his head to look at Taylor, who had a ruddy face and a well-proportioned figure. She looked more beautiful after pregnancy. How have you been recently? It should be good, right? I heard from Selena that you have parties every day, gathering with a few sisters and shopping. I heard that you went to the ranch for vacation last time. It's really enviable. Taylor blinked and ignored him. But I'm not doing well. My work and life are a mess. Think about it. After we broke up, things got worse. I'm like a train that deleted the original track and rushed through the wilderness. I don't know where the road is, and I don't know where the end is. Link rested his head on his arm, looking at the blue sky and white clouds in Beverly Hills. Occasionally, a few birds flew by, and suddenly he felt a little faint. Taylor glanced at him and saw his handsome profile, with melancholy between his eyebrows. Her heart seemed to be pulled by something itchy and painful. She took a deep breath, picked up the magazine, and threw it at him. Don't tell me if you're not doing well. I'm not a punishment for negative emotions. Besides, didn't you choose this kind of life now? You attend high society parties every day, and the people around you are all billionaires, elite tycoons from all walks of life. And now you have money, you can support women all over the world, and you can pick up whoever you want, and no one cares about you. Doesn't this meet your wishes? Everything is your choice. Why are you complaining to me here? Taylor sneered. Link shook his head and answered, looking at the sky and the ivy hanging down from the second floor balcony. The sunlight was dappled. Andrea said that you liked to eat desserts when you were a child. She was worried that you would get cavities and become a little fat girl, so she stopped you from eating. You ate secretly when you couldn't eat. Later, when you made money and realized the freedom of desserts, you could eat as much as you wanted. But now you suddenly don't want to eat. I'm the same as you. I used to be controlled by you, and I always thought that women outside were delicious and couldn't help wanting to try them. Now that no one is controlling me and I have the freedom to eat snacks, I find that everything is not as good as I imagined. But at this time, I have lost the correct course too far, and I can't turn back. I can only close my eyes and rush forward blindly. Link pointed at the plane passing by the sky and smiled. But there is one thing that is strange. No matter how bored I am, every time I sit next to you, I feel that I'm back on the original track. I feel relaxed and comfortable. Isn't it strange? Taylor blinked his blue eyes and said while flipping through the magazine, you should say this to Evica. She is your girlfriend. Link said, my biggest confusion in life comes from her. She is too smart, so I don't understand her at all. I don't know what she is thinking, what she is going to do, how she feels about me. Doesn't she really like me? She treats me very well, but I'm not sure there is no love here. And I said that we are from different backgrounds, have very different living habits, and have different thoughts and concepts. She likes to ask chefs to cook, while she likes to cook in a distinguished kitchen. She likes to live in a luxury apartment several meters high. I like to be down to earth, like to put my feet in the beach, feel the temperature of the sand, and other things. These differences make me very uncomfortable with my current life. The whole world seems to be floating in the air. This is what you asked for. No one forced you to be with her. Taylor said. It sounds like this, but during the time we believed she did nothing wrong, everything was centered on me, as if I was my partner and comrade in arms in life and career. If I break up with her, I will definitely be hurt. A person, a good woman, well, I'm too greedy. This is still my problem. Link stood up and stretched, standing on the balcony looking at the sky, the blue sea in the distance, and the bustling downtown Los Angeles. The sun was slanting, and he didn't bother Taylor and Lady Andrea anymore, so he took the initiative to say goodbye. Looking at his car and villa, Taylor returned to the house and saw his guitar on the balcony. He was silent for a moment, then plucked the strings with his slender fingers and softly sang the song he had just sung. Say something like I'm giving up on you. Don't you plan to keep me? I'm on the road to separation from you. I'm sorry that I couldn't get to you. Since I still can't stop your flowing eyes, no matter where you go, I will follow you. I'll always be by your side. Say something like I'm giving up on you. Don't you plan to keep me? I'm on the road to separation from you. And I will swallow my pride. At this moment, I swallow my anger. You are the one I love. I love you in my heart. I say goodbye, but I say goodbye with my mouth. While Taylor was singing, Lady Andrea came over with a stack of documents, stood at the door, and listened for a while. When Taylor finished singing, she asked, "Is this the new song you wrote? It sounds good." "No, it was written by that bastard Link," Taylor said angrily. "Speak nicely, scold him." Lady Andrea persuaded. "He deserves to be scolded. He is unwilling to let me go, even though we broke up. He comes to my place every day pretending to be a love saint, trying to occupy me in this way. Humph, don't let him come next time. I'm very annoyed when I see him now." Taylor smoothed her hair and went upstairs with her guitar. Lady Andrea shook her head. She still felt that they were the best match for each other. Although Link was a little fickle, he was still young and not hopeless. As long as she managed it patiently, she would be able to reap a perfect relationship. Suddenly she remembered the document in her hand and shouted at Taylor, "These are documents sent from the Nashville hospital. You need to sign them. Are you sure you want to do this?" "Yes." Taylor was firm. "If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 385 The Expendables released. During the filming of Captain America, Link also took time to guest star in The Cruise of the Perks of Being a Wallflower and You Are Still Here. In the former movie, he played the male protagonist's brother, a tall sports star, and the male protagonist's idol. The latter is a documentary about Joaquin directed by Cassie Affleck. Link plays himself in the film, a top singer who has successfully crossed over. His personality is a big star, a playboy, and his private life is relatively chaotic. His role mainly consists of two parts. One is his conversation with the protagonist Joaquin Phoenix backstage, talking about the other party's attitude towards rap performances and his feelings after becoming famous. The other part is that he and Joaquin sang the lead song Believer from the second album on stage, as well as the rap songs I'm the One and Lighters. In order to shoot the epidemic prevention drama well, the crew held a small concert in the Burbank area of Los Angeles, and Link sang on stage as a guest. He also flew to Paris in October to attend the engagement ceremony of Marion Cotillard and Guillaume Canet. When he met Marion, he unexpectedly discovered that she was also pregnant, but her belly was much smaller than Taylor's. Link asked her how many months she was pregnant. Marion said it was not his, and asked him not to worry. She leaned on his arms and said that Guillaume was very good to her and loved her very much, so she agreed to his proposal. Link stroked her belly and felt that it was similar to Taylor's. He remembered that Marion was filming the movie Rust and Bone before she became pregnant this year, so he was not sure that the child was not his. Afterwards, Guillaume also found him and said that Marion was already his wife and asked him not to disturb their married life. Link could only return to Los Angeles with mixed feelings to continue filming and training. In early November, The Expendables was released. The film was completed in May. After half a year of scheduling, it was confirmed to be released in November. The film brings together many top action movie stars from around the world, including veterans such as Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Jet Li, Jason Statham, Bruce Willis, Dolph Lundgren, and the world's most popular male singer. This film has attracted the expectations and pursuit of a large number of action movie fans before it was released. It was also called the most anticipated action movie of 2010 by the mass media, the Tough Guy Movie of the Year, the Real Life Must See Movie of the Year and other labels. The Expendables also lived up to everyone's expectations, earning $41.05 million in box office in 3,270 theaters in North America over the 3 days of the weekend. It beat the spoof film Twilight movie, Jennifer Aniston's Plain Love, Weinstein Pictures' Piranha 3D, Universal's big production Nanny McPhee 2 and other movies, and won the weekly box office championship. The reputation of this movie is both praised and criticized. People who like this movie say that the action scenes are very exciting and look very exciting. It feels like going back to the 1980s and 1990s to watch classic action movies such as Rocky and First Blood. It is a real action movie. I don't like to say that the plot of this film is old-fashioned. It doesn't suit the taste of the current audience, and it's not as exciting as imagined. The media's comprehensive review is 72 points, and the Rotten Tomatoes website's score is 68% fresh, with 46 people supporting and 14 opposing. Yahoo's film critics scored B. Whether they like it or not, the audience is very satisfied with Link's performance in the movie. They think his action scenes are no worse than those of several veteran action actors. They say that he is handsome, strong, and sexy, cool, and good at fighting. For this movie with an old style, old-fashioned plot, and a cast of all greasy uncles, some fresh air is injected, which directly increases the viewing rate of the whole movie. There are also fans who directly said that when watching the movie, only watch the clips where Link appears, and skip all the others. There are also many fans who persuade Link to take more action scenes and become an action actor, instead of talking about love with actresses in the movie. They said that if they want to see him talking about love, they can see it in the newspaper, and they don't need to buy tickets to watch it in the cinema. Link also became popular again around the world with this movie. His handsome looks, cool fighting moves, and playboy style in the movie also attracted countless fans. He was evaluated as the next action superstar. Vanity Fair evaluated him as one of the most anticipated action actors among the new generation of actors. In the second week of the release of The Expendables, it once again earned $20.67 million box office. Although the decline was as high as more than 50%, it was equivalent to winning the weekly sales championship, because there was no rival to compete with it. The cumulative sales in North America were 61.72 billion yuan. It is expected that the sales in North America will be more than 130 million. Compared with the production cost of 820 billion yuan, this number is not too high. The leading actors of this movie are from 8 countries. Link, Stallone, Schwarzenegger, and Bruce Willis have extremely high box office and sales appeal overseas. The media believes that the overseas sales of this movie will exceed the North American sales. It is estimated that the global share is about 300 million. According to 300 million, this movie can be called a big hit. After the release of The Expendables, Link's appeal was once again confirmed. Many film companies sought large amounts of money for him to cooperate, including many action movies, but Link refused. After becoming a global superstar, his desire for fame was no longer so much. After becoming a billionaire, the millions of tens of millions of films were not very tempting for him. Now he has limited time and is more willing to participate in some movies that make money for the company. The Hunger Games. After investigation, the adaptation rights of this novel are in the hands of Lionsgate. Lionsgate is an independent film and television production company that mainly produces movies. It was founded in 1997 and is headquartered in Canada. It has produced the Saw series, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D, No Bones Left, The Cabin in the Woods, Blair Witch, etc., as well as some independent films of good quality such as Hotel Rwanda, Monsters Dance, Girl with a Pearl Earring, etc. After The Hunger Games was published in 2008, Lionsgate immediately won the adaptation rights. Because the adaptation rights are only for 5 years, Lionsgate is currently preparing for filming. Palm Beach Studios has invited Lionsgate to cooperate, but has not yet received a response. Link is also anxious. According to media reports, the financial crisis and the development of the internet have caused a sharp decline in DVD sales. However, Lionsgate has faced huge losses in the past 2 years, with an estimated 8% from 2008 to this year, and 45 jobs have been cut. Even so, Lionsgate is still burdened with 350 million debts. In May, it announced a quarterly loss of $93.4 million and said it would continue to reduce film production plans to reduce losses. As producer Ben said, there are almost no film companies in Hollywood that are not short of money, especially in the field of independent production companies. Large independent production companies such as New Line, Focus, Lionsgate, Dimension, Weinstein Films, and Castle Rock Pictures almost all have fiscal deficits of hundreds of millions of yuan. Hollywood is also like a big casino, but the risk of this casino in Hollywood is higher than that in Las Vegas, because once the pyramid fails to bet, the loss will be as high as tens of millions. Producer Bent is talking about the losses of the film company on the surface, but in fact he is persuading him to take smaller steps, not to invest in too many projects at the same time, and not to participate in complex project investments for the time being to prevent losses. Link understood what he meant, but the sales of the Hunger Games series were good, and it was the most successful series of movies after Twilight series. It would be a pity to miss it, so he asked the company to continue to contact Lionsgate. Chapter 386 Eva's cooking skills. You're back. The food will be ready soon. Take a shower and change clothes first. In the afternoon, after finishing filming and returning home, Evika came out of the kitchen, smiled at him, and went back to the kitchen to continue working. In the kitchen, Link looked at her back and couldn't help but cover his forehead. Although Evika had been here for more than 10 days and cooked for him 7 or 8 times, he still couldn't believe that she would move here from New York, change out of her high-end dresses, put on an apron and cook. In the second week, after he left Taylor's house, once when he came back from filming on The Crew, he suddenly saw someone in the villa, and there was a burst of food atmosphere in the restaurant. He thought it was Catherine and Mandy. When he entered the restaurant, there were several plates of delicious food on the table, and Miss Evika came out of the kitchen with a plate of food, wearing a close-fitting apron, smiling and greeting him, asking him to eat. Link was a little confused at the time, not knowing when she came, and why she suddenly went to the kitchen to cook. He believed that he dared not follow her into the kitchen to take a look. It was indeed Evika. She was wearing a long apron that wrapped her tall figure, but it made her look even more sexy and graceful. Although she was a little clumsy when she cut vegetables with a knife, she was very careful and serious. The dishes she cooked were also well made, and the color combination was very beautiful, just like arranging flowers. At that time, Link asked her what she was doing, and Evika said she was cooking. Link asked her how to log out of the Now Live account. I would come over to cook. She only ordered takeout before. Evika said that she read a book which said that cooking at home is conducive to cultivating the relationship between husband and wife, so she did it. Link asked her what to do if the chefs and waiters lost their jobs, and whether they had no conscience. Evika smiled and said it didn't matter, and she could create more jobs. Link asked her if she was still in contact with Taylor, and what Taylor said. Evika smiled and admitted that she was not, but just urged him to take a shower and eat. Why are you still working here? I heard from Catherine that you like Chinese stir-fried dishes. I'll make a plate of spicy and sour chicken according to the recipe. Please try it and give me some comments. Evika put a plate of dishes on it. Link looked at her, went into the bathroom to wash his hands, and changed into a popular sportswear. When he returned to the restaurant again, there were 6 dishes on the table, 4 dishes and 2 soups. They smelled very good and had made obvious progress compared to 10 days ago. Link sat down to eat and tried her gang bao chicken. The taste was average and sweet, but considering that it was the first time that Miss Evika made it, he ate a few more spoonfuls. Evika on the opposite side crossed her fingers, with an expectant look on her beautiful face. Not bad, full score of 10, give you 8.5 points. Link nodded and said, thank you. I suddenly found that cooking is also a meaningful thing. Just like now, I cook, you are very satisfied with the food, and praise my cooking skills. This is also a great gain for me, more meaningful than negotiating and completing a 50 million contract. Evika said with a smile, holding her hair. In order to make it easier to cook, she tied her golden brown hair into a ponytail, and did not put on any makeup on her face. Although Evika was very beautiful, Link felt that the kitchen did not belong to her. She was a management talent, and did a very important job. Her time should not be wasted on 3 meals a day. Also, cooking would hurt the skin of her hands and face, and the fumes would damage the quality of her hair. These were not the results he wanted. You did a good job, but I suggest you don't do it. You can let the servants do it. If you are interested in cooking, you can do it on holidays in the future. Link. Why? Don't you like it this way? Ivica asked. I don't know what Taylor said to you, or what advice he gave you, but what I want to say is that you don't have to do these, and you don't have to change anything for me. You are you, and it turns out that you are more important than any woman. You are more charming, and I'm also attracted by you. After you make changes, I don't know if you will be better and fascinated by you, but I think you are very good as you are now. As Link said this, he suddenly remembered a song, which was the famous song of Mars' brother. Crystal is not much worse than Uptown Funk. At the same time, he was surprised to find that this song should have been released earlier, but Mars' brother wanted to create it but didn't. Could it be that he was influenced by himself? What's wrong? Ivica was thinking about him seriously and suddenly found that he seemed to be stuck, standing there motionless, even ignoring the green beans on the fork falling on the table. I remembered a song that I heard in the recording studio. The lyrics of that song are what I want to say to you. Really? Then sing it to me. Ivica smiled. Link shrugged, walked to the grand piano in the hall, wiped his fingers, put them on the keys, and sang while playing. Oh, her eyes make the stars look less bright, make the stars look less bright. Her hair falls perfectly without her trying. Naturally she is so beautiful, she is so beautiful. I tell her every day. Ivica spread her arms and listened to him singing quietly, the corners of her lips curled up slightly, the arc getting bigger and bigger. But every time she asked me did I do it? It looks okay. When she asked me if she was beautiful, I said I would say, when I saw your face. When I saw your face there was nothing I would change. It was perfect and impeccable. Because you are so great, you are so beautiful, just like you. Just be yourself. When you smile the whole world stops and stares at you. Because girl you are so great, girl you are so beautiful, just be yourself. Ivica didn't cover her face much after hearing the first few bars, but she couldn't help but pursing her red lips and blinking her beautiful eyes at the end, looking at Link's serious figure. A blush spread from her ears to her cheeks. Ding ding dong dong. Link finished singing, looked up, and stood up from the piano. Pa pa pa. Ivica couldn't help but applaud hard, like a little fangirl. Did you just write this? It's a very good song. I guarantee it will definitely be a champion single. Ivica smiled. I don't know. I've heard it before, but I forgot where it is. I'll call Green to ask. Link took her back to the table. So what you want to say to me is that I should be myself? Yes, you are perfect. There is no need to change anything for me, Link. But if you go to Taylor to complain next time and give Taylor the opportunity to cough, I'm not a competent girlfriend, what should I do? Ivica asked. Did Taylor really tell you about cooking? Are you so close? Link asked in surprise. Ivica raised her red lips. I have a bad relationship with Taylor, but we have a lot of common topics about you. When we have free time, we will talk about you. As for what we talk about you, it is a secret and cannot be told to you. Link's scalp tightened when he heard this. It stands to reason that the former Annie and the Protozoa should hate each other, but Ivica and Taylor still keep in touch and discuss him frequently, which makes him feel like the former Protozoa and Protozoa Annie are joining forces to fight him. Link felt that he should be more careful around Taylor in the future and not treat her as a tree hole and say anything. In addition, Taylor told Ivica these things, hoping that he was using Ivica to get close to her and not let himself annoy her. Thinking of this, he was silent. After breaking up for half a year, they contacted each other less and less, and their relationship became more and more distant. It seemed that he really shouldn't bother Taylor anymore, which would be better and fairer to her. Okay, I won't go to her to tell her those weird things. In the future, I will just look after the children, okay? You can also come together when you have time. Link went over and said. Then it's settled, but I did find some fun in learning to cook these days. It's also a good thing to feel that serving others, especially your lover, is also a good thing. Ivica smiled. You can do it on holidays and work as a part-time maid on weekdays. Okay. Ivica poured a glass of white wine and insisted on clinking it with his, saying that this would make the appointment more ceremonial. After dinner, Ivica went back to the study to busy herself with work. Link wrote down a short clip of Just the Way You and sent it to Marty and Brother Graham and members of Mars' team, asking them what they thought of it. After a meeting, Mars replied saying it was very nice and asked if it was his new song. Link was very surprised. This song was written by Mars for Annie and he had never heard of it. Did Gugu change to another company and did not meet that Annie, so he failed to write this song? Greem also said it was very good and asked if it was finished. Link sent the demo and lyrics to Greem and asked Mars' team to rearrange the music and sing it again. Mars was in the studio preparing for the second hour of the album. He only recorded one song and sent it to ask Link for his opinion. Link listened to it and found it a little different from the original version. The main reason was that Mars' singing of the song was not emotionally contagious and there were some problems with the arrangement. He sent a message saying that it was not good, pointed out several problems with the harmony and accompaniment, and asked them to continue to revise it. If Mars sang well, they would give him the song. Mars called to thank him and said that he would definitely give him the song. Every song was sung well. Just the Way You Are is Mars' famous work. It has topped the music charts in more than a dozen countries including the United States, Australia, Canada, Ireland, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom, and also helped Mars win the Grammy Award for Best Male Singer. The quality is very good and it is widely sung. It is a must-have song for weddings and is often played on Day Up. Link also opposed taking the song for himself, but after thinking about it, he decided to return it to its original owner. First of all, Mars is very good and coquettish voice is more suitable than his own. In addition, he is already a top star in the music scene, and having one more good song will not do much for his fame. With a song like this, Mars will be more famous, his album sales will be higher, and he will become a top singer faster. From the perspective of linking the development of music, it is more beneficial to discover Mars to sing. Are you done with your work? How about we go play tennis? Ivica came down the stairs with a tennis racket in hand. She was wearing a white bra, a white top, and olive-colored stretch pants that made her hips look plump. Her legs were long and round, and her legs were more than 1 meter long. They were neither thick nor thin, and they had some contours. I remember you said you didn't like playing tennis, and were worried that your legs would be ruined. Why are you suggesting playing tennis again? Link put down his pen and stood up. I think what you said is very right. We had very different lives in the past, from our daily eating habits to our living habits to sports. But we are lovers now. If lovers stay together for a long time, they need to learn to get closer to each other. If we continue like before, we will not feel happy, even if we are together. Link smiled lightly. There is no need to do this. As long as you let me go to bed at night, there will be no gap between us. Ivica stopped and looked at him. If you want to go to bed, you can do it now. Really? What should I do? Should I just throw you down? Link said with a smile. No, as long as you propose to me, I will immediately give you 80 points. 100 points is also fine. Do you dare? Ivica said, blinking her long eyelashes. Propose? Link was stunned, a little strange. He had started thinking about marriage before, mainly because he was too young, only 21 years old. This age is too early in any country. After marriage, his status will change. He is no longer a golden bachelor, but a husband with a wife, and maybe even children. It's scary to think about it. Do you have to get married before you can go to bed? Link felt that the difficulty of conquering her seemed to be higher than Taylor. Ivica looked at his face and said nervously for a few seconds, because my mother is Czech and lives in a very conservative area. She requires me to get engaged to my boyfriend before I can go to bed. Otherwise I will never be happy in my life. I promised her. So that's the case. Your mother is also for you. Wait. Were you engaged before? Of course not. Ivica glanced at him indifferently, picked up the racket, and pushed him away, and walked out of Vera. Link was stunned for a moment. If what she said was true, then she was impossible. With her peach-shaped figure, explosive breasts, and charming expression, she looked like a super mature woman. How could such a woman have never experienced men? Jesus didn't believe it either. Then what was the purpose of her lying? Tricking herself into marriage? Hey, what are you thinking about? Do you still want to play? Ivica shouted on the lawn. Link gathered his distracting thoughts and went to the tennis court to play tennis with her. Playing tennis with Ivica was a pleasing thing, watching her running around on the court, the curve of her chest moving like a rabbit, and her white and flexible waist, slender and straight long legs. Bang! It was not until his forehead was hit by a tennis ball that he retracted his eyes and played seriously. 5 sets and 3 wins, 5 balls in each set. In the first game, he won 3 sets in a row and won the game cleanly. In the second game against Eva, he won the game again with a larger score difference. Ivica still refused to admit defeat. Although she was sweating profusely, her bra was soaked, and her legs were cut and trembling slightly, she still asked for another fight. Link saw that she couldn't even hold back the racket, so he advised her not to fight anymore and practice next time. Ivica insisted on fighting and said she would definitely win. Link had no choice but to let her win. In the end, Ivica smiled and said that she won. Link didn't refute it, but just looked at her back and thought about the extra points. If he added 80 points for the proposal, would it be a trap? Chapter 387 American Music Awards. After the conversation, Ivica returned to New York to take charge, and it was more convenient to handle the work nearby. Before leaving, Ivica said that if he couldn't go back to New York on the weekends and holidays in the future, she would fly to Los Angeles to accompany him. Link wanted to say no, because she would not go to bed with him even if she came, so it didn't matter whether she came or not. At the same time, he was a little surprised by Ivica's requirement of getting married before going to bed. It stands to reason that Americans, even China and South Korea, which are more conservative, don't care much about how many men they marry. Why did Ivica use this as an excuse? Or maybe what she said was true, and she had never slept with a man before. Thinking of this matter again, he was a little entangled. After talking with Taylor last time, he planned to end the awkward relationship with Ivica and become a playboy completely, but after hearing about this, he was a little reluctant to let go. Although there are many beautiful women in the world, women like Ivica who are capable in all aspects are rare. If he gives up Ivica, no one can compare to her next. After struggling for a few days, Link had to think that Ivica was a very good fisherman. Since he followed her album Link Music, he was not only hooked by her ears, but also entangled in her fishing net. As of this week, The Expendables has been released simultaneously in more than 30 countries overseas, with a cumulative share of 104 million sentences. Although the sales performance is not as good as the previous releases of Inception, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 1 and Toy Story 3, the sales performance at the end of the year is also relatively bright. This is also because the action scenes in this movie are very cool, and Link's role setting in the movie is very charming. After the movie was released overseas, it was sought after by many fans. Chris Liu, Nozomi Sasaki, and Yui-chan even called him specifically, saying that his performance in the movie was too cool. A handsome, fighting, and philandering man is completely in his true colors. Well, this is teasing him. TSK. Next scene. After the Captain America crew moved to Los Angeles, the work became smoother and more boring. The 8-hour workday, from 9 AM to 4 PM, is on time for work and off time. It's not that he doesn't want to work overtime, but the overtime pay for fluorescent lights is too high, and the crew doesn't want to spend extra money. With free time, he spends most of his time on boxing training. He was taken away for training, and his weight increased more and more, reaching 181 pounds. In addition to the needs of filming, he is also preparing for the next light heavyweight competition. Movement and reaction speed, chromosomes have shortened to a certain extent. He needs to adapt to the current weight before the game, and try to increase his speed. If he can still maintain a super middleweight speed in the light heavyweight competition, this will undoubtedly be a great advantage for him. The world's martial arts are only fast and invincible, and this also applies to boxing. In addition, after gaining weight, he tested the weight of both fists. The right fist tops 1,650 pounds and the left fist tops 1,500 pounds. It is about 20 pounds heavier than the test in April and May. This is good news for him, which makes him more confident in winning the game. The only person who is dissatisfied with his weight gain is probably De La Hoya. The competition next month is over, Since they are not boxers of the same level, the competition itself is a challenge. The requirements for the weight of both players are not so strict during the competition, so you can gain weight before the competition. De La Hoya is 182 cm tall. He wanted to gain 10 pounds before the competition. I don't know if he can be equal to him. But after he gained weight, he was cut more thoroughly. He didn't lose any weight at all. He looked very handsome. When Ahoya saw him, he would complain that he was afraid of losing and would secretly increase his weight before the competition. In mid-November, the American Music Awards are coming soon. Link took time to attend the award ceremony at the Nokia Theater in Los Angeles. The venue is the same as the MTV Recording Awards, and the singers participating in this award ceremony are also similar. It is a comprehensive data compiled by Billboard magazine and the Billboard website, including album and digital single sales, radio on-demand volume, network traffic, social media activity and concert transaction announcements. To put it bluntly, it is compared with the popularity in the United States, album sales, network popularity, and concert sales. No matter which aspect is compared from the above points, Link is well deserved first. Currently, the album The Woman I Love has sold 4.68 million copies in the United States and about 20.5 million copies worldwide. It is also the only album in 2010 with sales of more than 4 million copies in the United States and more than 20 million copies worldwide. Ranked in Taylor's Last Kiss, sales in the United States are 3.85 million copies, and sales worldwide are about 9.5 million copies. Third place, Eminem's Recovery, sales in the United States are 3.23 million copies. Fourth place, Goddess Antebellum's Need You Now 3.02 million copies. Fifth place, Justin Bieber's My World 2.02.32 million copies. Sixth place, British singer Susan Boyle's album The Gift, sales in the United States are 1.72 million copies. Eighth place, Lady Gaga's The Fame 1.59 million copies. Eighth place, Aubrey Drake's Thank Me Later 1.21 million copies. Ninth place, Wiz Khalifa's Deal or No Deal 1.19 million copies. 10th place, Kesha's Animal with 1.14 million copies. Among the singers, ranked 11 to 20, soul singer Sad Soldier of Love, Usher's Raymond vs. Raymond, Katy Perry's Teenage Dream released in September, Miley Cyrus Can't Be Tamed, and Selena's A Year Without Rain all sold more than 800,000 copies in the United States throughout the year. Because there are so many similar peers in Link's third album, the popularity in the media and on the internet is unmatched. At the American Music Awards, he also won 4 awards with a huge advantage, including Artist of the Year, Male Pop Vocalist of the Year, Pop Album of the Year, and Adult Contemporary Vocalist of the Year, becoming the biggest winner of the American Music Awards. Eminem won Best Rap Artist and Best Rap Album with Recovery. The Kid also won 3 Best R&B Albums and Singers. Gaga only won the Best Female Pop Vocalist award, while Taylor, Carrie Underwood, and the Antebellum Goddesses shared the country music category, Best Female Vocalist, Best Album, and Best Group awards. Won the Best Breakthrough Artist of the Year. Wiz Khalifa, Selena, Lana Del Rey, Katy Perry, Bruno Mars and others were nominated, but because of their personalities, they failed to win the award. After the American Music Awards, Link returned to the crew to continue filming. In mid-November, the Captain America crew went to the UK, Sweden, Norway and other places to shoot. It took more than 2 months in the fall to complete the filming of the main part of Captain America. The remaining post-production will be completed in the Los Angeles studio, and there are about 10 days of scenes. In December, he returned to the United States to participate in a boxing match with De La Hoya at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas. The epidemic prevention competition was officially announced at the beginning of the year. After a year of publicity and promotion, it was almost known to everyone and successfully aroused the expectations of boxing fans. In order to add more highlights to the epidemic prevention game, he and De La Hoya sang 2 songs to warm up before the game, and the game started after the singing. It was not that he created a water release to knock down De La Hoya, but that De La Hoya played very cleverly in the game. with lightweight speed and superb boxing skills, as well as high-frequency fast punch harassment tactics, it is very troublesome to fight. In the end, Link took advantage of De La Hoya's declining physical strength and trapped him in the square. He hit him in the face with 2 consecutive punches before successfully KOing him and winning the game. Due to the good publicity and promotion, the paid PPV sales of this game reached $125 million, ranking second in the Forbes boxing PPV revenue list. The name is De La Hoya vs. Mayweather in May 2007, with PPV sales of $136 million. Third place, June 8, 2002, Lennox vs. Tyson, PPV sales of $112 million. Fourth place, June 28, 1997, Mike Tyson vs. Holyfield, PPV sales of $100.2 million. Retired. Fifth place, August 19, 1995, Mike Tyson vs. Peter McNally, PPV sales of $96 million. Sixth place, April 19, 1991, Holyfield vs. George Foreman, PPV sales of $80 million. Seventh place, November 9, 1996, Mike Tyson vs. Holyfield, PPV sales of $77.9 million. First fight, although the PPV revenue of the match was high, it did not exceed that of De La Hoya and Mayweather. Afterwards, the reason given by Ring magazine when disinfecting the match was that the same kind of name was big enough, the match was exciting enough, but the suspense was not enough. Link is too strong, invincible in the super middleweight category, with great strength, speed, and rapid skills. He is the most famous and strongest boxer in the current boxing world. Although his opponent De La Hoya is also a top boxer, he is older, and his height, weight, and punch weight are not as good as Link. In addition, he has fought 3 times in the past 3 years, and lost 2 of them. Boxing fans have a serious lack of confidence in him. The odds given by the bookmaker are 1-65 for De La Hoya to win, which is higher than the match between Tyson and Douglas that year. Many people can guess the result before the game, which also leads to a decrease in the desire of boxing fans to pay to watch the game, and the final PPV revenue is less than $125 million. The game has a good number of views on video websites such as YouTube. In the early stage, 1.85 million netizens chose to pay to watch, which also brought about an interruption of more than 20 million yuan in income to Link and De La Hoya. Including the income from tickets and other items, Link and Dynasty Sports earned a total of $72 million from this match, and De La Hoya and Golden Boy Promotions earned about $38 million. The total prize money of the match reached 110 million yuan, making it the first match for Link to earn more than 70 million yuan, and his boxing match this year also exceeded $200 million. After the boxing match, Link led the tour team to continue to hold concerts in Europe. There were 52 concerts in more than 2 months. By February, he led the tour team back to North America, held 16 consecutive concerts in the United States, Canada and other regions, and finally ended smoothly at the New York Times Square concert. The Mary Tour started in October 2009 and lasted for 18 months. A total of 166 concerts were held in 82 countries and regions around the world. 4.43 million tickets were sold worldwide, with an average of 2.6 people per show. He is also the singer who sold the most tickets in the global tour, held in the past decade. The concert data is better than that of top singers and bands such as NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, Madonna, Britney Spears, and Lady Gaga, and it also exceeds MJ's Dangerous Tour concert, becoming the new Guinness World Record. The Dangerous Tour Global Tour was held in 1993, with a total of 69 shows, selling 3.5 million tickets, with an average of 5 people per show. Link's record is to hold 166 global tours in 18 months, selling 4.43 million tickets, and surpassing MJ in terms of the number of regions and tickets. Afterwards, the media called him a model worker and teased him for his high frequency and fast speed of holding concerts, saying that he was tireless when holding concerts, holding one after another, and sometimes holding 4 consecutive concerts in a week. Although the speed of the concerts was fast, he performed stably in every concert, without lip syncing, broken voice, out of tune, and perfunctory fans. His performance also attracted praise from the media and fans. Many singers publicly expressed that they wanted to learn from him and train their bodies first before holding a global tour. Chapter 388, The Man of Terrorism. In March, in Miami, on the Blue Sea, a white yacht drifted with the waves, attracting attention, like a white water bird flying between the blue sea and the blue sky. Link was lying on the deck of the yacht, his upper body exposed, wearing only a pair of beach pants and a pair of sunglasses. His skin glowed with a metallic texture in the sun, and the cut pieces were like cast iron, delicate and powerful. Opposite him was James, who had just boarded the boat. He was wearing a short hat and no clothes. He was wearing a white body, and his pants waist was tight around his belly, and the meat on his belly was almost overflowing onto the deck. Link, I have decided to go to Los Angeles, or New York. It's evening. I don't want to take you there now. Why? If you continue to stay here, you will be here for the rest of your life. It's scary to think about it. I went to New York and Los Angeles to see the outside world. The outside world is like this. There is nothing to see, and it's not as beautiful as the coated beach. Under the awning, Link flipped through a magazine without looking up. James scratched his fat face, scared for a while, and felt like he was paralyzed as he swayed in the chair. Link, I don't want to get married. I didn't fulfill my plan to get married. It's too late. Lillian is completely pregnant with your child. You say you don't want to get married now. We broke up before. Link raised the corner of his mouth. More than 10 days ago, he was ready to rest here with his body restored to its original strength. But he heard that James had a new girlfriend named Lillian, a Latina girl with a slightly fat body. She was not beautiful, but not ugly either. She was more than worthy of James' nickname. Lillian was an employee James hired to the store last year. She worked hard and was quick and skillful. She could manage the diving store in an orderly manner by herself. The two worked together for 3 or 4 months and slept together naturally. In February, Lillian was pregnant and asked James what to do. James was scared and ran to Daniel's store to hide. Lillian found James' mother Kathy and told her about it. Aunt Kathy knew Lillian and was very satisfied with her daughter-in-law. She was practical, capable, had a good personality, and had studied in community college for 2 years. She was better than the daughter James knew before. She told Lillian that many people wanted her to give birth to the child and expressed their willingness to marry her. Afterwards, Aunt Kathy found James in Daniel's store and asked him to marry Lillian. James refused to obey. His ideal wife was a hot and beautiful girl, definitely not a girl like Lillian who looked average and fat. He hesitated and asked Kathy if he could take Lillian to have an abortion. Kathy slapped him in the face and told him that it was impossible. If he didn't like Lillian before, why did he sleep with her at home? Now that she was pregnant, he didn't want to take responsibility. She asked him who he learned this from. Kathy pulled his ears and went home. She also let Lillian live at home to take care of the fetus. At the same time, she began to prepare for their wedding. They got married in 2 months. With the arrival of the wedding date, James has become unbearable. When he sees Link coming back, he harasses him every day and wants to go to Los Angeles and New York with him. Link heard the whole story from Kathy, so he naturally wouldn't follow James' temper. If he really wanted to take him to Los Angeles, Kathy would really think that James learned bad things from him. Lillian and the unborn child will blame him in the future, and he doesn't want to be the bad guy. Get married first, and when the child is born, I welcome you to go to Los Angeles or New York. Link drank a glass of lemonade to relieve his dry teeth. I don't want to get married. I'm only 24 years old. I haven't had enough fun. I have a child. I'm not ready to be a father at all. James Stan said, glancing at him. If he didn't have a store and American citizenship, people like him would only be single in other countries, who would chase him to marry him and give birth to children for him. The divorce and marriage are still 2 months away. It's not too late to start preparing now. In addition, Kathy is going to open a small cafe in the city and arrange for you and Lillian to take care of it. In the future, you will have a wife, children, and a small cafe, and life will be pretty good. Don't you think this is terrible? I've grown up and haven't been to places other than Miami. Now I have to marry my father and stick to one theme for the rest of my life. It's terrible. I can see the end of such days suddenly. I'm repaired. I should go to Los Angeles with you earlier. James said. How about going to Los Angeles? Although the parties are lively, you can't go to parties every day. Universal Studios, Venice Beach, Beverly Hills, Sunset Boulevard. Although these places are lively and beautiful, you will get tired of them after a long time. Those bars, dance halls and clubs are just places where bored people spend their time. If you go there too much, you will become more bored. Staying around and staying in the place you like may not be a bad thing. You didn't say that before. You used to encourage me to go out. You didn't have children before. Link said. It's not only because of the children, but also because of James's personality. People like him with weak inner vision will feel more uncomfortable in the coordinates, so it's better to stay in this comfort zone. On the contrary, the truth that surviving in the coordinates will be tempered and become mature and tough does not apply to everyone. Some people have a hard foundation and a hard life. After tempering, they will become gold, but more people have become slag. James is obviously not one of them. In addition, Link has lived in New York and Los Angeles for more than 2 years, and his feelings about the place have changed from the initial yearning to a little fatigue now. The two cities gave him the feeling of two bottomless quagmires, in which there were treasure chests with labels such as wealth, reputation, status, and lust. The more he got, the heavier his body became, and the deeper he fell. Link believed that he was not a lustful and greedy person in the past. His previous goal was 2 or 3 beautiful women and 7 or 800 million. It can be seen that knowledge is living in Hall's materialistic flow, and the inner desire is extremely rampant. The character will be subtly affected, the 3 views will be distorted, and the desire of oneself will be infinitely magnified. People will also become greedy and vain. After experiencing the struggle, but leaving the 2 quagmires behind, and returning to Miami, he looked at what he had done in the past year, and found that all the struggles were in vain. Everyone becomes part of the quagmire after entering the quagmire, even if his body is floating on the surface of the Miami water at this time. He is still in New York and Los Angeles in another social attribute. No matter the newspapers, television, and networks are still spreading what he did in New York and Los Angeles. It's like he has never left. Just like him, who is considered a strong man, can't keep his true colors after entering the metropolis, let alone James. Link, I heard about your child with Taylor. Don't say it. Link said. Oh, okay. James scratched his face in confusion. Chapter 389 worth 2 billion. After James left in the boat, Link lay on the sofa and read a magazine. By March, The Expendables had been released in North American theaters one after another, with a North American box office of $130.3 million and a global box office of $297 million. There are still many countries and regions overseas that have not yet finished showing. This film ranks 18th on the 2010 North American movie box office list. The Scandal project produced by Atlanta Pictures sold $71.41 million in North America, but the global sales volume was as high as 122 million yuan, ranking 38th on the North American annual sales list. Although the ranking is not high, it was ranked 38th by the largest sales volume in 2010. Manhattan Beach Pictures also made more than $48 million by renting movies and DVDs, home entertainment, Manhattan, etc., which is close to 12 times the cost. More importantly, the heroine Emma Stone also became popular in the entertainment industry with the movie, and her fame is no less than that of the 4 Little Flowers. Since Link has participated in both movies, plus Valentine's Day released at the beginning of the year, he has 3 movies with a global box office of over 100 million this year, and is also considered by the media to have a very high box office appeal. It is the award season in the entertainment industry. Link has been nominated or received invitations to more than 10 awards, including the Golden Globe Awards, Grammy Awards, Oscars, American People's Choice Awards, Teen Choice Awards, American Critics' Choice Awards, etc. In the past 2 months, he has had too many personal matters, so he only attended the Grammy Awards. This year, He led all singers with 12 nominations at the Grammy Awards, and finally won 3 Grammys, Song of the Year, Album of the Year, and Best Pop Male Singer, becoming the biggest winner of this year's Grammy Awards. At the Grammys, he also won the People's Choice Award Best Action Movie Actor, The Expendables, Teen Choice Award Best Movie Scene Stealer Actor, The Expendables Best Kiss Actor Award, Valentine's Day vs. Taylor, American Critics' Choice Award Best Action Movie Actor and other awards, The Expendables, etc. He came in to win awards. There are also Link Music stars and Atlanta Bay Company star actors. At the beginning of the year, he also had a bumper harvest at a major music/film awards ceremony, winning more than 20 awards. In addition to the news of the awards ceremony, he looked at the latest data from Billboard. Last November, Lana released her second album Born to Die. The main singles Dancing with Your Ghost and Born to Die were announced to be on the top of the singles chart, which had not been on the top of the singles chart for 3 consecutive weeks. The sales of this album were also unexpectedly popular. In the first week, 224,000 copies were sold in the United States, ranking first in album sales. Currently, the number of copies sold in the United States has reached 1.137 million. This is Lana's second platinum album. In addition, the sales of this album overseas are better than those in the United States. After its release, it has been ranked at the top of the album charts in 9 countries including the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Poland, Switzerland, and Australia. By March, the cumulative sales in 11 countries exceeded 500,000, of which Australia had the highest sales of 2 million copies. At present, Born to Die has accumulated 8.37 million copies worldwide, and it is expected to break the Diamond Record Index. Lana is also considered to be the well-deserved sister of Link Music. Following Lana, Bruno Mars also released his first studio album Doo-Wops and Hooligans in early February. The first promotional single Grenade was released in mid-month and topped the Billboard Hot 100 for 3 consecutive weeks, becoming Mars' third #1 second single after Nothing on You and Lighter. In mid-February, the promotional single Just the Way You Are was released with the album. This song has attracted fans' attention as soon as it was released. The online and offline sales on the first day reached 860,000 copies, and it has topped the singles chart for 6 consecutive weeks. As of this week, no one has been able to take away the championship throne of this song. The sales of the 2 promotional singles are good, which also made the album famous. The first week sales in the United States reached 341,000 copies, and it topped the Billboard Album Chart 200, and it has been the champion for 3 consecutive weeks. At present, the sales of this album in the United States have reached 924,000 copies, and it is just around the corner to surpass Lana. But in terms of overseas sales, Mars' second album is a little worse than Lana's. When the 2 albums of Sister Lay and Mars sold well, neither fans nor the media forgot that he was the person standing behind the scenes. The main singles of these 2 albums were all written by him, and they have achieved great success in the market. Now, whether it is fans, peers, record companies, or the media, he is regarded as a musical genius, master, and godfather. It is said that any song he writes will top the singles chart, and whoever sings his songs will become popular. It is said that his songs are the vein of the market. If you want to sell a big album, you only need to pay attention to his song style, or imitate the style of the new album of the Link Music star, and you will never go astray. The media said it was amazing. Singers who want to join the music industry are like crucian carp crossing the river. They receive several song demos every week, hoping to be noticed by him and become the next Thunder Sister, Mars brother, and Wiz Khalifa. The market value of Link Music has also successfully exceeded 600 million yuan after the 2 albums sold well, and the latest valuation is between 620 million and 650 million. Because of his great influence on the American music and pop culture circles last year and his high popularity, Time magazine once again listed him as the 100 most popular people of the year, Time Idol, and no one of the top 10 popular people in online news. Time magazine once again named him the sexiest man of the year, the most influential person in American pop culture, and music superstar. In the annual Music Power list published by Rolling Stone magazine, he ranked 6th, only behind the presidents of record companies such as Universal Music, Sony Music, and Warner Music, and Evoca ranked 9th. Because he has been so popular recently, Link met with the media and came to Miami to rest. Link, do you want to try the iced tea I made? Nozomi Sasaki came out of the cabin carrying a silver tray, wearing only a bikini, with a tall pencil figure, long legs, and a bun on her head, creating a delicate small face with a cute and fresh outline, like a woman from a Japanese comic. Nozomi also came to Miami to accompany him on vacation more than 10 days ago. She would take the initiative to avoid outsiders when there were others, and would only come out when he was alone, making tea, chatting, or leaning on his arms, and letting him do whatever he wanted. Link took it and drank a glass of iced black tea. It was made of English black tea, which tasted cool and slightly astringent, with a mellow aftertaste and a hint of tea fragrance. It tastes good. Nozomi knelt beside him, smiled sweetly at him, and snuggled into his arms. She had just come out of the cabin, her skin was smooth and cool, and it felt good to hug her. How are the sales of underwear? The new brand of underwear was launched at the end of last year. At the beginning of the year, the sales in Tokyo, Yokohama and Osaka were more than 68,500 pieces, with a profit of 32 million yen. There is information on my laptop, do you want to see it? Nozomi Sasaki asked as she pretended to stand up. Link waved his hand. 45 million yen was only 200,000 yen. However, the album's new brand had just started selling, and it could sell this amount. It was not bad. Are you still filming? Well, I said goodbye to the entertainment industry in September, and stopped appearing in front of the media. Nozomi Sasaki said. Link stroked a smooth face. Are you not used to not going out for public activities? No, I like it now. The Japanese media has reported our relationship. Now everyone knows that I'm your family. They respect me very much. Every time I attend a business meeting, I will be invited to sit in the main seat, which is better than before. Nozomi Sasaki looked up at him with admiration in her eyes. Link smiled lightly. The Japanese people have the top-notch psychology of admiring the strong. After the two scumbag relationship was exposed by the Japanese media in September last year, many Japanese fans scolded him as a lecher and asked him to get out of Japan. Later, with the listing of Tesla, his net worth soared and he became a billionaire. The voices criticizing him in the media decreased. In the past 6 months, as Tesla's stock price has grown steadily, its market value has once again reached 6 billion. Twitter's third round of financing has reached 4.5 billion, and Link Music's market value has exceeded 600 million. With these three parts alone, the Wall Street Journal estimates that his net worth is about 1.8 billion. Including income from global tours and boxing matches, the Wall Street Journal estimates that his net worth is around 2.2 billion. In early March, Forbes estimated his net worth at 2.45 billion, mainly including shares in more than 3 companies, Dynasty Sports shares, Amazon shares, and investments and income in music, boxing, film and television, advertising, real estate, etc. The final figure of 2.45 billion is abnormal, ranking 398th on the Forbes Global Rich list, nearly 10 times higher than last year. As his net worth rises, the negative reports about him in the US and international media have gradually decreased. Most of the news is about his attendance at public events, and his rumors are rarely mentioned. The same is true in Japan. The media no longer reports on his scandal with Nozomi Sasaki, but instead reports on related business activities. Nozomi Sasaki also received several more honorary titles, such as the most beautiful female CEO, the vice president of the Tokyo Federation of Underwear Brands, and the vice president of the Tokyo Love Association. Nozomi Sasaki has made a remarkable transformation from an exploited artist to a respected woman, and she naturally won't miss her past career. Link kissed her cherry-like lips and pushed aside the straps under her, shaking with the roof, which was equivalent to the big fish on the deck wriggling. Chapter 390 The Life and Death of a Child. On the sea, Mizuna folded the folder and waited for a while on the bottom deck. She saw the Japanese woman coming down the escalator, put her hand on her belly and slowly bowed, saying softly, "Mr. Baker, please." Mizuna thanked Elizabeth, took off her skirt and sunglasses, and followed Nozomi Sasaki to the second deck. Link saw Anna coming up, put on a shirt, poured a glass of sparkling water, and asked Anna if she had anything to do, and she had to go to the sea. Ms. Anna is now his agent, mainly responsible for contacting music, Zion Bey and the company, as well as other work, which is equivalent to a housekeeper in the entertainment field. Anna said she had 3 things to report. First, several movies he shot last year sold well, and were considered to have a lot of box office appeal. Manhattan Bay has received many script invitations recently, and there are 8 scripts with a salary of more than 10 million, all of which are annual productions of the 6 major film studios. There are The Impossible, The Hobbit, Les Miserables, etc. Some are protagonists, some are major supporting roles, and the roles are all good. Link thought about it, and rejected them all. These movies are all commercial films. The purpose of actors making commercial films is to make money, and what he lacks the least now is money. The salary for a movie is 10 or 20 million, which is about 30 games for him, and it takes 2 or 3 months or more to shoot a movie. His time and energy are very limited now, and he can't use all of it on making movies. He told Anna that he would have no more than 2 movies a year in the future, and there are still 4 movies to shoot this year. He doesn't need other scripts for the time being. He wants to act, and will initiate the role that interests him. Ms. Anna said that the second thing is that Harvey Weinstein's assistant just called, and Weinstein Pictures is going to hold a celebration party on the weekend, and invite Link to participate. At the 83rd Academy Awards that just ended, the film The King's Speech, produced and distributed by Weinstein Pictures, received 12 nominations, and finally won 4 awards for Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Original Screenplay, becoming the biggest winner of this year's Academy Awards. Harvey Weinstein was also thanked by many winners, and became one of the most watched figures at this year's Oscars. The King's Speech not only has a good reputation and has won many awards, but also has good sales. It was released on December 25th last year, and its North American sales have reached 108 million, and its overseas sales have exceeded 220 million. The production cost was only 15 million. Weinstein also made a lot of money with this movie, got rid of the decline and financial crisis last year, and became the leader in the independent production field again. In the Hollywood Power ranking published by The Hollywood Reporter at the beginning of the year, Harvey also surpassed Disney president Robert Iger, Fox film boss Murdoch, Paramount Pictures boss Redstone, as well as director Spielberg, George Lucas, Tom Cruise, etc., becoming the first person on the Hollywood Power list. Link thought about it and decided to accept the invitation. From the end of last year to the beginning of the year, Harvey called him twice to invite him to the party, but he refused both times on the pretext that he was too busy to attend. Now the media reports that he is on vacation in Miami, and it is obvious that he has time. Refusing again will make Harvey feel embarrassed and affect the cooperation of the Silver Linings Playbook project. Anna, what else? Link asked. Anna was suspicious. Boss, is there any news here? I hope Taylor didn't give birth prematurely, and the baby didn't die. Link frowned. Is the news reliable? Not sure. The place where Taylor was born is a private hospital with the highest confidentiality level. All the nurses who participated in the reception signed a confidentiality agreement in advance, and were not allowed to disclose the content of their work publicly. As a result, our doctors and the media did not have a private detective when investigating. The investigation was not smooth, but a few days ago he met an obstetric nurse in a bar and got some information from her, but there were no photos or interesting information. I can't be sure whether the information given by the detective is correct, Ms. Anna said. Link pinched his forehead. In February, before Taylor's due date, he took the initiative to end all his work and chased Nashville to accompany Taylor, but was rejected by Taylor. He didn't even give him a face or go. In early February, he returned to Los Angeles to participate in the Grammy Awards and won 3 trophies, becoming the biggest winner of the Grammy Awards. Before he could be happy, when he received a call from Anna from Nashville that night, Taylor said that Taylor accidentally slipped on the snow while taking a pregnancy test and gave birth prematurely. When he arrived in Nashville, Taylor's assistant Emily told him that due to the lack of timely treatment, an accident occurred during the delivery process and the child was gone, and asked him to mourn. Link was very upset when he heard the news and asked about the situation. Emily said that she was beside him and didn't know much. Considering Taylor's situation, he didn't ask any more questions. Most of the time, he followed Emily into the ward. Taylor saw that she was sleeping on the bed and her face was pale, so she put aside the matter of the child and took the initiative to take care of Taylor. After a week of rest, Taylor's physical condition gradually improved and he could walk on the grass. Suddenly one day, Taylor asked him if he didn't want to know why the child was gone. Link didn't mention it and was ready to change the subject. Taylor told him that it was her who took the initiative to fall to the ground and cause the accident. If the child was there, he would be like this now, constantly pestering her and controlling her life. He could also use the excuse of visiting the child to break into her life at will and let her investigate him. She hated this, so she was so cruel that she took the initiative to end the child's life. While Taylor was speaking, he held his snow white fist and his expression became cold. Link was shocked and suspicious, but he didn't ask whether it was true or not. After sending Taylor back to the ward, he also left Nashville. Because whether it was false, Taylor's words made it clear that she didn't want to be disturbed by him and he had no reason to stay. But after calming down, he felt that Taylor must have said it in anger. If she was really so cruel, she would have aborted in the first few months of pregnancy, and it would not be possible to wait until now. If Taylor was not an accident, the child's premature birth was an accident, or there was no premature birth at all, and it was Taylor's trick to restore her handsomeness. Considering this, he would arrange for someone to investigate the relevant situation, but Taylor and the hospital did a good job of keeping it secret. Whether it was his people who went to investigate, or the media interviews, they all said that Taylor had an accident a few days before the due date, and the child unfortunately died. Now the detective has received some news that Taylor did not have a premature birth, and the child did not reveal it. I don't know if this news is true or false, but since it is true, it's better. I wanted to tell Anna that there was no need to investigate further, because it was meaningless. If the child was not there, it would be useless to find out these groundless news, and it might cause secondary harm to Taylor. If the child was still there, Taylor, as a mother, would not abandon it. With her tens of millions of dollars, she would definitely be able to take good care of the child. If the child was still there, it would not be a good thing if the detective found out, or the media knew about it. Taylor wanted to hide everything, so let her do as she wished. Anna said she knew and asked him when he would return to Los Angeles and book a mission for him in advance. After sending Anna away, Link stood on the deck, looking at the blue sea, thinking of the child whose life and death was unknown, and couldn't help saying, if time could go back 3 years, he probably wouldn't mess with Taylor. This woman is beautiful, smart, independent, tall, talented, and famous at a young age. Before she was 30, she had a net worth of hundreds of millions, a world-class superstar, and a female overlord in the music industry. If I were to appear, she would have many big star boyfriends. Money, beauty, fame, demeanor, and mansions, everything. This woman is no different from the son of luck in a cool article. It's too difficult to win against her when we are rubbing against each other. Chapter 391 NVIDIA shares. After seeing off Mizana, Link jumped from the deck and swam in the sea. Nozomi Sasaki watched on the deck for a while, exclaimed softly, and jumped down as well. Nozomi has good swimming skills and long legs. She looks good when she swims, but her physical strength is limited. After swimming for a while, she felt exhausted. Link took her underwater and wanted to learn the action of milliliters in the movie. After trying a few times, the experience was not good, so he returned to the yacht. After staying on the sea for a few days, most of the troubles in his mind were absorbed by the sun, and the whole person recovered some spirit. In late March, he took a plane back to New York. Nozomi still stayed at the residence. In early March, a magnitude 9 earthquake occurred in the northeastern Pacific region of Japan, causing 2 nuclear materials in Fukushima to leak to the outside, causing panic among the Japanese people. At this stage, the crisis has not been resolved, and the surrounding areas are seriously polluted. Nozomi is panicking about safer power plants. As soon as Link returned to New York, He received good news from Ms. Cathie Wood. State Street Capital, the fourth largest shareholder of Nvidia, agreed to transfer 3.72% of its shares, and the offer price was about $550 million. State Street also proposed a transaction method using the Twitter shares he entered to exchange. Twitter's current market value is less than $5 billion, about 1/3 of Nvidia's, so he needs to use about 12.7% of Twitter. After the third round of financing, Link only had 14.5% of Twitter shares. If the transaction is committed, the Twitter shares he entrusted will fall below 3%. Link asked Cathie to continue negotiating with them. Nvidia's market value is currently $1 Twitter, but Twitter's development speed is surprisingly faster than Nvidia. At the beginning of last year, its market value just exceeded $1 billion, and in August it exceeded $2 billion. After 3 rounds of financing at the beginning of the year, it exceeded $4 billion, and it is expected to reach $10 billion by the end of the year. Twitter plans to go public next year. Will this company become the next Facebook and become a $100 billion company? Wall Street investment banks gave a positive answer. Professional media such as the Wall Street Journal also express great affirmation of Twitter's development, believing that Twitter is playing a huge role in the social field. Link has more than 80 million fans on the Twitter platform, and is also the celebrity with the most fans on the current giant social platform. This also shows that Twitter has great potential. This also aroused the enthusiasm of investors. After the Twitter round of financing, the third group of consortiums and investors wanted to buy Twitter shares, which led to the continuous increase in Twitter's market value. The capital shares held by shareholder Link have also become a hot commodity in the eyes of the consortium. Under the current circumstances, it isn't appropriate to exchange Nvidia shares at normal market prices. After several rounds of negotiations, State Street proposed 11.3% of Twitter shares in exchange, which is their bottom line. After thinking about it, Link chose to trade, using 9.3% of Twitter shares and $80 million in cash and securities, to exchange for 3.72% of Nvidia shares held by State Street Capital. Although Twitter's market value once exceeded $200 billion nominal after its listing, it has made unfavorable progress in advertising and advertising profits, and has gradually fallen behind in the competition with platforms such as Facebook, Ins, and Weibo, with hundreds of millions of deficits cut every year. This has also led to a large reduction in Twitter users and a sharp drop in market value. Musk's investment of $44 billion to acquire Twitter in 2022 is also related to Twitter's poor management. Nvidia's market value successfully exceeded $1 trillion in 2023, becoming the fifth American internet technology headquarters company to enter the trillion club after Apple, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. Its market value exceeded $2 trillion in 24 years, and its potential is greater than Twitter. After the transaction was completed, Link held a total of 5.3% of Nvidia shares. Among them, 1.6% of the shares were bought by Ms. Cathie and the investment team from the stock market and other shareholders, which in turn spent more than $200 million of his cash reserves. After taking 5.3% of Nvidia shares, Link became the sixth largest shareholder of Nvidia. The first is Pioneer Asset Management, with a shareholding of about 13.31%. The second is Bellet Investment Company, about 12.1%. The third is Fidelity Management and Research Company, 8.6%. The fourth is Nvidia founder Jason Huang, 8.2%. And the fifth is State Street Capital, 5.8%. When Link was trading, he also obviously held Nvidia shares in his personal name. He used the name of Golden Shell Investment Management Company. The company was founded in early December last year and manages the stocks of all American companies under Link, including 16.2% of Tesla shares, 5.3% of Nvidia shares, 5.2% of Twitter shares, and 0.004% of Amazon shares, with a total market value of about $1.9 billion. Link serves as the chairman of Golden Shell Investment Company and holds 98% of the shares. Ms. Cathie Wood holds 1%, and other real estate companies hold about 1%. The company's main businesses include financial and tax consulting, investment consulting, financial and tax agency, asset custody, industrial investment, investment information consulting, etc., and also accepts investments from other customers. I have 30 million in my account. How about digging Golden Shell Capital to manage it? Evoca asked at the table, holding a strawberry. Investment is risky, and the end requires you to prepare for losses before. Link said while eating bread. It doesn't matter. With Link Music, I don't have to worry about having no money to spend. The Wall Street Journal also praised you for your extremely keen vision and insight in investment. I believe in you. Evoca said. Link smiled lightly. Some time ago, the exchange of shares between Golden Shell Investment Company and State Street Capital attracted widespread attention on Wall Street. Although transactions of nearly $1 billion are not common on Wall Street, it became a hot news because of the celebrity involved in this matter. Twitter has a good development prospect and is a hot stock. Nvidia went public in 1999, and its market value exceeded $20 billion in 2003. In 2005, due to the failure of market decision making, it fell to $15 billion. Similarly, it fell below $10 billion during the financial crisis in 2008. It has recovered in the past 2 years, but failed to enter the mobile phone field last year, and its market value fell again. The current market value is less than $15 billion, which is abnormal, and it is an unpopular stock. Using hot stocks to exchange for unpopular stocks is obviously an improper operation. During the transaction, most media believed that Jinbeek used a batch of company stocks with unlimited potential to replace a batch of unpopular stocks, which was a wrong decision. They said that Link would definitely make up for it after Twitter went public. In addition, he suffered a big loss in another transaction, which became a Waterloo in his life. However, there were also a few media that supported his decision. For example, the Wall Street Journal reported that the US stock market had experienced 2 financial crises caused by the virtual economy in 10 years, resulting in many risks and uncertainties in the virtual economy. Link's shift of investment from the internet sector to the physical chip manufacturer Nvidia is a good way to avoid risks. He does not explain the comments of the next generation, whether good or bad. After owning a large amount of Tesla and Nvidia shares, he felt much more at ease. Now he only needs to hold on to these 2 stocks and not operate recklessly. In another 10 years, his net worth will be at least hundreds of millions. With a net worth of tens of billions, he is also at the top of the tower in America. The rest is to live a stable life, marry a capable and virtuous wife, and give birth to a group of heirs. This life is complete. Link looked at Miss Evoca, who was cold and dignified with blonde hair, and suddenly felt that marrying her was also a good choice. Any questions? Evoca touched the corner of her lower lip with her finger to see if there was any. If we get married, will you change your name to Evoca Baker? Link smiled. Evoca looked at him strangely and said expressionlessly, yes, provided that you propose to me first. How many children are you willing to have after marriage? Link continued to ask. How many do you want? How about 10? 10? Evoca frowned and said lightly, as long as you don't mind, I have no problem. Link smiled lightly and continued to eat breakfast. What do you want to say? Evoca chased him and asked. Can we have a child before getting married? Absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it. Evoca said coldly. Link nodded and decided not to take the risk. He suffered a great loss at Taylor's hands. If he met the equally strong and independent Evoca again, he would probably be the one who suffered in the end. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 Unexpected News. After breakfast, he followed Evoca to Link Music Company to check out his feelings. In the recording studio, he met Ariana Grande, who invited him to the studio to listen to her new song. Link listened to it and felt it was okay. Ariana has a good voice and the strongest explosive power. In addition, she has been trained on the Broadway stage and has been honing her skills in the recording studio for more than half a year. She is very strong in singing and performing. What's more precious is that she is also a creative talent. Link found Graham and several producers to discuss and let Ariana record an EP first. On the one hand, he could see the market's reaction and the degree of recognition of singers of her style. On the other hand, he could also train Ariana. In the process of talking to a girl, he could clearly see the desire for success and fame in the girl's eyes. Since the 16-year-old Justin Bieber became popular in the music industry, more and more singers have been eager to become famous since their teens, and record companies have been constantly lowering the age of singers when exploring talents. In this context, some talented young people like Ariana have become serious and want to make a name for themselves early. Link did not have a blow to this. He did not know in which year Amy debuted, and he also celebrated how many albums she had released and how her specific performance was. But knowing that she is the future top of the music scene, even if she takes a little detour and encounters a little struggle in the past 2 years, it will not hinder her. Now the Link musicians have a big business and have the capital to try and make mistakes. Ariana and another signed singer Charlie Puth also received the same treatment. First, create a few songs, drill him and Graham and other producers to evaluate. It is not too bad. You can go out and try it first. After receiving the news from their father, Amy and Broken Eyebrow excitedly entered the studio to record the songs and strive to get the same evaluation from the production department. Link came to the recording studio, mainly to find Graham and others, to discuss the recording works of the fourth album. Initially, the fourth album had 26 songs, and after streamlining, there were 20 songs left, 16 of which were from Link, including Sorry, That Girl, Love Has Gone, Let Her Go, Say Something, Let Me Let Go Slowly, Late Night Melancholy, No Promise, Remember Me, etc., all of which are classic sad songs. These songs almost emptied his inventory. He also told Graham and several producers that this might be his last album, and he should strive for excellence and perfection in production. Graham and others did not persuade him. Link music is his. Even if he does not release a new album, he can replace the good works with singers and cultivate more newcomers. The only regret is that he is currently very famous in the music industry. He can sell millions of copies of any album he releases, and he is only 22 years old this year. It would be a huge loss for the music industry and fans to retire too early. But Graham and others have no choice. Link is now worth more than 2 billion yuan and has become a capital tycoon. He still has money to spend without releasing an album, so he dare not force it. After several people discussed, they thought it would be more appropriate to release this album in July and August. The specific time depends on the arrangement of the distribution department. After confirming the time, Link sent messages to several familiar singers, including Lady Gaga, Beyonce, Adele, Kesha, and Katy Perry. He said that he was going to release an album in July and asked when their new albums would be released to avoid collision. Especially Adele's 21, which is a divine song with popular songs such as Rolling in the Deep, Someone Like You, and Set Fire to the Rain. If he were to collide with her, Link would not have enough confidence to do it. Adele replied that the company planned to release a new album at the beginning of next month, which would not collide with his, and jokingly asked him if he wanted to put it on the shelves earlier and could list them. Link said that it was also possible to compete in different periods, and the winner would treat him to a meal. Adele said yes. Lady Gaga replied that she expected to release her second solo studio album Born This Way at the end of May, which would not collide. Beyonce replied that she was going to release her fourth solo album 4 at the end of June and the beginning of July, and asked him if he wanted to park. The loser could lie down on the date. Link said. Katy Perry replied that she had no plans to release a new album this year. He was asked if the goal of this album was to break through 5 million copies. Katy Perry released her second music album Teenage Dream in September last year. The current sales in the United States have exceeded 2 million copies. Katy Perry has also become the most popular female singer in the music scene at the beginning of this year. Miley Cyrus and Kesha released new albums last year and have no plans this year. Link thought about it and sent a message to Mrs. Andrea saying that he was going to release his fourth album in July and August and asked about Taylor's new album plan. Mrs. Andrea replied that Taylor has been preparing a new album and plans to release it at the end of the year. After discussing with Graham and others, Link decided to release the fourth album around September. This year, Adele, Lady Gaga, Beyonce, and Taylor are all going to release albums. Kanye, Lil Wayne, Justin Bieber, Eminem and others are also preparing new albums. The market competition is fierce. It is not easy for this album to break through the siege and enter the top 3. Ding dong. When he walked out of the office, his phone received a message from Mrs. Andrea. The children are fine, don't worry. Link was stunned for a few seconds after seeing the message, and he couldn't help shaking. Although he had received news from the detective that the child might have recovered. But when he heard Mrs. Andrea say it herself, he was still excited. There were many things he wanted to ask her, but after thinking about it, he also knew Mrs. Andrea's difficulties. He only sent a thank you. Don't mention this to Taylor, and don't ask her, she is in a bad temper now. Mrs. Andrea reminded. I know. After replying the message, Link breathed a long sigh of relief, spitting out most of the depression accumulated during this period, and at the same time hated Taylor, this woman, in his heart. In order to maintain her single persona, and for personal independence and freedom, she fabricated a premature birth accident, deceived everyone, and said to her face that she deliberately got rid of the child. It must be said that this woman is really cruel, and he would never say such words. Something happened, and you look good. Evika came over in high heels, and looked at his expression. The weather is nice today, how about we go to Long Island to soak in the hot springs? Link said with his arms around her sexy waist and hips. Don't think about it. Don't think I don't know what you are up to. I tell you this trick won't work. I will let you succeed. And my dad wants us to go home for dinner. Do you want to go together? Evika caught his erratic movements, pulled him over and said. Link smiled lightly, followed Evika out of the company, and drove to the old villa of the Thompson family in the Upper East Side. Because Mr. Thompson remarried a few years ago, Evika rarely came back after moving out. Today was Mr. Thompson's day. Mr. Thompson took the initiative to invite her and Link to his home as guests, and mentioned that it was a family dinner. No matter what, Link had to bring it back. The family dinner of the Thompson family was very lively. In addition to the 3 generations of 16 people in the family, there were also 4 uncles, aunts, and other relatives of Evika, and there were more than 40 people in the family. These people are concentrated in the business, political, judicial, and art circles, and they are famous. But Link was not surprised. He talked more about what he could talk about. When they had no common topics, Mr. Thompson took him to the study to have a private chat. He asked him if he had any plans to invest in Thompson's real estate and sell some of his shares. Link thought about it and declined because he had no funds. Thompson's real estate mainly includes several open source hotel buildings, casinos, and clubs, with a total market value of about 10 billion yuan, and Thompson's share is about 20%. This year, Forbes released the 400 richest Americans list, and Thompson ranked 128th with a total net worth of 2.9 billion. Link ranked 166th, not too far behind. Although Thompson's real estate is well known, its profitability is obviously not as good as that of multinational hotel chains such as Hilton Hotels, Sheraton, and Four Seasons Hotels, and its investment potential is not great. Mr. Thompson did not force him. He mentioned earlier that his decision to exchange Twitter for Nvidia was not well thought out, and said that if there is any big investment next, he can discuss it with him. He knows many senior executives of investment banks on Wall Street and can provide some consultation and advice. Link expressed his gratitude. After the banquet, he followed Mr. Thompson to visit several New York business and political figures and played a round of golf at the Thompson Group's golf club. Link's skills were average, and he mainly listened to the conversations of several people while playing. Several people were members of the Elephant Party, discussing how to usurp the throne. After listening to a meeting, Link also understood why the old father-in-law brought him here. In addition to helping him expand his network of contacts, he also borrowed him as a newly rich man to pull the pound. Link did not dislike it. If he married Evika in the future and his old father-in-law had something wrong, he could also get some benefits, and they would also share honor and disgrace. Within the scope of his personal team's ability, he did not mind helping his old father-in-law. He advocated that his old father-in-law play more on Twitter and Facebook, and publish more current affairs comments and personal declarations, which could also attract some people's attention. Before, his old father-in-law was a person in the TV circle, and he liked to express his views and opinions on TV programs to attract people's attention. But now is the internet age, and he has received more attention by speaking out through online social platforms. The old father-in-law summarized his views and said that he would try the online social platform. Finally, he said that his lawn skills were too bad and he had to practice them. One of the nearby sports is a social tool for the upper class. If you play beautiful lawn, you can also win the admiration of many people in the circle. The old father-in-law also wanted to teach him how to play golf. After just a few swings, he twisted his old waist. Link had to stop playing golf temporarily and sent him to the physical therapy room for massage. Chapter 393 Harvey's Party. Link, do you want a massage? The old father-in-law took off his clothes, lay on the massage bed, and let out a long breath in discomfort. Oh, no, I'm not physically impaired. Link looked at the hot masser. Link, don't look at my poor health now. I used to run when I was young and won the 3rd place in the New York area. The old father-in-law was panting after being massaged. Yes, I can see that you have a good figure. Link leaned on the balcony with a cotton stick in his mouth, looking at the small lake and the green outside the window. The scenery was very beautiful. Link smiled helplessly at his age. He didn't expect that the other party would urge him to get married in person. He thought about it and decided to seriously consider this matter after finishing the work at hand. The old father-in-law hummed a few times and then stopped making any sound. He pinched the big butt of the physical therapist with his hand. Link covered his forehead. With the old father-in-law like this, even if he succeeded in the election, he would be driven down. For his own benefit, maybe he should find a time to persuade him to be a good person. After finishing the work in New York, Link flew to Los Angeles to attend the celebration party of Weinstein Films. The party was held at Weinstein's Beverly Hills mansion, which is equivalent to a universal garden and is as large as 5 football fields. According to the current housing prices in Beverly Hills, the price of this villa is $30 million. Hey, Link, why are you here too? When Link got out of the car with Jennifer Lawrence, he happened to meet Cassie Affleck driving a red modified car. In the car sat his wife Summer Phoenix, who is also Joaquin Phoenix's biological sister. We invited me here. Link smiled lightly, greeted Summer, and said to Cassie, I forgot to congratulate you on winning the award at the Berlin Film Festival. Now many people say that you brothers are the all-around brothers in Hollywood. Haha, no matter how all-around we are, we can't compare to you. You are the world-recognized all-around Superman. Cassie Affleck smiled. At the end of the year, Cassie's debut film You Are Still Here participated in the Berlin Film Festival Award in June and won the Biographical Film Award in the documentary category, which received great attention in Hollywood. His brother Ben Affleck is a first-line Hollywood star. His representative work is Pearl Harbor. In recent years, he has switched to being a director and filmed Gone Baby Gone and Give Me Lightning for the first time, as well as The Town, which was released in September last year. This film was written, directed and starred by Ben Affleck. With a cost of $37 million, it has won 154 million copies worldwide and made supporting actor Jeremy Renner nominated for the Best Supporting Actor Oscar, which can be regarded as a double harvest of word of mouth and copies. Ben Affleck has also become a relatively successful director in Hollywood and has received a lot of praise. People call him the second Clint Eastwood. It is rare in Hollywood to have brothers like Cassie and Ben Affleck who are both actors and directors and who are also very successful. The two brothers were also separated by Variety magazine as the movie twins. When the two sides were talking in the parking lot, there were 2 luxury cars parked next to them. One of them was the car of Oscar winner Russell Crowe, a white Fiat 8V, and the other Porsche truck was carrying the famous director Robert Rodriguez, who also brought celebrity female companions. Link did not work with the two, but he knew them. He walked in and took Jennifer Weinstein to the luxurious manor. At the party, there were more stars. There were old acquaintances such as director Quentin Tarantino, director Steven Soderbergh who became famous with Six, Lies, and Videotape, director Martin Scorsese who had worked with Harvey many times, and Tom Hopper, director of The King's Speech. There were also more than 200 big stars, including Richard Gere, Kevin Spacey, Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, Colin Firth, Bradley Cooper, Meryl Streep, Michelle Williams, Renee Zellweger, Nicole Kidman, Salma Hayek, Cate Blanchett, Judi Dench, Heidi Klum, and more than 200 other movie actors or film and television workers. The whole party was star-studded, with more stars than the Oscar night party. It is currently the busiest stage in Hollywood. When Harvey held a party, so many people put down their work to show their support. Link had to admire his connections. If he had directly torn his face with Harvey during the phone call last year, based on his connections in the circle, the brothers of Tidal Flat Pictures would probably not be able to find suitable directors and actors to make movies. He and Panama Bay Company launched the approximate genes of the actors, and these people were isolated. This is not an exaggeration. Many actors and directors at the scene are very loyal to Harvey. For example, managers like Matt Damon and Russell Crowe. After Harvey's fall, it was reported that in 2004, Sharon Waxman, a reporter for the New York Times Magazine, was preparing to write a report exposing the news that Harvey arranged a special person, Fabrizio, to plunder beauties in Italy. Matt Damon and Russell Crowe were instructed by Harvey to first call reporter Sharon and ask her not to report and put pressure on her. In the end, the article was also reported in vain. There is also the old lady Judi Dench, who tattooed Judy loves Harvey on her, but to thank Harvey for helping her win the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress. There is also Nicole Kidman, who has been working with Harvey since the 1990s, including The Island, Moulin Rouge, The Hour, Cold Mountain, 9, etc., and is considered to be the American who is most closely tied to Harvey's movies. There are also directors Rodriguez, Quentin, and Soderbergh, and their success has a lot to do with Harvey. If they were to compete with Harvey, even if they were worth billions, these people would probably choose to support Harvey, because Harvey could help them win an Oscar, which Link couldn't do for the time being. "Hey, Link," Director Quentin shouted in the crowd. Director Quentin. Link saw this fierce-looking director, and had a chat with him before. Quentin is a genius director and a representative of the black, violent, and beautiful genre. His movies have almost achieved both word of mouth and box office, and he is also a worthy partner. But with Harvey here, Quentin will not look for other companies to cooperate with for the time being. When others saw him appear at the party, they turned their heads to look at him, some puzzled, some envious, and some with burning eyes. Although all the people present were stars, there were few TV stations around the world that could compare to Link, and the difference in net worth was too great, not to mention that Link was only 22 years old. Others also came forward to say hello. Most of them were female stars: Nicole Kidman, Salma Hayek, supermodel Heidi Klum, Elizabeth Banks, etc. came up one after another. Jennifer Lawrence saw the women rushing up and subconsciously grabbed Link's arm to prevent him from being hooked by these women. Link squeezed her fingers tightly and asked her to relax. Although he was greedy for flowers and lustful, he was not interested in these young women. Not far away, Harvey Weinstein was discussing the film with Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. He saw Link when he came, but the guy refused to give any face when he called Link several times to invite him to the party privately, and he didn't have the chance to drag Link into the party. Harvey was very angry. Seeing Link coming, he originally planned to turn to Link for a while and let him come over to say hello. But as soon as Link arrived, the women at the scene surrounded him enthusiastically, wishing they could stick to him. The men also talked about him quietly, with praise and envy in their words. Link suddenly became the focus of the party. Harvey narrowed his eyes, his heavy eye bags trembled, and he laughed and said to Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, "It's better to be young. Women like young and handsome men. Harvey, you are not old. The beauties at the scene are all here for you," Matt Damon said with a smile, holding up a wine glass. Harvey found this very pleasing to the ear. He laughed with his big belly, winked at his assistant implicitly, and walked towards Link with a wine glass. "Haha, Link, welcome to my party. When Link was chatting with director Martin Scorsese, Harvey walked over from the crowd, with his big belly, covering his toad mouth, with a teasing smile on his face that was hard to fathom. The big stars blocking the middle stepped back and gave him the platform in the middle. Link stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party. "Mr. Weinstein, your party is the coolest party I have ever seen. There are big stars everywhere. It's amazing." Haha, Link, don't forget that you are also a big star, but you are more famous than them, and more difficult to invite. I don't dare to be famous, it's just a little too much. You should have heard that I'm a model worker. Link joked to himself. Harvey laughed, and the stars around him also laughed. After chatting for a while, Link took the initiative to bring up Silver Linings Playbook. The filming of this movie started in February. In more than a month, the main scenes were finished. The next step is post-production, and the release schedule is about to reach a ceiling. At that time, Weinstein Pictures only allocated the first batch of funds. The second batch of about $6.5 million had already arrived. If the funds could not be allocated on time, it would affect the post-production of the film. Producer Broadbent guessed that Harvey wanted to use this method to control the editing and publicity rights of the film. At the beginning of the discussion, the film would be jointly promoted and distributed by the same company. If the publicity and promotion of a film is handled by one company, the other company will have the opportunity to make false accounts and multiply the publicity and promotion costs several times, first recovering the investment in publicity and promotion. After the film is released, even if it has losses, it can still stand firm. This is also a common practice of the 6 major Hollywood film companies. The 6 major film companies, including Universal, Disney, Warner, Fox, Sony and other parent companies, have established television stations, newspapers and magazines and other publicity and promotion agencies. They are usually more convenient than independent production companies in promoting and promoting films. Some movies have huge losses, but they make money from publicity channels, which is still profitable for the parent company. This is also the reason why the 6 major film companies can stand firm in Hollywood. What exactly is MGM? That suffered from the lack of publicity channels, which led to bankruptcy and was divided up by the 6 major companies. Link, this is a negligence of the financial department. I asked about the situation before. If I hadn't asked him, the funds would have been transferred over, and the filming would not have been delayed like this. Today is a gong gala. Let's not talk about the work of the celebration first. Let's come and talk. I'll introduce you to some good friends. Javier looked at him and said enthusiastically. Link did not refuse, and followed Harvey to meet several well-known directors and producers. Among them was a producer named Julie Taymor, also a female director. Her representative work is Freda, directed by Salma Hayek in 2002, which has won 5 nominations at the Academy Awards, as well as The Revenge of the Psalms, Oedipus Rex and Across the Sky. Last year, the art film The Tempest, directed by her, was nominated for the Best Costume Design Oscar not long ago. Both films were also co-produced with Harvey. When director Julie Taymor met Harvey, she euphemistically mentioned the theft of The Tempest, saying that her company had not received the first theft yet, and asked Harvey the reason. Harvey's face suddenly turned cold, and he said to his companions beside him, "She is no longer my guest, let her leave." "Mr. Weinstein, I'm sorry, I didn't mention this here, but I went to Weinstein Pictures to find you more than 10 times, but I didn't see you. I can only say it here." Harvey waved his hands, and with an impatient look, he asked 2 assistants to take director Julie Taymor away. Director Julie Taymor's husband, who is also a composer, came over to stop them. It is said that after the release of The Tempest, their company should have obtained 22% of the North American market share. Now that the movie has been released for nearly half a year, the company has not received the first rescue. The company is about to go bankrupt, and it has no choice but to line up to find Harvey Weinstein. "Shut up." Harvey pointed at the other party's nose and cursed. The North American box office of this movie is only $13.5 million, which is less than 1/3 of the production cost. You still want to break up? Not a penny. Get them out. Harvey had a gloomy face. The flesh on his face kept jumping, and his short and thick neck and big belly kept swelling with his breathing. The assistant, with a burly bodyguard, held director Tamor and dragged her husband out of the magnificent and bustling villa hall. Many people saw this scene, but no one would interfere at this time. Weinstein was a famous tyrant in the entertainment industry. If they meddled in other people's business at this time, they might get the same treatment as director Tamor. After director Tamor and his wife were taken away, the party scene became lively again. Link looked at the lively party and smiled softly. It is rumored that Harvey is arrogant and frivolous, cruel and ruthless, affectionate to those who can help him make money, and very cold to those who can't help him make money. Now it seems that the rumors are true. Haha, Link, don't get me wrong. Director Tamor and I are not what you see. Before the filming of this movie, we had a contract. If the movie sells well, there will be layoffs, and if it loses money, there will be no layoffs. I work completely according to the contract. According to Harvey's explanation, his smiling face returned. Link nodded and didn't say much. He probably understood the way both parties worked together. Director Tamor's company invested in the film with the director's salary and part of the funds. After the film was released, it obtained a 22% transfer of North American equity. This method is very common in Hollywood. Unfortunately, the North American equity of this film is only $13.5 million, but the cost is as high as $35 million, and the project has lost tens of thousands. Harvey was unhappy about losing money. In order to reduce the losses of his own company, he swallowed up all the ownership of the film and cheated his partners without giving them the rest they deserved. Director Tamor couldn't get the money, and he had two choices. One is to sue with a contract, which costs money and may not win the case. For people with tight finances, it is not a good choice. It is to pay out of pocket to make up for the crew's deficit. If she can't come up with the money, she and her brother's company will have a great chance of going bankrupt. This is Hollywood, a casino bigger than Las Vegas. Link didn't sympathize with director Tamor's experience, but just reminded Harvey more carefully. Chapter 394, Exposure and Rage. At the party, Link met a group of famous filmmakers with Harvey. At first, he thought that they were trying to get him to join the gang, but then he felt something was wrong. He had scolded Harvey on the phone last time. Harvey couldn't have any good intentions towards him, and what they did might not be good. He looked at Harvey's excited expression and guessed that he was probably showing off, like a gangster showing off how many minions he had, trying to shock him with this trick. After introducing the filmmakers, Harvey introduced him to more than a dozen beautiful products and models, including Cara Delevingne, Lena Headey, Lupita Nyong'o, and Eliza Dushku, all of whom were women in their 20s and 30s. During the introduction, Harvey put his arm around his shoulder and told him affectionately that he could pick any woman here and sleep with whoever he wanted, and there would be no problem. Link refused Elizabeth. Apart from Nicole Kidman and other older girls at the party, none of the young actresses can compare to Jennifer Lawrence in terms of appearance and figure, not to mention Daddario and Nozomi Sasaki. When Harvey introduced them, he didn't look at them much, just greeted Elizabeth. Harvey looked at him hard, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Bang. Damn Link. You dare to lie to me, I will kill you. In the villa room, Harvey picked up a vase and smashed it hard on the ground. He gasped hard, the fat on his face kept trembling, and there was an uncontrollable murderous intent in his eyes. Bob stood at the door and saw the blue and white porcelain on the ground at the door. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. This vase was a tableau he bought from Japan and spent more than 30,000 myths. It has a very high collection value, but now it has become a pile of fragments. Seeing Harvey pick up another one, he hurried over to block it. Harvey, it's normal for Link not to accept the women you arranged. He's a big star, and even influenced by his lecherous chromosomes, so of course he won't easily accept women who are strangers. I think this kind of thing will come. When we get familiar with each other in the future, I will send him women, and he will definitely accept them. Bob persuaded. Humph, do you think I'm angry about this? No, the damn Link lied to me. The women I introduced today are the ones I violated before, and they also made trouble. Last time I heard Link say that there was black material about me, I immediately arranged for a lawyer to negotiate with them, and spent more than $3 million and more than 10 movie roles to deal with them. This time I invited them to the party, and I also wanted to drag Link into the water with them, but that damn Link saw these women, and heard their names, and he didn't react at all. Do you know what this means? Harvey roared with a bulging belly. What? It means that the damn guy has never heard of their names, nor does he know what happened to them. This means that he has no dirt on me, and he is just making up stories based on rumors. He is defrauding me. Defrauding me, the most powerful person in Hollywood. Harvey pounded his fists on the table and shouted hysterically. Bob frowned and thought for a while, then asked, "Are you sure? She was raped by you?" Almost all the women I played with in the 1980s and 1990s are married with children, have families and careers, and for the sake of their reputation, they dare not jump out and make trouble. Those who dare to make trouble are all brainless young women, just like those women just now, but Link didn't react at all when he saw them, so I dare to conclude that he was deceiving me. Damn Link, I will never let you go, Harvey shouted with a red face. What are you going to do? Link is not an ordinary person. He is worth billions. He has listed industries such as sports, entertainment, technology, and automobiles. He has a large family and a large business. In addition, there are rumors in New York that he is going to marry Eva Carton. With the support of the Carton family, his connections in the political and legal circles are no worse than ours. It is difficult for us to get him in Manhattan, Bob said. So what? This is Hollywood, my territory. If he dares to offend me, he should be prepared to be ruined physically and infamous, Harvey said angrily. He still remembered that last time on the phone, Link used a precise and rude tone to scold him for being a coward and not a man. At that time, he was so angry that he wanted to kill Link. Later, the bastard used the excuse that he had some dirt on him and ruined his reputation. In order to protect himself, he had to be humble and agreed to cooperate with Link and give him half of a good project. But what was the result? It was all lies. Link didn't have any dirt on him at all. He was like a fool and was fooled around by him. Harvey was so angry that he gnashed his teeth when he thought about how he was frightened by Link's fabricated dirt and compromised, and greeted him with a smile and even gave him a woman. After becoming a famous Hollywood producer, he had never been humiliated like this in the past 20 years, but this time he was completely fooled by Link. He would never reveal this matter easily. Ruin his reputation? How do you ruin his reputation? Bob asked. Harvey took a few breaths, sat in the office chair and thought about it, and came up with several ways. First, if Link wanted to become a famous movie star, then find a way to ban him and prevent him from getting any roles. Third, use the media to throw dirty water on him and ruin his reputation. Is this okay? Bob thought about it and shook his head. This is difficult. First of all, Link is a world-class star. He has the highest digital driving force. The big six studios will not let go of this attractive actor. Also, he has already taken on the role in Captain America. Before the movie is released, Marvel Studios, Disney, and Paramount Pictures will protect him and prevent his reputation from deteriorating. If Captain America is good, Marvel will continue to shoot sequels, and it will be even more difficult for us to ruin his reputation. There is also Palestinian Beach Pictures. Link has money and can continue to invest. It is almost impossible to close this company. Hatawi frowned, and the fat on his face was squeezed together, making his face ferocious. He thought about what Bob said and found that he was absolutely right. According to the current situation, he really couldn't get rid of Link. Thinking of this, he picked up the vase and smashed it hard on the floor, roaring, "Then what do you say we should do? Just let Link go? This posture is possible." Bob lit a cigar, took a few puffs and said, "I have 3 ways. First, after Link marries the Thompson family, he will celebrate the base camp in politics. In addition, Florida, where he was born, also symbolizes the base camp. California is New York's territory. We have a clear advantage here. What's the use of saying this? I just want to bring down Link, not to run for election." Harvey ranked dissatisfied. Bob said, "In California, most singers are popular music, and the media also has a popular policy when reporting. We can publicize Link's popular behavior and isolate Link. Although this is useless, it will bring a lot of hostility to Link, which is more beneficial to us." Harvey thought about it and reluctantly added our proposal. Secondly, attract British pounds to help. In the past few years, Lincoln Dynasty Promotions have made a lot of money in the boxing world, while the profits of companies such as Precision Promotions, Don King Promotions, and Queensberry Promotions have dropped significantly during the same period. I don't believe they have no hostility towards Link, and these people are all possible partners. After entering the music industry, Link had a big fight with East Coast rappers, and even affected the black actor group. Many black actors once publicly protested against Link, and dared not to cooperate with him. These people are also possible partners. After hearing what Bob said, Harvey gradually calmed down, and thought about his countermeasures. In addition, it is said that Cunis Jr. is very obsessed with Eva Cab, and they almost got married. It was only because of Link's interference that Cunis Jr.'s dream fell through. It is rumored that Cunis Jr. is full of hostility towards Link, and he is also a possible partner. More importantly, the Cunis Jr. family is Arjuda brothers, and can be completely trusted. Bob said meaningfully. Harvey felt relieved when he heard this. In the process of becoming famous, Link, this bastard, not only offended the dark-skinned group, but also had a conflict with the Cunis family, the representative of the ethnic group in the New York area, because of Evica. He offended the home group all of a sudden, which was really looking for death. As long as these two major ethnic groups put in a little effort, no matter how many billions Link had, he would be ruined in a snap. As long as these parties can unite, Manhattan Link will be a piece of cake. The easiest way to get Manhattan Link is to let him stay in Hollywood. Hollywood is our territory. Link is a rookie in the film industry. He doesn't understand movies or investment at all. We are professional in this area, with sufficient funds and connections. We just need to suppress him in the film industry, and make him lose money on one movie, and lose more than 10 movies on a dozen movies. Even if he has billions of dollars, can he withstand short-term support? We can also arrange some projects that look good, but are actually very bad to give to their company, which will definitely accelerate the bankruptcy of Lincoln Seaside Bay Pictures. What do you think? Bob asked. Harvey nodded seriously. The first one is to take over his power from the political level and attack his reputation. The second one is to unite with Link's enemy, the alien, and crush him from all aspects. The third one is to use his own advantages, and suggest defeating him in Hollywood. These three are very practical. As long as they are used well, the young Link will be very simple. Dear brother, you have thought well, especially the third one is the most in line with my mind. I'm a professional in making movies. I'm 100% sure that I can defeat him in this aspect and make him lose a lot of money. The first two methods are also good. It would be a pity to give up. Then how about contacting Little Cunis, East Coast Rap, Boxing Company, and promoting Link's support ceremony? Harvey looked excited. No problem. The premise is that our company must make money, Bob emphasized. In terms of producing and distributing movies, he is about the same and his level is also average. From Miramax Films to Weinstein Films, it all depends on Harvey. His task is equivalent to the company's administrative director, Harvey's assistant and logistics director. Pumpkin Harvey likes women and being praised by others. He likes to brag about real US dollars even more. This time he promised Manhattan Link, and he also wants to make a big profit from Link's wealth through this matter. Haha, it's settled. Harvey stood up excitedly and gave this smart brother a hug. At the same time, he smiled coldly. Link Baker, prepare to face my wrath. Chapter 395 The crime begins. At the party, Link also noticed Harvey's face, but he didn't stay. The two sides were not friends. There was no need to pretend to be friends and stab each other in the back. He was not used to this way of communication. So when he saw Harvey's face turn sour, he was relieved. It showed that he did a good job in something. Harvey would only look bad when he was annoyed. Seeing Harvey's face, Link was not interested in staying at the party. He said hello to Cassie and Quentin and left Weinstein's villa with Jennifer. Driving on the streets of Beverly Hills, the April sunshine made him feel comfortable. Thinking of Harvey's attitude, Link called producer Broadbent and asked him if Weinstein Pictures did not allocate enough funds for the subsequent production of Silver Linings Playbook, what would the company structure do? Ben said it was not a big problem. After the filming contract last year, Tidal Flats Pictures and Weinstein Pictures each held 50% of the copyright of this film. If Weinstein Pictures does not disburse funds on time, according to the terms of the contract, when multiple film companies jointly invest in a film project, when one of the companies has financial problems, other investors have priority to obtain the remaining investment shares. This sentence can buy Weinstein Pictures 50% film copyright and conduct independent production and distribution. There is also a stipulated time limit in the contract. Depending on the situation, the investor has 120 to 180 days to subscribe for funds. If the funds cannot be paid by the specific date, the arbitration committee may rule that one party has breached the contract. Although half a year is not a long time, for many people, the film company and the cinema said that this time difference can drag down a company. But this does not include Beach Pictures. Palestine Beach Pictures made more than $48 million on the Scandal project last year, plus the $30 million funds he had allocated, and the funds were sufficient. After investing in the 3 projects of Bridesmaids, The Help and Silver Linings Playbook, there is still a surplus. So no matter what tricks Weinstein Pictures is going to play, Beach Pictures has enough capital to toss. Link asked about the situation of the Hunger Games again. Producer Ben said that the progress was not smooth. Lionsgate and Color Force Pictures are cooperating to develop this project. There is no shortage of funds for the time being, but Jennifer Lawrence's audition went well. She is good. She is just 21 years old and meets the setting of the heroine. In addition, she has shown strong and brave personalities in The Plains of Burning Age and Winter's Bone. Her acting skills are also good. Producers Nina Jackson and director Gary Ross are very optimistic about her. Hearing this news, Link thought about it. Jennifer Lawrence can continue to play the leading role. It is okay for Beach Island Pictures not to participate in the investment. It will just make a few $100 million less. Such losses can be found in the stock market. Producer Ben said that, since Lionsgate does not need to invest, forget it. He called Ms. Mandy again and asked the company to continue to pay attention to the Hunger Games project and strive for Jennifer to get the role of the heroine Katniss. Ms. Mandy expressed her understanding. When he was on the phone, Jennifer Lawrence was sitting in the co-pilot, blinking her blue-gray eyes and looking at him quietly. When she heard Link say that he helped her get the heroine of the Hunger Games, her expression became a little complicated. When she joined her Y&L company, she was mainly attracted by Link's fame, his net worth of hundreds of millions, and his resources. Becoming his artist can get more film and television resources, such as he helped her get the second female role in Fox Films' X-Men with just one phone call, and the Scandal project produced by his company was relatively successful and had some strength. Joining such a company is more helpful to her career than being in IMG, compared with the things in bed with Link. Before last year, because Link was a playboy and had many girlfriends, she did not intend to save much feelings from him and liked to have sex with him more than love him as a person. After being able to get along with him for more than half a year, she found that Link was a very good man, strong, hard-working, smart, honest, kind, ambitious, healthy living habits, and a little bit of a playboy, almost without any flaws. In terms of playboyism, Jennifer also found that he was just a playboy, not a sentimental person, nor a scumbag who fell in love with every woman he met and liked to play with women's emotions, whether in work or life. He also gave them great care and was very considerate. For Link, she had broken the springboard and shield before and kicked him after becoming famous. After thinking for a long time, Jennifer found that he was not only a lover with strong kidney function, but also a very considerate and gentle friend, a rare man. He can almost satisfy all the fantasies of a woman about a man, as well as physically and materially. The longer she spends with him, Jennifer finds that she is reluctant to leave him. She said that this is not love on the festival, and she doesn't know if it is right to do so she feels a little complicated. Jenny, I heard that you did well in your audition for the Hunger Games? Link asked after putting down the phone. Is it okay? Jennifer Lawrence shrugged and smiled. During the audition, they asked me to perform a scene where Katniss replaced her sister in the Hunger Games. I did what they asked me to do. Director Gary Ross thought that my performance was very suitable for the role. The actors who auditioned this time are all top notch. I saw Emma Roberts, Saoirse Ronan, Shailene Woodley, and Chloe Grace Moretz on the scene. They all looked very good. Since the producers haven't announced the final candidates, I'm not sure if I can get the role before then. It doesn't matter. You did a good job. As for the rest of the work, you need to concentrate on preparing for this role. This play is about a female protagonist. If you perform well, it will be of great help to your career. I see. Jennifer Lawrence looked at him, took his left hand and smiled. I have to go to the crew to film tomorrow. I have time in the afternoon and evening. Do you want to stay at my place? I can make fried chicken for you. It sounds good. Do people in Kentucky know how to make fried chicken? Link remembered a joke. Kentucky is the hometown of KFC, so Kentucky people who can't make fried chicken are all drags, just like people in Florida who have never seen alligators, haven't been tanned by the sun, and haven't been to Orlando Disney. I don't know. We have a lot of chicken farms there. Housewives can make fried chicken. They have unique ingredients and production methods. The taste is better than KFC and eating there. Listening to it, I'm starting to drool. Link smiled and bought 2 fresh White Rock chickens from Costco supermarket according to Jennifer's instructions. In addition to turkeys, the chickens on American tables are also commonly found in White Rock, Bolson, Canabaclin, butter chickens and other varieties. Some lay eggs, some eat meat, and the taste and function are different. Jennifer's skill in making fried chicken is also good. Except for the first pot, that was a little burnt. The other pots tasted good, golden in color, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. No wonder the other party is a star who is willing to cook. Link enjoys this kind of dance more. Link, it's time to eat. Jennifer came to the scene with a plate of food. Link opened the refrigerator, took out 2 cans of cold beer, and sat on the balcony to enjoy lunch. When Link was enjoying beer fried chicken at Jennifer's house, the Weinstein brothers launched the first round of attacks on him. First, use the media to spread the celebration news supported by Link. The method is very simple. Reprint and publish a tofu block news article titled "Link followed Mr. Thompson to attend a private party in the New York Daily News and a prominent position in the Los Angeles Times, The Hollywood Reporter and other media, and publicize it." Through the introduction of Mr. Thompson and several guests in the photo, the media described this party as a party of celebrants, and also said that Link might be the sponsor of the celebration, or he might be preparing to run for election. Since California is an immigrant city with mixed races, the attitude towards immigrants is strongly restricted, which has also led to California gradually becoming the territory of immigrants since the 1990s. In addition, a large part of the consumption in the Hollywood film market comes from foreign immigrants. Hollywood needs the support of immigrants, so it needs occasions where political inclinations are made public. Most actors will express their support for actors in order to win the support of immigrant fans, and the same is true for songs. Even though many singers are psychologically biased towards celebrating the tax cuts for high-income groups, they will not reveal their political inclinations in public to offend their fans. Now Bob has used this trick to get Silver Link. Although it will not cause a heavy blow to Link's festival, it will have a certain impact on his film and album sales. After the news spread, as a representative of New Yorkers in Hollywood, Harvey's people expressed his dissatisfaction with Link to the baby through people around him. He said that Link was a descendant of fishermen who climbed up from the bottom. His grandfather was an Italian immigrant, and he was also a descendant of immigrants. People like him should have been born Jews. But after the success, they supported the celebration and called Link a traitor to the Jews. They also mentioned the old news that Link blasted the new black president in 2009, which proved that Link was a stubborn prayer. Bob also contacted Little Cunas, P. Diddy, Jay-Z and others to express his dissatisfaction with Link, and the two sides reached a consensus on the matter of Link. Finally, Harvey found out through his connections that the new movie Bridesmaids of Palm Beach Studios would be released in early May. In order to hit Link in terms of sales, he temporarily adjusted the schedule of the two movies and decided to kill Bridesmaids in May to give Link a taste of his own medicine. In addition, he also contacted the presidents and producers of many film companies and talked about some of their views on Link. mainly negative views, such as Link is a sacrificer, a substitute, and a playboy, and clearly stated that it was Washington's view of Link, hoping that everyone would be more cautious when cooperating with Link and Manhattan Pictures. As for these people not giving him face, Harvey may not know, but it is certain that these people will hesitate again and again when cooperating with Link. If there are too many people who can only hesitate, it will evolve into a ban on Link. Click. Harvey hung up the phone, rubbed the woman under him, and smiled coldly. Link, what right do you have to fight me? Chapter 396 Investment and Ban. In the morning, the weather in Los Angeles was good, and the outdoor scenery was warmer than yesterday, about 18 years old or older. Link, wearing long-sleeved sportswear, ran along the long asphalt road for 14 or 15 kilometers, sweating. When returning to the dock from the pier, he saw the sunrise rising from Hollywood, Manhattan, gilding the city of Los Angeles with a layer of dazzling gold. Good morning, Link. When he ran to the front of Villa 1072, he happened to meet Schwarzenegger running from the opposite side, wearing sportswear, with a big back hair, and followed by a burly bodyguard. Seeing Schwarzenegger, he couldn't help but think of the recent news. Arnold. Link raised his speed and called out. He wanted to continue running forward, but he saw Schwarzenegger stopped and stood on the side of the road. He could only stop and see what the other party wanted to talk about. Hey, Link, the newspaper said that you are going to enter politics and run for president in the future. Is this true? Schwarzenegger said with a smile. It sounds like a good idea, but I don't have this plan for the time being, Link said. Recently, he also saw related news in the newspapers. Some said that he was a celebrant and was funding the Philippines, and some said that he was actively involved in politics and would run for president in the near future. The news that he was going to run for president was even more explosive. He was a beach boy who climbed up from the slums. After becoming a world boxing champion, a world superstar and a billionaire, if he could become president again, that would be the American dream. For this reason, many people went to his fan website to leave messages, encouraging him to run for president, saying that they would definitely support him and participate for him. In less than 3 days, there were more than 500,000 related messages. Because of these news, he now has to receive more than 10 more calls every day. All the acquaintances called to confirm the authenticity of the news. When they heard that he said it was fake, they all encouraged him to try. Maybe he could succeed, and everyone regarded this as a joke. Link accidentally asked Schwarzenegger this question in person, and thinking of the celebration of his abdication, he guessed that this conversation might have political implications. Haha, Link, I've read your resume and your previous interviews with the media. You're very suitable to be a politician, and you may even have a chance to run for election. I think you should give it a try. Schwarzenegger did not comment. He was not involved in politics, and he did not know what kind of abilities a politician needed. But considering the presidents who were assassinated in history, he felt that this matter needed to be carefully reviewed. I'll consider it later. Very good, I'm optimistic about you. Schwarzenegger punched him in the chest with his fist and continued running with his bodyguard. Link just saw regret on the other's face. Although Schwarzenegger had served 2 terms as governor of California and had good political qualifications and reputation, he was born in the United States and had tax and American invoices, which conformed to the American format. Citizens whose place of birth was not in the United States were not eligible to participate in the general election. When returning to the running bay, Evoca also got up, wearing a pure white Manhattan t-shirt and khaki cropped pants, white shoes, and a badminton racket swinging left and right on the lawn. Seeing him come back, Evoca picked up a racket from the ground and handed it to him, asking him to play badminton together. Are you sure you can play badminton? Link looked at the curve of her chest. With her size, I'm not your opponent in tennis, and you're not my opponent in badminton. Evoca said provocatively with the racket horizontally. I've never played badminton, but I don't think it's a problem to beat you. Stop blowing. Serve quickly. Evoca bent over and lowered her chest, holding him tightly and shouting. Link smiled lightly, took a sip from the water bottle on the ground, then picked up the badminton and served it. The first time it didn't go over the net, making Evoca laugh at him. The second time it went over the net smoothly, but was intercepted by Ivica and hit to the left corner. Link took a few steps back and hit the ball back, but unfortunately his regret was too low and it hit the net, and he lost points. You're making rapid progress. Keep it up, Ivica said with a raised lip corner. Link knew she was feeling proud, so he picked up the badminton and started playing. After playing for half an hour, they barely managed to tie, but Ivica was running around on the court, panting and sweating profusely. Her chest was hit twice by the badminton. She rubbed her left breast, stared at him coldly, and quickly said that he was a hooligan during the game, so she was deducted 5 points. Link didn't care. After knowing how to add points, he had no interest in 5 points and 10 points. He was thinking about when to add 100 points and pick this thorny rose. When they returned to the villa, the servants had already prepared breakfast. Link and Ivica washed off the sweat, changed into dry clothes, and went to eat. The restaurant in this villa is a bit small, and the security situation is average. We should consider moving to another place, Ivica said, stirring the fruit salad with a spoon. If you live here too, I agree that the building is big, and you can't move here. It doesn't matter where I live alone. Link ate bread and flipped through the newspaper. I have already started to establish a Link Music branch in Los Angeles and bought a large recording studio. In the future, the company's work can also be handled in Prague. No problem, it's up to you. I'll be responsible for the thumbs up. Link looked at in addition, our company's profit reached 180 million yuan last year. After the dividend, the balance on the books was more than 60 million, and there was no holding at all. As a company, this situation is not reasonable. The consulting company on Wall Street also said that our Link Music industry structure is very simple and the development is relatively conservative. The consulting company suggested that we develop firmly and try to get involved in the downstream industries of the music industry to increase the company's industrial scale, such as music players, headphones, or music websites. What suggestions do you have? Is Link Music simple? Don't forget that we also have the SB Project company, but it's not good to have too much balance on the books. It's time to make some investments. Link thought for a while and said, "Oh, what are you going to invest in?" The group of people on Wall Street in Seattle. I believe in your judgment more. Ivica put down the silver spoon and looked at him seriously. Talk while eating. Don't treat the dining table as a conference table. There is no need to invest in the music player you just mentioned. It is very convenient to listen to music on mobile phones now, and there is no market for music players. As for headphones, we don't understand this industry and there is no need to intervene. We can acquire a niche headphone brand or cooperate with a big brand company. First of all, Link Music brand headphones are mainly aimed at fan groups. According to the number of fans you and Link Music stars have, the market size is as high as hundreds of millions. Ivica explained the operating procedures of branded headphones. Link thought about it. It's similar to selling stars. The investment is not much. If the compatibility is good, it will not make less than selling records. Okay, you can try it. And the music website you mentioned, are there any good targets? Currently, the main paid music websites are iTunes, Amazon Music Store, Universal Music website, etc. These platforms are supported by groups such as Apple and Amazon. We have no chance to invest. There are several free streaming music service platforms now. I have seen 4 of them, and they are pretty good. The best one is Pandora Radio, which is currently the most popular music success in the United States. It has completed 3 rounds of financing, and its market value has reached 2.5 billion. The second one is Spotify, a Swedish short film. This company's short film was launched in 2008, and it has raised exciting funds. Currently, it has about $800 million US. Due to copyright issues, last year Steve Jobs, together with Warner and other record companies, tried to prevent Spotify from obtaining song copyrights in the United States. Spotify's development in the United States has been hindered, and its prospects are bleak. There are also Aspiro and Rapster, which are streaming websites for new albums in the past 2 years. They are modeled after the earliest music download website Napster. They have also received a sensation and their market value is about 200 million. Evica didn't need to take the tablet. She could accurately retell the viewing data and statistics while eating breakfast, which made him very anxious. Link thought about the 4 streaming music platforms she mentioned. The first translation is Pandora Music Box, which released an album in 2003. It is a popular music automatic song in the United States and has certain investment value. However, Spotify's potential is poor. Currently, Spotify's market value is less than $1 billion, but it will grow into the world's largest streaming music platform in the future. This platform is divided into 2 modes, paid and free. The paid mode is that users pay $10 per month and listen to songs for free that month, or pay $0.06 to $0.0084 per song. Link knew that this company had seen the news that Taylor had a falling out with Spotify. Because of the music channel problem, Taylor removed all songs from Spotify in 2014, which caused serious controversy in the international music scene. By 2014, Spotify's market value had reached $8 billion, and by 2020, it was expected to exceed $60 billion. From this point of view, Spotify is more worthy of investment. The third one, Aspiro, is a music platform invested by Jay-Z, which is committed to providing high-fidelity music and music videos, and taking the boutique route. Taylor also has 2 albums and songs released on the Aspiro platform. Link didn't know whether Jay-Z had taken action yet, but relatively speaking, Spotify's investment value was greater. He told Evica about his opinion and said that he could talk to Spotify's representatives in the United States. If they were willing to invest, the songs released by Link Music could also be released on Spotify at the same time, and Aspiro could also be discussed. Evica said that she understood and would continue to complete the 3 projects. Ding ling ling. Before breakfast was over, the phone rang from the scene. Link put down the newspaper and came to the scene to answer the phone. "Boss, I just received a call from the producer of In Time. They are going to replace your role," Mizuna said on the phone. "Oh, what's the reason?" "I don't know. That the crew planned to shoot in May, but because of your busy work, it had to be postponed to June. I don't know if the crew agreed, but now the producer New Regency Pictures does not agree to postpone it and requires the crew to replace your role. I'm communicating with the producer of In Time." "I understand. You continue to communicate with them. If the crew does not agree, then give up the role." Link thought for a while and said, "Ding ling ling." Just after hanging up the phone rang again. A friend called Catherine. "Link, director Will Gluck just found me. Because of your schedule problem, Screen Gems is ready to give up cooperating with us to produce the movie Too Much to Lose and instead cooperate with Weinstein Pictures." In addition, Mandy called and said that the Hunger Games team is also ready to change their minds and replace the heroine with other actors. Link, why did this problem occur at the same time? Isn't someone deliberately targeting us? Catherine asked. When Link heard about Weinstein Company, he immediately remembered that this matter was probably related to Harvey. Last time at the party, Harvey's face suddenly darkened, and he found some hostility. Now, regardless of the fact that he still had his black material in his hands, he suddenly made these movements on the top of the living room. Link thought about it and said to Catherine, "Let's not worry about the bed problem of friends with benefits. Beach Pictures currently lacks a good budget, and it is not a big problem to have one less project. What needs to be done now is to continue to negotiate with the production team of the Hunger Games to keep Jennifer as the heroine." Catherine said she knew. Link told Catherine about his conflict with Harvey and asked the company to be more careful. Last year, Miramax Films joined the judging, including several executives of the newly established Beach Pictures. Miramax was originally the company of the Weinstein Brothers albums. Mira was their mother's name and Maximum was their father's name. It was sold to Disney for $80 million in 1993. In 2005, the two sides ended their cooperation and Miramax became a subsidiary of Disney. Be careful that Harvey contacts old employees and tries to make trouble for the company. After hanging up the phone, there was a missed call on his phone. It was from Ms. Mandy. He called back and told Mandy that he knew about it. There was no need to rush. Take your time. Just a few roles and a few movies would not have a big impact on the company. She should continue to work as usual and keep Jennifer's role first. Ms. Mandy was relieved to hear that. She said that she was communicating with director Gary Ross. They were optimistic about Jennifer and did not want to change the role. It was just that the second largest shareholder of Lionsgate put pressure on the crew and hoped to adjust the role. He knew about it. He would communicate first and report back if there was any new information. What's wrong with growth? Evika brought a glass of milk and handed it to him. Link drank it in one gulp and talked about Harvey's actions. First, he was stood up by the crew, and then he was unilaterally terminated by his partners. Even Harbour Bay and the artists under the company were affected. Link finally understood that the number of people who listed Harvey as the most powerful person in Hollywood was more important than he thought. Those people knew that he was worth more than $2 billion and had a very high sales appeal, but they chose to support Harvey at this time, which showed that Harvey was more important to them and could trigger more interests for them. Eva, I'm going to get rid of Harvey. Is there no chance? With those scandals about him, Evika stretched out her arms, pondered for a moment, and said, it is extremely difficult and the cost is also very high. First of all, most of the sexual assaults and sexual harassment in the hall are related to transactions. In the past hundreds of years, there have been thousands of similar cases in Hollywood, and only 3 people have been sentenced, and they were just small producers with little power. Harvey currently has great power in Hollywood. Many people rely on him to become famous and make money. If he gets out of the game, he will get help from many people. And Weinstein Pictures has also survived the financial crisis, so they have enough money to hire lawyers. In addition, the current democracy is in power, and with Harvey's rise, his generals will take the initiative to provide legal, political, and media forces for their own interests. It will be very costly to bring him down, and it may be a lose-lose situation. It is better to wait a few more years until he steps down, or until Weinstein Pictures is not doing well, and it will be easier to defeat Weinstein than it is now. Eva pulled him and advised gently. When he collapsed, he nodded. So what? Even without the scandal, I can beat him in the movies. Eva saw his confident look and raised the corners of her beautiful lips. Chapter 397. Powerful political force. Today's breakfast reservation was not peaceful. Not long after I put down the phone, Paul Walker, Cassie Affleck, Joaquin Phoenix, Emma Roberts, Jessica Alba and others seemed to call. They asked about the conflict between him and Harvey. It was rumored that Harvey wanted to ban him in Hollywood. He also called close directors and actors, hoping that they would support his decision and strictly cooperate with Link. They also received the news from acquaintances and called to inquire about the situation. Link, I heard that you and Weinstein Films are cooperating to make a movie. How come it suddenly broke down? Paul Walker asked. Maybe it means that the newspaper said I'm a ritualist. Huh? Are you serious? Are you praying and preparing to run for election? Paul Walker asked in surprise. No, I'm non-partisan, and I'm not interested in politics. Link smiled. Before Eva taught him, when a politician needs to be smooth, good at lying and deceiving the public, and when others ask, he can call himself a Democrat and support the policies of the Democratic Party. It doesn't matter. Just like her father, who joined the Democratic Party in the 1980s, got married in the 1990s, joined the Democratic Party in 2001, celebrated in 2009, and joined the Reform Party during that period, etc. He would stand on whichever side was more advantageous and didn't care about the outside world's opinion. Link knew that what Eva said made sense, but he couldn't be as smooth as his father-in-law, nor could he lie to Paul Walker. So this is wrong? That's great. You can call Harvey to explain. I don't think he will care about it anymore. Paul Walker said. Paul Walker explained that in 1999, he became a youth idol with the movie Beauty of the Buff. It was produced by Miramax Pictures. He and Harvey were familiar with each other, but not very close. Link heard helplessly. Harvey and Miramax's ability to create stars was indeed at its peak. Since the 1990s, they have made hundreds of movie stars popular. Almost all the veteran movie stars currently active on the screen have worked with him, including several good friends around him, such as Paul, Cassie, and Joaquin. Seeing this situation, he also understood why the victims of Harvey's sexual assault did not dare to speak out before Harvey fell. Because Harvey's connections are too strong Once they speak out, they will have no place in Hollywood and say goodbye to the entertainment industry completely, which is very costly. Paul, things here are more complicated. It's useless to just call and explain, but you don't have to worry. No matter how strong Weinstein is, he can't do anything to me. Link said directly. Okay, I almost forgot that you are also a tycoon and have made it to the Forbes list. Link, you are so amazing. When are we going to race together? I haven't caught up with the rich people on the Forbes list. Can you satisfy me? Paul Walker laughed. Racing? Last year we made a bet that the loser couldn't touch the road for 3 years. In the end, you lost. Are you still racing? Haha, of course I didn't drive. I was filming on the crew. Link, my mind is still a little bit busy. Goodbye, talk later. Click. The phone was hung up by Paul Walker. Link shook his head and said, this guy's also a person who doesn't listen to advice. Ding ling ling. Just after hanging up the phone, Emma Roberts called again, saying that she got news from her aunt that Harvey wanted to ban him in Hollywood and asked him what happened when he grew up. Link said he was not sure. Maybe it was a political issue. Maybe it was something else. It was still under investigation, and there was no way to give an accurate explanation. Link, there are rumors that it was because of Jennifer Lawrence from the news of the crew of Silver Linings Playbook. Initially, Harvey didn't want to play the heroine with Jennifer and used tough means to squeeze Jennifer into the crew. You said that you and Harvey started to conflict because of this matter, isn't it? Emma Roberts is a bystander, and what she said was also very melon-like. Judging from the background sound of the microphone, it seems that there is more than one person around her, and someone is laughing next to her. Link felt helpless. It was indeed Jennifer who triggered the conflict between him and Harvey, but the main reason was that he used Harvey's sexual assault news as a shield last September, and he didn't like Harvey. Is that so? I remember that last year, Jennifer auditioned for Silver Linings Playbook, and Harvey wanted to harass her. I called to warn Harvey to stay away from her, and Harvey apologized on the spot. I thought that was the end of the matter, and I didn't expect that he would target me because of this matter in the future. Link thought it was not bad to use this as an excuse. First of all, it was a fact. Secondly, Harvey was a habitual offender, and this statement was more convincing. Finally, this is Hollywood, where jealousy for women is the most common and the most interesting. So that's the case. Then you have to be careful. Harvey is not a good person. He has the best connections in Hollywood, Emma Roberts said. While Emma was talking, someone next to her said, remind him that he and Harvey are both scumbags. No matter who gets unlucky, it's a good thing. We can just watch the show. Link's face darkened when he heard this. Emma, I know. I'll pay attention. The vampire next to you also said that she should be careful. People like her are most likely to attract the attention of scumbags. Haha, okay, I'll tell her. Emma Roberts laughed. Christine's dissatisfied voice also came from the phone. Link smiled lightly, hung up the phone, and received messages from Cassie and others on the chats afterward. Most of them advised him to take the initiative to reconcile with Harvey, telling him that Harvey is quite powerful in Hollywood. If he wants to develop in Hollywood, it's best not to have conflicts with Harvey, and it's best to find a way to reach and resolve it. Link thanked them for their kind persuasion, but this matter was provoked by Harvey. It's not that he doesn't want to make trouble and everything will be fine, and he has to take the initiative to apologize to Harvey, which is impossible. Although Harvey's influence in the United States is very large, it is not impossible to deal with him. Ding-ling-ling. While sending messages, Mizana called and told him that the producers of In Time said that he could not speak and his position was extremely strict. Mizana also introduced that the production company of In Time is New Regency Pictures. The boss of the company is Aaron Milchan, an Israeli black man and one of the top 10 gold medal producers in Hollywood. His representative works include Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Pretty Woman, Boxing Club, Heat, The Shining and hundreds of other works. He once publicly admitted on TV that, since the 1960s, he was recruited as a spy by Syrian President Shimon Peres to work in the Scientific Liaison Bureau, an intelligence agency responsible for Israel's nuclear program, and successfully completed dozens of secret missions. He was praised by the media for participating in the production of many films that are also considered to be political films, including the famous animation Fantastic Mr. Fox. The movie tells the story of a fox who made a living by stealing. After quitting his job, he bought a tree house between a chicken farm, a ham shop and a sea house farm. In order to raise his children, he had to engage in petty theft. He stole chickens, hams, and sea from 3 farmers at night. After initiating the revenge of the farmers, he joined a group of animal friends to fight back and defeat the cruel farmers. This movie has a very distorted view, but Donald Milchan has made a lot of money by investing in movies. With a net worth of $3.8 billion, he ranks 92nd on this year's Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans. He is also a big name in the film industry. Harvey and Arnold Milchan have worked together several times and have a good personal relationship. When Link heard Anna mention the gold medal producer Arnold, he found that the matter was gradually becoming difficult. Jack has a powerful hand in Hollywood and the media. If he meets them now, the probability of losing is greater. Tell Anna to give up the play in time first. Contact the detective named Raymond Carter and ask him to investigate the sexual assault case related to Harvey Weinstein. There is no time limit. If he can find key evidence, he will be rewarded with a large sum of money. Ms. Anna said she understood. After hanging up the phone, he found that the barbecue on the tray had already cooled down. Evoca also changed into a long skirt and urged him to hurry up in the hall because the art exhibition at the Getty Center was about to begin. Evoca said that the decoration of his villa was too luxurious and lacked any artistic taste, so she wanted to take him to an art exhibition to find some artworks to display. If he was lucky, he could buy artworks from artists with potential, which might appreciate in value in the future. Link did not object, and after breakfast, he accompanied Evoca to the Getty Center in Brentwood to see an art exhibition. Chapter 398 Acquisition Ideas. While Link was watching the art exhibition, Ms. Mandy was drinking coffee with Lionsgate CEO Stephen Bukes at the Lionsgate headquarters on 12th Street in Santa Monica, talking about the casting of The Hunger Games. Yesterday, she talked with The Hunger Games executive producer Nina Jackson and director Gary Ross, and both sides supported continuing to use Jennifer Lawrence as the heroine. But Lionsgate disagreed and put pressure on the crew. If the Alabay Decoration Company cannot change the opinions of the Lionsgate executives, the crew will have to change people in the end. Apologize. Ms. Mandy looked at President Steve Bukes opposite and sneered. Mr. Bukes, did I hear you right? Are you saying that Link should apologize to Harvey Weinstein? Ms. Gomez, don't get me wrong, this is the intention of the board of directors. Several shareholders have been lobbied to oppose our decision to hire Cambodia Bay artists. I need to be responsible to the board of directors. President Bukes explained. President Bukes, I have talked with Ms. Nina Jackson and director Gary Ross. They firmly believe that Jennifer is the best choice for Katniss. With her, the movie will definitely be successful. Other people who eat Katniss will have a much worse effect than Jennifer. This is what director Gary Ross said. President Bukes, I heard that Lionsgate has not been doing well in the past 2 years. The Hunger Games is Lionsgate's annual key project, with a cost of hundreds of millions. If there is a loss, Lionsgate's development will inevitably face a heavy blow, or even bankruptcy. It can be said that the movie The Hunger Games is very important to Lionsgate, so I hope you can think carefully before you make up your mind to change the role, Ms. Mandy said with a serious expression. When the president heard her words, his eyes twitched unconsciously. The development of Lionsgate this year is indeed not as good as the previous 2 years, but it is not serious enough to go bankrupt. But in the mouth of President Mandy Gomez, without Jennifer, The Hunger Games is 100% loss-making, The Hunger Games is loss-making, and Lionsgate is 100% bankrupt. Jennifer Lawrence seems to have become the savior of Lionsgate. I sighed in my heart. It was rumored that Link Baker's former agent was a very difficult character. Now the fact is true. Mr. Bukes thinks I'm exaggerating. Ms. Mandy quickly looked at the other party with a disdainful smile on her round appearance. I don't think my words are exaggerated. I'm also the president of a company. As the helmsman of the company, I think the most important thing is to have independent management rights. We can't just let anyone dictate the company's decisions. Even if it is the decision of the board of directors, we can defend it when there is a mistake, instead of accepting it without reason, because we are the CEO, and our responsibility is to find ways to make the company profitable and satisfy consumers. If the attitude of any outsider can affect the company's decision, I think such a company will not be far away from divorce and bankruptcy, right? President Bukes is an old senior and has more experience in this area than me. I believe President Bukes can understand what I mean. President Stephen Bukes frowned. He naturally understood that Ms. Mandy was also very unhappy that the board of directors was meddling in the company's specific projects. But as the president, he is also a senior employee. He needs to be responsible to the board of directors and get the support of the board of directors in his work. He cannot turn a blind eye to the initiatives of the board members. In addition, the reason why he did not refute the board of directors on this matter is also very simple. This is Hollywood. There are many actors. No one is a giant or an irreplaceable role. Except for the general old actors and top movie stars, ordinary actors are in front of the name. Because Jennifer Lawrence is an insignificant role, compared with the attitude of the board members, he thinks tonight is more important, so he supports the board on this matter. Ms. Gomez, I think the key to this matter lies with Mr. Link Baker. Now many producers and film companies have announced that they will not cooperate with him. We do this to avoid risks. President Stephen Bukes explained. Risk. Harvey Weinstein can be called a risk. Ms. Mandy smiled disdainfully, stood up and said, I'm very disappointed with your decision of Lionsgate. As a listed company, Lionsgate has a stronger influence in Hollywood than Weinstein. Mr. Bukes is the helmsman of Lionsgate, and his influence in the entertainment industry is not much inferior to Harvey Weinstein. But when facing Weinstein, he was trembling, fearful, weak and yielding, and had no independent autonomy at all. It's amazing. When President Bukes heard her words, his face became extremely ugly. Mandy said that he was trembling and yielding when he was with Harvey, which was tantamount to pointing at his nose and scolding him as a useless president and a coward. He could scold back when being scolded by a man, but now the words were said by a lady with good appearance and temperament, which made him regret it even more. In addition, President Bukes, I don't know who you are conveying the message for, asking Link to apologize to Harvey Weinstein. Now please pass my words back. It's possible to ask Entertainment Link to apologize. Who is Link? He is an Olympic champion, a world boxing champion, a top singer in the world music scene, an idol of the times, an American dream, a billionaire, and he has been ranked #1 in the circle for 2 consecutive years. Do you want such a heroic figure to apologize to a scumbag who was exposed to be suspected of rape? Oh, this is ridiculous, Mr. Bix. I bet that, if you have children, you tell them about this, they will definitely be ashamed of what you are doing now. Goodbye. Ms. Mandy nodded politely, picked up her small bag, and said goodbye with her assistant. This woman President Stephen Bix pointed at Ms. Mandy's back with a woman's hand. His face turned dark. He just came here to pass on a message for someone, but he was scolded on the head and didn't even have a chance to talk back. This is too, Mr. Bix. You are not good, right? The assistant came over and supported him and asked. President Bukes took a few deep breaths and leaned back in his chair to think for a moment. He took out his cell phone and called John Famila, chairman of Lionsgate and the company's largest shareholder. He expressed his support for the decision of the Hunger Games production team and believed that Jennifer Lawrence was more suitable for the heroine. If other actors were replaced, it would likely cause certain losses to the project. If the board of directors was willing to bear the losses, he had nothing to say. Chairman Famila pondered for a moment and said that he would continue to discuss with several shareholders and asked him to pursue the Hunger Games crew. This project was very important to the company and tried to avoid mistakes. After hanging up the phone, Steve Bukes' ears were still ringing with the words of President Mandy Gomez, such as trembling with fear and inability to retreat. He secretly cursed this woman for her poisonous mouth and hoped that he would never see this woman again. When someone comes again, just say you're not there. Hey, Link, are you busy? After Ms. Mandy left Lionsgate, she called Link and asked where he was. Link said he was at an exhibition at the Jetty Center. Ms. Mandy couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her aunt was running around for the company's affairs, but he still had the mind to see the exhibition at this time. Well, after all, he is the big boss. Mandy, how are your negotiations with Lionsgate going? Link asked on the phone. It was very unsuccessful. I just said a lot of nice things to President Bukes, but they didn't give in. They also asked you to apologize to Harvey Weinstein. I said that was impossible, and then the negotiations broke up. Jennifer needs to find other roles again. Ms. Mandy leaned on it, looking at the Lionsgate slowly retreating outside the car window and said, "Is that so? Mandy, don't worry, I plan to acquire Lionsgate, and this matter is not over yet." What? Ms. Mandy wanted to take a break, but when she heard his words, she straightened up immediately. Link, are you kidding? You bought a film company for a movie role? Even if you like Jennifer, you don't need to do this, right? It takes hundreds of millions to buy Lionsgate. If you make a wrong decision, you will lose everything. Don't talk about it for a while. Link smiled on the phone. I thought about it. The current share price of Lionsgate is only $8.9, and the total market value is less than 700 million, including the equity part. It is not stressful for me to buy Lionsgate. This company focuses on thrilling movies. In the past few years, it has successively acquired distribution companies such as Triangle Shares Entertainment and Artisan Entertainment, as well as Debmar Mercury TV program production company. The acquisition of this company can also improve the publicity and distribution capabilities of Palm Beach Pictures. Is that so? Can the acquisition be successful? Ms. Mandy asked. We are negotiating with the third largest shareholder of Lionsgate. It's not a big problem, Link said confidently. Well, I don't know whether I should advise you. Anyway, you should be careful. Ms. Mandy persuaded a few words, hung up the phone, looked back at the Lionsgate logo, and wondered if Link would succeed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 Lion Situation. The hall with travertine walls at the Jetty Center is filled with all kinds of precious artworks. Because the Jetty Center is one of the richest and most upscale art institutions in the world, most of the artworks that can be exhibited here are from famous artists around the world. There are no junk works here, provided that you exercise your eyes to appreciate them. Link is a boxer, and his taste in art is close to that of ordinary people. In his eyes, these abstract expressionist artworks have almost no aesthetic appeal. Some of these paintings and artworks are just some random paint sprinkled on paper to draw a few straight lines, and some are watercolors on fiberboard with sand, stones, nails and broken glass, which look like a mess. Such paintings can be sold at auction for tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars. Among them, Jackson Pollock's No. 5, 1948 was sold for $144 million in 2006, which is also the most expensive painting in the world. Appreciating these artworks, what do you think? Evika took his arm. I feel pretty poor. Link shrugged. After his net worth reached $1 billion, he thought he was very rich. After seeing these art exhibitions, he found that his current net worth could only buy enough of these dozens of artworks. You have a good idea. Many people become proud and complacent after becoming rich. If they see these artworks, they will definitely find that their wealth is nothing in front of the artworks. Evika pointed to a Pollock painting and described it. Link looked at her delicately made up face and smiled. You brought me to the show to make me an avo-rich, sober up and not be proud and complacent? Of course not. I want you to know the relationship between this money and art. Money is flowing, amazing water and air. No one can have it forever, but art is eternal. You are an artist, and your album is a work of art. It has been your work for decades. Now that you have money, I hope you can spend more time on music creation instead of making money all the time, which will waste your talent. Evika said seriously. Link nodded, understanding what she meant. It's just that artistic creation is not an easy thing. He also created, after becoming a singer. It was real creation, not plagiarism. It's just that creation is too difficult. Last year, he created 7 songs for the 4th album, and only 1 was selected for the 4th album. Graham and others' evaluation of other songs is not mature enough, or the style is not suitable, so other singers can be replaced. So you don't agree with me quitting music? Of course. Think about it. As a billionaire, how many people will remember you after decades? As an artist, just like Beethoven, Van Gogh, Michelangelo, their names can be passed down for thousands of years. Isn't this cooler than being a billionaire? Evoca said while looking at the paintings. Yes, you are right. I will work hard. Link put his arm around her waist and walked forward to the photography art hall. In the hall, he met Nicole Kidman and her husband Keith Urban, who are also watching the exhibition here. Keith Urban is a famous country music singer who has won 4 Grammy Awards for Best Male Country Singer. Link went to Nashville to watch Taylor's performance in 2009 and met Keith Urban. He is also familiar with him. Nicole Kidman is also an acquaintance. After meeting, Link greeted him. Keith Urban responded politely to his enthusiastic attitude and asked him when his new album would be released. Nicole Kidman saw that he was a little deformed, and her expression was complicated and difficult to describe. She was not as enthusiastic as she was when she appeared at Weinstein's party last time. Link didn't mind. He chatted with her and continued to watch the show with Evoca. In addition to Nicole Kidman, he also met celebrities such as Sandra Bullock and her husband, Natalie Portman and her husband. People who have a good relationship with Harvey will keep a certain distance when they meet him. Others, it can be seen that the entire mainstream Hollywood actor circle is around you. What do you think? Evoca smiled. The facts will prove that they are on the wrong side. Are you sure you want to acquire Lionsgate? I'm afraid it's not an easy thing to do. I'm prepared for this. Link shrugged. It's not a one-time thing for him to acquire Lionsgate. Lionsgate was founded in 1997 and is a new film company formed by the merger of Canadian film company SYNOPSIS Entertainment and American television production company Trimac Pictures. Headquartered in Canada, it moved to the Santa Monica district of Hollywood in 2000. The company mainly distributes and produces low-cost movies, most of which are horror films, such as Saw series, Hostel and Bones. It has also shot many high-quality literary and artistic films, such as Requiem for a Dream, Dancing with the Dead, Hard Candy, Girl with a Pearl Earring and Rabbit Hole. Fahrenheit 9/11, co-produced and distributed with Miramax Films in 2004, is considered to be a turning point for Lionsgate and earned hundreds of millions of dollars. Before 2000, the total holdings of films released by Lionsgate accounted for less than 0.4% of the total holdings in the North American film market. By 2004, the contribution broke through 4%, and last year it broke through 5%. Compared with the more than 10% contribution of the 6 major film studios, Lionsgate's 5% is not much, but in the field of independent films, only a few companies such as New Line, Focus, Miramax, and Summit Entertainment can compare. Due to the good box office performance of last year's movies, Lionsgate's stock price rose to around $8 in June last year, and its total market value exceeded $700 million. Due to the poor box office performance of 2 movies at the beginning of the year, the current stock price is around $7.40, and the total market value is about $630 million. Among independent film production companies, it is the one with the highest market value. After entering the industry, in addition to Palm Beach Pictures, Link also wants to acquire a film company with a mature distribution department. Lionsgate, Summit Entertainment, and Miramax Films, which is about to be sold by Disney, are all being auctioned. After owning a distribution company, the films produced by Palm Beach Pictures can be distributed independently without the need to hold equity in the distribution company. For example, The Scandal Project was released by Warner Pictures last year. After the film was released, Warner Pictures automatically obtained 18% North American ownership and 25% ownership, as well as the copyright of The Scandal Project, earning more than Manhattan Pictures. This problem can be avoided if it is distributed independently. When acquiring a distribution company, he also considered other film companies. Summit Entertainment, which has been the first Twilight series to be popular in the past 2 years, was once considered an option. but in terms of development potential, Lionsgate is stronger. After Lionsgate successfully released films such as The Hunger Games and acquired Summit Entertainment in 2012, its annual total market share in North America reached more than 10%, surpassing Fox Pictures and Paramount Pictures, and rushed into the top 5 in the film industry. At present, the market value of Lionsgate is less than $700 million, and it will reach more than $6 billion in 3 or 4 years, almost 10 times the increase. It is also a very cost-effective investment to acquire Lionsgate in stages or obtain some stocks now. Chapter 400 Shares. Link and Evica visited the Getty Center for more than 2 hours and spent $1.6 million to buy 5 paintings and sculptures, all of which belonged to Evica. He couldn't see where some of the artworks were good, but Evica said they were suitable for the Bay Villa and could improve his artistic taste. When they got home, they asked the designer to install the styling parts. After taking a look, they found that there were indeed some changes. At least the overall price of this villa was more expensive. Shortly after returning home, Ms. Cathy Wood called from Wall Street. She said that Carl Icahn, the third largest shareholder of Lionsgate and a famous Wall Street investor, promised to sell his 14.5% stake, but at a premium of 20%, because Lionsgate's stock price had risen to $700 million last year, not now. Carl Icahn had planned to invest $350 million to acquire Lionsgate and $180 million in debt last year, but was rejected by the Lionsgate board of directors. The two sides were not happy, which also led to Carl Icahn selling Lionsgate shares. After Link planned to acquire Lionsgate, Cathy contacted Carl Icahn through the channel of Pioneer Asset Management Company and prepared to take over his shares. After 2 days of negotiations, the two sides reached a consensus that Link Strawberry acquired Carl Icahn's 14.5% Lionsgate shares for $108 million. But at the time of the acquisition, Ms. Cathy told him that Ginbeek investment report did not have so much cash and needed to borrow part of it. Link found that he bought a lot of things this year and made a little less money. After finishing these things, he should find a way to make some money. After successfully acquiring 14.5% of the shares, Ginbeek Investment became the third largest shareholder of Lionsgate. In order to have decision-making power on the board of directors, he continued to send acquisition invitations to the first-ranked shareholder. The largest shareholder of Lionsgate is John Fillmore, a famous producer, Representative Works First Blood 4 and The Expendables, and also the chairman of Lionsgate, holding 28.7% of Lionsgate shares. The second largest shareholder of Lionsgate, Media Alliance, John Malone, holds 22.4% of Lionsgate shares, and is also a friend of Harvey Weinstein. Link also sent an invitation to acquire the shareholders ranked 4th, 5th, and 6th, offering a premium of more than 15%. His goal is to become the largest shareholder of Lionsgate and have decision-making power in the company. After the news of his decision to acquire Lionsgate came out, the second largest shareholder, John Malone, also proposed to acquire several small shareholders. The two parties bid lower, causing the price of Lionsgate's stock to rise rapidly. It rose from $7.40 to $8.20 in one day, and the market value reached $704 million. The rise in stock prices also added some difficulties to his acquisition. But Link had no intention. He sent a message to the elephant through the media, saying that no matter how much Lionsgate's stock rose, he could continue to acquire it until he was in full control of Lionsgate. After this news was reported by The Hollywood Reporter, it caused a great sensation in Hollywood. Everyone knows that Link is a new billionaire, and they also know that he has recently been in conflict with Hollywood tycoon Harvey Weinstein. The rumor started when Harvey wanted to have a secret relationship with Jennifer, the heroine of Silver Linings Playbook, and was scolded by Jennifer's rumored boyfriend Link. Harvey was so angry that he announced that he would ban Link and his actors in Hollywood, which also led to Link losing 2 film projects, In Time and Friends. At the same time, Harvey used his connections at CAA to get rid of Jennifer's already produced heroine of The Hunger Games. The movie The Hunger Games is the largest investment project of Lionsgate this year. Link was very angry and spent more than 100 million yuan to acquire 14.5% of the shares from the third largest shareholder of Lionsgate. He also announced that he would acquire Lionsgate in order to help Jennifer Enns get the heroine of the Hunger Games, which she had completely worked for, and vent her anger. After hearing these rumors, the Hollywood crowd talked about it. Some ridiculed Link for being young and energetic and wanting to conquer the unfathomable Hollywood with capital, and he would definitely lose everything. Some say that Harvey played with the unspoken rules and got into trouble, and he got into trouble with a tough opponent. Others envy Jennifer for her trust, and for her, he was willing to go head to head with the most powerful person in Hollywood, and to help her get the role back, he even acquired a large independent production company. This approach is just like the billionaire and playboy Howard Hughes in the 1940s who invested tens of millions to make a movie to support the model Harlow. Unfortunately, the movie property suffered a huge loss, and Howard Hughes was almost implicated in bankruptcy. Unexpectedly, more than 70 years later, another playboy did the same. Many people think that Link will repeat the same mistake and end up worse than Howard Hughes. Howard Hughes was the richest man in the United States at the time and owned a fast food restaurant, while Link is worth only more than $2 billion. In Hollywood, where funds are concentrated, the total funds used to make movies each year amount to billions, and the funds used to promote movies are also several billion. $2 billion is not much money in Hollywood. Many people predict that Link will exit the capital game dismally. This guy wants to buy Lionsgate for a role? Ha. How ridiculous. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. In the office of the president of Weinstein Films, Harvey saw the news in the Los Angeles Times and laughed non-stop with his big belly twitching. Harvey, don't laugh yet. With Link's wealth, it's not difficult for him to buy Lionsgate. If he succeeds, we will definitely have a strong rival in Hollywood in the future, Bob Weinstein advised. Although Link's announcement of a full acquisition of Lionsgate is somewhat ironic, it seems like a little guy who is doing it for face, not for passion, and he is a world superstar and a billionaire. But Link is worth more than $2 billion. I hope he is determined to acquire Lionsgate, and the chance of success is very high. If Link takes over Lionsgate, Weinstein Films will have a strong rival in Hollywood. Haha, Link. A strong rival? Bob, you think too highly of him. He's a boxer and a singer who doesn't know anything about movies. What's there to be afraid of when Lionsgate is run by someone who doesn't know anything about movies? I bet that Lionsgate will go bankrupt within 3 years. Does he want to be our strong rival? Harvey laughed disdainfully. Bob touched his chin and felt that what Harvey said was right. People like them who have been working in the film industry for more than 40 years are called modern film leaders. They are very cautious when running their companies. Even so, Weinstein Films has been losing money year after year. It can be foreseen that it will be a disaster for Link, who knows nothing about movies, to enter Lionsgate, which is larger than Weinstein Films. Lionsgate Films may become the next bankrupt film listed company after MGM. Bob, I remember that we still have some Lionsgate film shares, right? Harvey lit a cigar. Yes, not many, more than 200,000 shares. Now the stock price of Lionsgate is $8.2. Do you want to sell it? No. Doesn't Link want to take full control of Lionsgate? Then we will help him. Through our channel, we will acquire more Lionsgate stocks. The more the better. Let's see how much Link is willing to spend to buy these shares from us. Harvey laughed. If Link fails in the acquisition and announces that he will give up the acquisition of Lionsgate, the stock price of Lionsgate will definitely fall. Wouldn't our investment be wasted? Haha, it doesn't matter. Hollywood is a battlefield. As long as we can defeat Link and embarrass Link, it doesn't matter if we lose hundreds of thousands. Harvey said indifferently. Bob frowned. Pumpkin defeated Link and saved face. He was more concerned about not making money by doing so. He would never do a business that loses money. Bob thought of an idea and said to Harvey that if he wanted Link to fall into the big pit of Lionsgate, he should find a way to successfully enter the main Lionsgate. Let him recover several $100 million, not to stop him when he acquires Lionsgate, but to help him. Hearing Bob's words, Harvey took the cigar from Dunn's hand and found that what he said made sense. If you want Link to owe a small amount of money, stop him at this time. If you want Link to owe a large amount of money, you should find a way to lure him into the trap. Harvey pointed to the cigar skin, was silent for a moment and said, Bob, you go to see John Malone and ask him what he thinks. If he has the intention to sell Lionsgate shares, let him raise the price at this time and make a lot of money from Link. In a few years, watch Link lose Lionsgate. If he has no such intention, Link's acquisition is doomed to fail. Then we will also take action to stop Link at this time and embarrass Link. Bob nodded. As long as Weinstein Films doesn't pay, he doesn't care. Also, check who spread this news and shut those people up. Harvey suddenly turned black and pointed to the entertainment news section of the Los Angeles Times. There is a news article above that says that according to insiders, the cause of the conflict between Link and him was the issue of Jennifer Lawrence playing the leading role in Silver Linings Playbook. Although the newspaper did not say that he failed to rule Jennifer Lawrence and was scolded by Link, he took the initiative to promise to transfer 50% of the film copyright to Colonial Beach Pictures in order to apologize. But combined with this news and rumors on the internet and the actual situation, it seems that the facts are the same. Such things will affect his reputation, and he will never ignore it. Bob hesitated when he heard his words. Now this rumor is very popular and very real. Harvey is notorious in Hollywood, and everyone knows that he has a lot of stains on men and women. It is also something he can do to say that he understands the unspoken rules of Jennifer Lawrence. Although Link is a playboy, he has a good reputation among female stars. It is also something he can do to scold Harvey in order to protect Jennifer. In addition, Weinstein Pictures, which fully owns the copyright of the film Silver Linings Playbook, took the initiative to reduce the copyright to Link. This is an undeniable fact. According to this situation, this rumor that is 70% true and 30% false cannot be cleared up at all. It is also a waste of money to arrange people to do media public relations. Considering Harvey's bad temper and his character of smashing things at any time, Bob had nothing to say and took on this task. Dang dang dang. When he was about to get up and leave, Mickey Rox, the head of the production department of Weinstein Pictures, came to the office to report to Harvey on his work, mainly to urge for money. The news brought by Mickey Rox was that the main part of the movie Silver Linings Playbook was finished, and it would enter the post-production stage next. Director David Russell sent someone to urge for the subsequent production funds. Mickey asked Harvey's opinion, whether to return the money, drag it on first. This play is not important to us, but it has a greater impact on the development of Palm Beach Pictures. The funds they invested cannot be recovered, and they are more anxious than us at this time. Harvey sneered. Mr. Weinstein, it is normal for us to invest $5 million in this play. If it continues to drag on, it will also affect our company. Mickey said tactfully. Bob glanced at Harvey and said, I think the money should be given. I heard that Link's investment is not only in Manhattan Beach, but also in Skydance Pictures. Skydance? David Ellison's film company? Harvey frowned. Yes, I heard that Link has a good relationship with him. If we continue to drag it out and go to court, face to face, we will have many chances to win, Bob advised. In terms of film production and distribution, he thought he was not as good as Harvey, but Harvey was easily emotional at work and often delayed the company's profit for a few face. He didn't like this very much. He felt that nothing was more important than making money. Hearing him say this, he sighed helplessly. It stands to reason that David Ellison's family is also Jewish, and everyone should be a buddy. In the United States, black people are not all of one mind. Some support black people, some support the Republic, and they often become opponents in the business field. If black people in the United States can unite as one, there will be Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, Larry Ellison, George Soros, Zuckerberg, Epstein and others in the financial circle. In the entertainment industry, there are George Lucas, Steven Spielberg, Jeffrey Katzenberg, David Geffen, Woody Allen, etc. At that time, not only Hollywood will listen to everyone. Harvey thought about it and told Close that he could allocate funds, but assuming that the animation and distribution rights of the film were firmly controlled. At the same time, he asked Bob to invite David Ellison to the next movie preview and discuss that he had to cooperate with the company. Okay. Seeing Bob ban close sleeve, Harvey smiled coldly while holding a cigar. Link, let's see how you win this time. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.